They called it your funeral. The universe called it your transformation. And now, look at them, speechless, shaking, staring at the very one they thought they buried. Not just breathing, but glowing. Didn't they laugh when they thought you were finished? Didn't they celebrate what they believed was your destruction? Didn't they plan, plot, curse, gossip, slander, and spiritually attack you, all while smiling in public and clapping in group chats like your downfall was guaranteed? They were certain. They thought, this one won't get up this time. They said, she's too broken. He's too tired. They're not strong enough to come back from this one. But what happened next wasn't part of their script. Before we go deeper, Chosen One, take a second to like this video, subscribe if you haven't already, and drop 777 in the comments to let the universe know you're still standing. When you do, it tells YouTube this message is divine, and sends it out to other chosen ones like you who need to remember who they are and what they carry. This isn't just content. This is confirmation. Now let's get into it. They thought you wouldn't survive that. They really believed this time it would work. That hex, that smear campaign, that staged betrayal, that public embarrassment, that desperate, sloppy, last-minute attempt to make you look crazy, broken, delusional. They thought they were surgical with it. They thought they planned your demise like it was art, meticulous, well-timed, emotionally engineered to ruin you from the inside out. But what they didn't know was that you were trained in fire, born through chaos, raised in warfare, spiritually weaponized, built for what would have killed someone else. You weren't supposed to survive it, but you did. You slayed it, effortlessly, silently, and without ever lowering your frequency. Some of them used spell work, witchcraft, intention rituals. Others used something more wicked, their words. Words as weapons, gossip dripping with venom, projections disguised as concerns. They counted on your silence to mean submission. They thought you were just another soft soul with no spiritual rank, no divine protection, no ancestors at your back. They thought you were the peon, but now that same silence they mocked, it's suffocating them. Because in that silence, the universe moved. And it didn't just reverse their curses, it multiplied your glow. You triggered them simply by surviving. They watched your story expecting tragedy, and instead, they witnessed your ascension. You didn't collapse. You rose. You didn't fight dirty. You walked away clean. And now they're in spiritual shock, staring at your strength like it's a ghost, checking their reflection and seeing cracks in their own mask, because the truth they tried to deny is burning through everything they once believed. You were never ordinary. You were never soft. You were never the one to play with. They underestimated your power because they misunderstood your process. They mistook your heartbreak for weakness, your solitude for defeat, your calmness for surrender. But you weren't broken. You were being rebuilt, refined, reforged. While they were plotting curses, you were cultivating clarity. While they were laughing, you were evolving. And now the energy they threw at you has turned into your next level. What they don't understand is that you were the wrong assignment. You weren't the weak one. You were the warning, the final test, the sacred detour the universe gives to those on the edge of self-destruction. And they failed it. They tried to destroy someone divinely protected, and now their own actions are dragging them down, piece by piece. Not because you wished it, not because you fought back, but because the universe has laws. And when you violate a chosen one, those laws respond. You didn't even try to slay them, you just survived. And that survival alone was enough to expose the truth. You were more powerful than they ever knew, and now they have to live with that knowledge. Every time they see your face, hear your name, feel your energy, it reminds them that they were never the one. They weren't even the two, just another shadow trying to dim a light that wasn't theirs to touch. So now they sit with it, the failure, the shame, the return of everything they launched into the spirit realm. They see you and feel a sting they can't explain, because the one they tried to bury now walks with the wind. You didn't just survive the storm, you became it. And now, their shock is your spotlight, their failure is your fuel, their curses are your confirmation. Because, chosen one, you weren't supposed to survive that, but you did, and you slayed, without even trying. And listen, chosen one, don't even blink, because what you just heard, that was just the intro, the real truth, the real breakdown, the full spiritual beatdown that's unfolding behind the scenes. It's about to hit step by step. So, if you're ready to walk through the wreckage you left behind, calmly, powerfully, like the force of nature you are, drop the number 777 in the comments. And if this message already has your spirit lit, bless the mission with a super thanks. Every gift helps push this message to more warriors like you. And now let's take it deeper, layer by layer. If you're truly chosen, your spirit won't let you click off now. Let's get started. Number 1. You were never meant to make it, but you did. They designed your downfall like a death sentence, but forgot God already wrote your survival into the script. They didn't just underestimate you, they bet against you. And not just once, they doubled down on your failure, time and time again, convinced you would never rise from the pit they tried to bury you in. But here you are, still standing, still breathing, still glowing, and it's not just bothering them, it's breaking them, because this wasn't just an accident, this wasn't just another failed scheme. This was the moment they were certain you would finally fold. That last hit, that betrayal, that spiritual attack, that public humiliation, that spell they sent, that manipulation they tried to use like a blade, that was the blow they believed would finish you. But what they forgot is that you were built in fire, you were raised in chaos, you were molded in silence, in the shadows, in the pressure they never saw. What they threw at you, you've survived worse. You've survived nights where your spirit was bleeding, where your body was shaking, where your prayers felt like whispers into empty air. You've survived abandonment, betrayal, sabotage, and you survived all of it alone. So what made them think this would be any different? You were never meant to make it, and that's exactly why you did, because chosen ones are never crowned in comfort. We're crowned in conflict, in suffering, in storms, and every time life tried to drown you, it only revealed how deep your roots went. They thought they were the villain in your story, but really, they were the training, they were the weights on your wings, they were the pressure that cracked open your anointing. Ask yourself, how many people thought they ended you already? And how many of them have now disappeared from your life like ghosts, unable to face the version of you that rose from the ashes of their betrayal? They saw you suffer and called it weakness. But suffering made you sacred. You've become living proof that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. And now they're starting to believe it too. Even if they won't say it out loud, their silence is screaming. Let's make it plain. They never respected what they didn't understand. You didn't fit the mold of power they were used to. You weren't flashy, arrogant, manipulative, or thirsty for validation. You were quiet, deep, intentional. They mistook your peace for powerlessness, but what they couldn't see was the storm you held back every time you chose grace. They didn't realize the amount of strength it takes not to retaliate, not to clap back, not to expose them when you had the chance. And now, that same restraint has become your reward. You ever notice how many legends, icons, and world shakers were once counted out? Oprah was fired and told she wasn't fit for TV. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. Even Beyoncé got overlooked in her early years. And yet, every single one of them became unforgettable, not despite rejection, but because of it. Rejection is the gatekeeper to divine elevation. It filters out the weak. It hardens the worthy. And you passed every test without even knowing you were being tested. So now here they are, confused, paranoid, disoriented, because you didn't just survive, you thrived. And you didn't do it loudly, you didn't beg for validation, you just kept building, kept healing, kept evolving in silence. And now, your silence is deafening. They're watching your glow up like a slow-motion nightmare. You weren't supposed to come back from that. They counted on your collapse. They celebrated your downfall. And now, the very sight of you is a spiritual slap across the face. You want to know why you're still standing, because your assignment isn't finished. That storm didn't come to destroy you. It came to expose you, to you, your strength, your depth, your power, your rank. That betrayal didn't break you. It revealed what's been inside you all along. And now that you see it too, there's no going back. Some of you are asking, why would they do this to me? Why try so hard to take me out? Because you made their demons uncomfortable. You triggered their insecurities by simply existing. You walked into the room and reminded them of everything they lacked: courage, integrity, authenticity, divine favor. They didn't hate you because of what you did. They hated you because of who you are. You are a mirror, and most people can't stand to face their own reflection. But now they're being forced to watch you from a distance, silently, regretfully, and while you're evolving, while you're breaking cycles, healing bloodlines, and stepping into the fullness of your calling, they're stuck in the very traps they set for you. The grave they dug became their prison. The weapon they forged backfired. That's not drama, that's divine justice. That's what happens when people forget that the chosen aren't protected by accident. We are protected on purpose. So take this moment in. Breathe in your survival. Own your resilience, because you weren't supposed to make it, but you did. You always do. And the next time someone dares to bet against you, tell them, I don't just survive battles, I become legendary because of them. Number 2, you triggered their delusion with your survival. Your survival didn't just shake their pride, it shattered the entire fantasy they built around your failure. They built a whole identity around your defeat, a whole narrative, a whole delusion where they were the strong one, the wise one, the powerful one, and you were the broken one, the lesser one, the pawn. They played God in their mind and cast you as the peasant, the easy target, the one they'd crush effortlessly. And for a while, they believed it. They were so deep in their own illusion that they didn't realize how fragile it was. Until you shattered it, just by surviving. You didn't even lift a finger. You didn't clap back. You didn't stoop. You just lived. You kept going. You healed. You rose. And your very existence became the mirror they were never ready to look into. Because your glow, your comeback, your silence, it exposed the truth they were hiding from themselves, that they were never powerful, that their control was an illusion, that all the smoke and theatrics they used to manipulate others didn't work on you. You ruined the delusion. That's why they're spiraling. See, your survival wasn't part of their plan. You were supposed to fold. You were supposed to react, cry, fall, stay broken. They orchestrated moments hoping to watch you beg. They wanted to see you need them, chase them, collapse under the weight of their rejection, their spell work, their ego games. But instead, you flourished. You didn't just move on, you glowed up. You walked into your next season with more peace, more clarity, more spiritual authority than ever before. And they can't take it. You exposed the lie. Now they sit in silence, trying to figure out how someone they called weak, emotional, unstable, turned out to be the one with divine rank, the one with real power, the one they couldn't break, and worse, the one they needed more than you ever needed them. Do you understand how devastating that is to someone who lives in a fantasy of superiority? You were their anchor, but they thought they were yours. You were the power source, but they told themselves they were your healer. And now that you're rising without them, thriving without reaching back, glowing without explanation, the truth is suffocating them. You didn't just walk away, you outgrew the role they forced you into. And that, chosen one, is what killed the illusion. And the worst part? You didn't even try. You didn't flex. You didn't fight. You didn't post revenge quotes or plot their destruction. You just healed. Quietly, powerfully, spiritually. And that's why it hit so hard. Because your elevation wasn't loud. It was sacred. It was untouchable, and it made their whole facade come crumbling down. Your glow revealed just how dim their spirit really was. Let's talk facts. People with true power don't need to manipulate. They don't gossip. They don't play with spell work or stage betrayals, or build cliques against a single soul. People with true power protect it. They don't weaponize it. So when you rose, with no tricks, no drama, no dirty hands, they saw the difference. They saw what real spiritual ranking looks like, and it terrified them. Because if you weren't weak, then what does that make them? It makes them small, insecure, shaky, pretending, and that's a truth their ego can't hold. That's why they're spiraling now. That's why they can't rest. That's why they're obsessively watching your page, lurking in silence, digging for proof that you're still suffering. Because if you're not broken, then they're exposed. And everything they built off your supposed failure is crumbling beneath their feet. This is why they're triggered. Not because you hurt them, not because you did anything wrong, but because you proved them wrong. And now they're left sitting in a pile of delusions with no one to blame but themselves. Ask yourself, how many people once looked down on you only to later copy your style, mimic your energy, and pretend they weren't watching? How many people told the world you were dramatic, only to end up emotionally unhinged when you stopped answering their calls? How many people swore you were nothing until your absence exposed just how much you really were? You were never weak. You were strategic. You were protected. You were chosen, and you triggered every demon in them just by walking in that light. And don't get it twisted. They're not just mad you survived. They're mad you survived gracefully. You didn't just get back up. You leveled up. You healed in a way they've never been able to. You walked away in a way they never imagined possible. And now your peace is louder than their games. Your progress is louder than their gossip. Your presence is louder than any curse they ever sent. You didn't destroy their illusion. Your light did. Your silence did. Your survival did. They created a false reality in which they were powerful and you were weak. But you triggered the collapse of that entire illusion just by existing beyond their reach. And now they're choking on the lie they fed themselves. Because the truth is, you were never the broken one. You were the mirror. And now the mirror is unforgiving. Number 3. The spell didn't land. It backfired. When you throw fire at a chosen one, you better be ready to burn with it. Yes, they really tried it. They didn't just envy you quietly. They didn't just throw shade behind your back. No, some of them got bold enough to dive into the darkness. They lit candles against your name, whispered curses under their breath, sent energy that was never meant to return. Evil eye, binding spells, word curses disguised as gossip. And for what? Because you had peace? Because you had glow? Because you had something they could never fake? Divine favor. See, they thought spiritual warfare was a game. They thought it was cute to play with forces they barely understood. But here's what they forgot. When you target a chosen one, you don't just send energy into the void. You sign a contract with the universe. And guess what? That contract always comes due. The spell didn't land. Not because you're lucky, not because you're invincible, but because you're ranked, spiritually armored, covered in protection that cannot be touched by low vibrational attacks. Your ancestors didn't just sit back. Your spirit team didn't just observe. The moment they sent it, it was recorded. And when it couldn't penetrate your field, it didn't disappear. It boomeranged. That same dark energy is now circling back with nowhere else to go, and it's feeding on them. That's why their health is failing, why their mind is unraveling, why doors are slamming in their face, because the darkness they summoned now has only one master, and it's not you. You're untouched. They're unrecognizable. They look like the spells they tried to throw, tired, drained, paranoid, because the spirit realm always keeps receipts. Let them ask, why is everything falling apart? Let them wonder why they feel haunted, why they can't sleep, why their life is crumbling slowly and painfully. It's not bad luck. It's not coincidence. It's consequence. Meanwhile, you just keep glowing, keep rising, keep letting the universe handle it all. Don't look back. Don't clap back. You already won, because when the spell didn't land, it revealed what they never wanted to believe. You weren't just protected, you were untouchable. Number 4, you've become their spiritual shock. There's nothing more terrifying to your enemies than the sight of the one they thought they buried, smiling in full light. They didn't expect this version of you, not the glowing, healed, elevated, unbothered version, not the one with peace in their eyes and confidence in their step. They thought you were gone, spiritually wiped, emotionally destroyed, mentally wrecked. They thought they had silenced your light permanently, but now they're scrolling, and there you are, smiling, glowing, standing in the very peace they tried to rob from you. And that moment they saw you again, not broken, but better. It triggered a spiritual earthquake. You became their spiritual shock. The proof that everything they told themselves was a lie. They told people you were crazy, but now you look clearer than ever. They said you were unstable, but now your energy is grounded. They said you'd never make it without them, and now you're rising in ways they never expected. Your smile is haunting them. Your glow is a threat. Your presence is proof, because they didn't just want you out of sight. They wanted you erased, spiritually, emotionally, socially. They thought if they could isolate you long enough, break your confidence deep enough, you'd disappear quietly. But now, they're seeing you rise, and not just rise, shine. They're checking your stories, your updates, your photos, hoping to see evidence of suffering. But all they see is strength, peace, joy. And it's not fake, it's not forced, it's earned. That's why it's driving them crazy, because you were never supposed to be okay again, let alone thriving. That wasn't part of the script they wrote for you, and now their delusion is collapsing. Because there's no way to spin this, no way to explain it away. You didn't survive in secret, you thrived in public. You became the proof that no curse, no lie, no betrayal, no ritual could stop what the universe had already anointed. So let them stare, let them scroll in silence. Let them feel the sting every time your name is mentioned, because the chosen one they mocked didn't just get back up. You became the image that now haunts every lie they ever told. Number 5. This worked on others, but not you. They beat levels until they met the final boss, and this time the game fought back. They had a pattern, chosen one, a system, a cycle: lie, manipulate, drain, destroy, move on. And it worked. Over and over again. Family, friends, lovers, they fell for the tricks, collapsed under the pressure, folded in silence. They built their power off the ruins of others, off confusion, off fear, off false control. They knew how to get what they wanted until they ran into you. See, you weren't in their playbook. You didn't respond like the others. You didn't react when they expected. You didn't give them that breakdown they were waiting for. You didn't chase, beg, cry in public, or self-destruct the way they thought you would. And that silence, that unbothered glow, that was the slap across the soul they never saw coming. You see, the tactics they used weren't just petty, they were rehearsed, weaponized, strategic. Psychological warfare masked as concern, sabotage dressed up as truth, gossip wrapped in fake empathy. And when that didn't work, they went spiritual. Curses, evil eye, rituals, but nothing stuck, nothing held. Because your energy doesn't bend to low vibrations. Your soul doesn't bow to ego. Your spirit doesn't break under pressure. It sharpens. And now they know this wasn't just a missed hit. It was an exposure. You were the wall their weapon bounced off. You were the seal their power couldn't break. You were the mirror that finally showed them how weak they really are. And it's killing them. Because the game that always worked ended here. You weren't just another soul to siphon. You were the boundary, the rebuke, the awakening. And when they couldn't break you, they broke themselves. Because now the truth is louder than their lies. The power they thought they had only existed in the absence of real power. Once true light showed up, every illusion scattered. So now they're spiraling, not just because they failed, but because their failure exposed them. You weren't just the one they couldn't break. You were the divine stop sign at the end of their karmic run. And now, the game is over. Number 6. You're not just a survivor, you're a spiritual weapon. They threw poison hoping it would kill you, and you turned it into power, drank it, and ascended. You weren't just meant to survive, chosen one. You were designed to transform, and that's what separates you from everyone else they've tried to break. The others crumbled, the others got stuck. But you alchemized. You turned the betrayal into boundaries, the heartbreak into hunger, the losses into light. They came at you with destruction in their hands, and you turned every single attack into a weapon of evolution. They thought they were cursing you, plotting your downfall. But what they didn't realize is, they were sharpening a blade they weren't ready to face. Every spell sharpened you, every lie refined you, every silent season they forced you into strengthened your ability to move in divine strategy. You didn't just bounce back, you mutated. You evolved into something spiritually lethal. You are not just a survivor, you are a spiritual weapon. The kind that doesn't need to scream to be heard, the kind that doesn't need to attack to conquer. You mastered the art of warfare through stillness, through growth, through transmutation, and that's what terrifies them. Because now, they realize you've become something they can't reach or even understand. You don't play by the rules of this world. You move with grace, but you carry fire. You walk with peace, but your silence haunts. You lost everything, and it made you more. That's not natural. That's divine. And now the enemy knows. What they built with manipulation, you rebuilt with alignment. What they tried to bury, you turned into a throne. They threw chaos at you, and you used it as a stepping stone. They mocked your pain, and it became your fuel. They mistook your sensitivity for weakness, and now they're learning you were never soft, you were sacred. And sacred is protected. Sacred is dangerous when provoked. Sacred is chosen. Let them wonder why they can't access you anymore. Let them feel the distance, the silence, the coldness of your glow. You've become too refined, too evolved, too powerful to ever be touched by that kind of energy again. They tried to break you and ended up forging a divine weapon. You didn't just survive, chosen one. You became the very storm they thought would destroy you. Number 7. Their ego death just began. The worst kind of pain isn't punishment. It's realizing you were never as powerful as the lie you believed. And now, that's exactly what they're facing. An ego death. A brutal spiritual unraveling of everything they thought they were. The mask they wore for years, slipping, cracking, exposed, because when they looked at you standing tall, untouched, stronger than ever, they didn't just see someone they failed to destroy. They saw someone who revealed exactly how weak they've always been. See, chosen one, they built their identity on power they never truly had, on manipulation, control, deception. And for a long time, it worked. They tricked people, convinced others they were wise, righteous, strong. But you were the mirror, the divine trigger, the one soul that wouldn't bend, wouldn't bow, wouldn't break. And when they couldn't tear you down, they couldn't lie to themselves anymore. Now the illusion is collapsing, their confidence gone, their image shattered, their peace non-existent, because they finally understand they were never the powerful one. They were never the chosen one. They were never the healer, the leader, the light. They were just loud, just manipulative, just empty. And you were the real thing the whole time. This ego death isn't quiet, it's not soft, it's destructive. It's the unraveling of a false identity that can't stand against spiritual truth. And the more you rise, the more their mask crumbles. Every blessing you walk into. A reminder that their energy was never enough to hold you back. Every smile you post. A blow to the fantasy that they had control. Every time you don't respond, you confirm what they fear most. They've lost all power over you. Let them spiral. Let them pace the floor. Let them drown in the same illusions they once weaponized, because the mask is off. And the shame? It's eating them alive. That guilt? It's not going anywhere, because once a chosen one walks away and leaves you standing in the rubble you caused, the only voice left in the room is your own conscience. And trust me, that silence is louder than revenge. They didn't just lose control over you, they lost the fantasy of who they thought they were. And now, they're being forced to meet the weakest version of themselves, with no mask left to hide behind. Number 8. They were playing with fire they couldn't handle. When you play with fire in the presence of divine protection, it's not rebellion, it's a death wish. They thought it was a game, a little spell here, a little evil eye there, a smear campaign dressed in spiritual arrogance. They whispered curses, manipulated timelines, tried to control outcomes, all while laughing like they had the upper hand. But what they didn't realize, Chosen One, is that the minute they aimed that darkness at you, they activated a law they were never ready to answer to. They weren't just playing with fire, they were gambling with judgment. Because you're not just some person with intuition and light. You are ranked, you are covered, you are a divine assignment. And to attack you isn't just to break moral code, it's to violate universal law. That kind of energy comes with consequences. And the universe, she doesn't miss. They thought the rituals would work because they've worked before. They thought your silence meant vulnerability. They confused your softness with weakness. But what they touched wasn't just you. It was the hand of something sacred. And now, the very fire they tried to ignite under you is consuming them. You didn't have to fight back. You didn't have to retaliate. You didn't even have to speak. Because the moment they launched those attacks, the universe took over. And now it's too late to reverse what they set in motion. Their life is unraveling, but they don't even realize it's their own hand that lit the match. They're stumbling, losing things, stuck in confusion, wondering, why me? And the answer is simple. You touched what was sacred, and now you're paying the spiritual price. And the worst part, they weren't ready. They thought they were powerful. They thought they were spiritually equipped. But it was all a performance, empty, ego-driven delusion. They called on forces they couldn't control. And now those forces are collecting. Let them sweat. Let them spiral. Let them feel every ounce of that heat, because this isn't about revenge anymore. This is divine correction, spiritual balance, cosmic karma. And once that wheel starts turning, no one can stop it. They thought they were casting spells on you, but all they really did was summon their own destruction. Number 9. They called you insignificant. Now they fear your name. They called you small until your silence echoed louder than their screams. At first, they laughed at you, brushed you off, mocked your presence behind closed doors, called you weak, emotional, too sensitive, too spiritual. They thought you were naive, software, easy to replace, easy to forget, easy to ruin. They never took you seriously because your power didn't look like theirs. You weren't loud. You weren't flashy. You weren't manipulative. You moved with grace. You gave from the heart. You led with spirit. And in their shallow world, that looked like insignificance. But now your name is whispered, not shouted, mentioned with tension in the room, brings a pause in conversation, because they've seen what happens when someone tries to cross you. They've witnessed it. Some of them were the ones who lit the match. And now they're watching their entire house burn. Because your glow didn't just survive their storm, it intensified. And the same name they once dragged through the dirt is now the same name that haunts their soul. You didn't clap back. You didn't run a smear campaign. You didn't even expose them. You outlived them. You outgrew them. And the most terrifying part, you did it without trying to prove a thing. Because when you're protected, your elevation becomes your defense. Your peace becomes your sword. Your glow becomes your testimony. Now they can't even hear your name without feeling that twist in their gut, that sinking shame, that echo of, I messed with the wrong one. Because your name is no longer just a name, it's a reminder, a mirror, a spiritual checkpoint. It says, this is what happens when you underestimate divine energy. And they know it. They feel it. Every door that closed for them, every blessing that skipped them, every sleepless night they now suffer in silence. all because they came for someone who was never standing alone. Let them fear your name now. Let them remember it every time they try to play God with someone else's life. Because you've become the warning label on spiritual warfare. They called you nothing, and now your name carries weight in rooms they'll never be welcome in again. Number 10. You made it look easy. That's what scares them. The loudest revenge is peace, the sharpest sword is elevation, and the deepest wound, being ignored by the one they tried to destroy. You didn't even lift a finger, no retaliation, no drama, no expose. You didn't throw dirt back. You let the dust settle while you rose above it. And that's exactly what's haunting them, because they were prepared for a war. They were ready for a mess. They wanted you loud, reactive, broken, fighting for your name, begging for answers, spiraling in pain. But you gave them none of it. You just glowed. You ascended without explanation, elevated without confrontation. You didn't slam doors. You walked through new ones, silently. And that stillness, it's destroying them. Because when someone tries their hardest to ruin you, and you give them nothing back, the silence becomes deafening. The lack of chaos becomes judgment. Your peace becomes a mirror. And every time they see you thriving without acknowledging their existence, it confirms what they fear the most. They never had power over you. You made it look too easy. That's the wound. You didn't flinch. You didn't stumble. You didn't crawl back. You got better, smarter, calmer. You healed, and then you leveled up. And the universe, it noticed. It rewarded your restraint with favor, with new doors, new circles, new blessings, and all of it, without ever having to clap back. You see, they thought their chaos would control your narrative, but now you are the storyline. You are the elevation. You are the moment they can't stop revisiting, not because of revenge, but because of your grace. And the truth is, they can't take it, because to them, the silence feels like punishment. The glow feels like a slap in the face. Your peace feels like exposure. They expected the fight of their life, but what they got was ignored. And that hurts more than any words ever could. Let them sit in that silence. Let them witness what real strength looks like. Because revenge fades, but divine glow, it lingers, long after the damage is done. You didn't just win, chosen one. You did it so effortlessly, it's the one loss they'll never recover from. Number 11. The universe snatched their illusions. When the divine moves, no lie can stand, not even the ones they told themselves to feel powerful. It's happening now, chosen one, right in front of their eyes. The fantasy they built is collapsing. The image they projected, shattering. The narrative they spun around your name, imploding, because the universe has had enough. The divine hand has moved. And when the divine moves, illusions can't survive, not even for a second. They told themselves you were weak. They told others you were the problem. They convinced their little audience that you were unstable, broken, irrelevant. And they believed it. That's the part that's unraveling them now. They fed so deeply into their own delusion that they actually thought it was truth. But the truth doesn't need applause. It doesn't need to scream, it just stands. And when the storm clears, it's the only thing still standing. And now that you've survived, now that you're thriving, their illusion can't hold up. Because every win you walk into destroys their narrative. Every ounce of joy you display exposes the lie. Every blessing with your name on it sends another crack through the fake story they built. They're still trying to hold on though, trying to pretend, smiling for social media, faking peace, playing unbothered, but it's written all over their energy. They're crumbling, because no matter what mask they put on, they know what's happening behind the scenes. The doors are closing, the fake friends are gone, the energy they once pulled from, empty. And it's not bad luck. It's balance. The same divine law they tried to manipulate is now correcting the scale. And it's painful because the illusion made them feel safe. It made them feel powerful. But the divine is snatching every lie, every facade, every illusion away, piece by piece, until they're face to face with the truth they tried to bury. You were never the problem. They were never the hero. And their so-called power just borrowed time on a lie. Let them watch their fantasy crumble. Because while they tried to play God in your story, the real divine wrote an ending they never saw coming. And now there's no escaping it. Number 12. No get back needed. You already won. When the dust settles and the battle's over, the loudest sound is the silence of the one who never needed to fight and still won. Chosen one, hear this loud and clear. You don't need to lift a finger. You don't need to match their low energy. You don't need to explain yourself, expose them, or entertain any more battles. Why? Because you already won. The get back? It's already been written, and not by your hands, but by the universe itself. They wanted chaos. They wanted breakdowns. They wanted to see you begging, crawling, destroyed. But what they got instead, you, unbothered, glowing, elevated, not just surviving, but thriving. That's not just a victory. That's spiritual warfare mastery. You didn't throw dirt, you planted roots. You didn't retaliate, you resurrected. And every step you took in silence was a strike to their soul. That's why they're restless now. That's why they're paranoid. That's why they're crumbling. Not because you did anything, but because you didn't. You didn't stoop to their level. You didn't try to get your lick back. And that kind of restraint, that kind of divine discipline, it terrifies them. Because it means you're not normal. You're chosen, covered, dangerous in stillness. They're watching you walk in light while everything around them collapses. Relationships, shaky, money, gone, reputation, tarnished, peace, non-existent. They laughed when you cried. They danced when you were hurting. And now they're quiet. Because the same fire they tried to send your way is now eating them alive. And it's silent. No one to save them. No one to believe them. No more mask to hide behind. Just karma, raw, loud, and relentless. So don't look back. Don't reach out. Don't try to explain your side or get the final word. You don't need to. You became the final word when you chose peace over pettiness, when you chose healing over hatred, when you let them throw stones and built a kingdom with them. Let them feel it, let them sit in it, let the universe finish what it started. You just keep glowing, keep elevating, keep walking like the living proof of divine justice that you are. Because at the end of the day, the greatest revenge is this. You didn't have to destroy them. The universe did it for you, and you looked beautiful the whole time. And so now, chosen one, you know exactly what's unfolding behind the scenes. You didn't just survive, you shifted the entire atmosphere by doing nothing but staying aligned. The same energy they sent to destroy you. It exposed them, humbled them, and burned their illusions to ash. You don't need to look back. You are the proof that spiritual justice is real and unavoidable. If this hit your spirit, drop 777 in the comments, like this video, subscribe, and share it with another chosen one. let's keep spreading this light, because when you win, darkness loses every single time. They needed an army to break what the universe had handpicked, and still they failed. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen One, a town that could barely agree on what to eat for lunch, suddenly finds perfect harmony, but only when the target is you. They didn't unite for justice, not for peace, not even for their own future. No, they came together like cowards do, bonded by fear, fueled by envy, and desperate to watch you fall. What they didn't realize was, when the entire town turns its back on one soul, that soul becomes unstoppable. Because now they're not just fighting you, they're fighting every force the universe put behind you. It's funny, isn't it? So many of them, so few of you. Yet, somehow, they're the ones crumbling. That's not a coincidence, it's a cosmic law. See, energy doesn't lie. And when a whole damn town directs their hate at one person and still loses, that's not just failure. That's proof of who you are. Chosen One, there's a psychological term called collective narcissism. It's when a group needs to believe they're better than everyone else. But when one person in their midst refuses to play small, refuses to shrink just to make them feel tall, that group panics. They don't see you as a person anymore. They see you as a threat to their illusion. So they try to erase you, cancel you, destroy you. But what happens when the nobody they tried to bury starts growing roots through concrete? That's what you did. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to shine the light in dark places. And thank you once again for being part of this mission. You're not just a survivor. You are part of a force. Now, let's talk about how it all began. They didn't just plot your downfall in secret. They celebrated it. They toasted behind closed doors, shared smirks in hallways, passed rumors like candy. Some of them even felt noble doing it, like taking you down was some righteous cause. But what they didn't know was this. They were building their own collapse, one lie at a time. They underestimated you, not because you were weak, but because you were silent, because you didn't explain yourself, because you didn't clap back at every insult. That silence, it terrified them. It made them talk louder, scheme harder, and dig their own graves deeper. You were never the villain. You were just the mirror, reflecting everything they couldn't stand about themselves. The universe doesn't pick the loudest. It doesn't pick the most connected, the most popular, or the most praised. It picks the real, the resilient, the ones who carry truth even when it costs them everything. That's why it chose you. Your enemies thought they were organized. They thought numbers equaled power. But power without purpose is just noise. And they were loud, so loud they didn't hear the sound of their own empire cracking beneath their feet. One by one, their alliances started to rot. Friends turned on each other. Lies started to contradict. And that same community that tried to exile you, it's now eating itself alive. They still don't get it. They thought this was about you. They thought you were the target, but you were the test. The moment the universe placed a chosen one in their midst, it was watching how they'd respond. And guess what? They failed the test miserably. You see, when they tried to bury you, they didn't realize you were a seed. Now you're growing, stronger, wiser, unshakable, and they can't stand the fact that after everything, after the sabotage, the lies, the isolation, the betrayal, you're still standing. More than that, you're rising. They had numbers. You had purpose. They had gossip. You had truth. They had control. You had alignment. And no matter how hard they tried, none of them not one of them, could stop the course of what was already written by the hands of the universe. They failed, Chosen One. Not because they weren't strong enough, but because you were never theirs to defeat. So, Chosen One, are you really ready to see just how deep this betrayal went and how powerful you've truly become because of it? If that whole damn town couldn't break you at your lowest, imagine what happens when you rise. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're done playing small and finally claiming what's always been yours. And if this message lights something inside you, consider fueling the mission behind it. Whether it's $1 or a kind word, every bit of support helps us push this truth to more souls like you. This isn't just content, it's a movement, and you're a part of it now. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Stay with me. If you've really lived through this, if they truly tried to take you out and failed, you'll feel it in your bones. You'll feel the pull to stay till the end. Let's begin. Number 1. They played dirty, but they forgot. Clean hands, swing harder. You came at me with lies, schemes, and numbers. I came at you with truth, and truth doesn't flinch. Chosen One, here's what really rattled them. Not your strength, not your intelligence, not even your resilience. It was your pure heart. That one thing they could never fake, never copy, never kill. They ran campaigns of slander, whispered in corners, recruited people like pawns on a chessboard, all thinking they could corrupt or crush the one thing that gave you your edge. But your heart? It stayed untouchable, unshaken, and in a world full of masks, that kind of purity is dangerous, terrifying even. Imagine this. A town drunk on its own lies, circling around one soul who refused to bend. They brought their pitchforks and their polished fake smiles, their fake concern and hollow warnings, hoping to make you doubt yourself. But you were the quiet storm they didn't see coming. You watched, listened, endured. You walked through their fire with bare feet and still came out cleaner than they ever were. Because you weren't fighting for revenge. You were standing in truth. And truth, no matter how much they try to bury it, always grows roots. They mocked you, thought your silence was weakness. They giggled behind screens, smirked during conversations, convinced themselves you'd break any day now. They called you too sensitive, too emotional, too intense. But what they didn't understand is that your sensitivity is your radar. Your emotion is your compass. Your intensity, that's your power source. While they were busy calculating how to trap you, you were being forged, cut down to the bone. Yes, but also rebuilt in ways that made you indestructible. They thought they had you outnumbered. They thought a whole town against one soul meant checkmate. But here's the thing about people like you. Your strength multiplies in silence. They had the crowd, but you had the current of the universe. They had each other's lies to cling to. You had your clarity. That's why it didn't matter how many of them stood against you. In the end, the storm always clears, and when it does, only the real ones are still standing. Let's get brutal about this, because this isn't a fairy tale. This is war, psychological war, and they hit you with everything. Gaslighting, character assassination, isolation. They rewrote history right in front of your face and told you to smile while they did it. They turned family into strangers and strangers into spies. And yet, even with all that effort, all that hate, all that desperate planning, they still failed, miserably. Because you, Chosen One, held your line. You felt the wrongness in your bones. You saw the cracks in their stories. You asked questions no one else dared to ask, and that scared the hell out of them. They could manipulate almost anyone, but not you. They could paint any lie, but you refused to swallow it. They brought illusion. You brought instinct. They called it paranoia. You called it pattern recognition. And every time they laughed, the universe took note. Every time they tried to humiliate you, the universe shifted gears. Your heart was your armor, not your weakness. What they couldn't wrap their heads around is this: a pure heart doesn't mean naive. It doesn't mean soft. It means aligned. It means clean hands, clear conscience, and brutal self-awareness. And when someone like you walks through hell with a heart that refuses to rot, that's not innocence. That's invincibility. They should have never made you explain yourself. They should have never pushed you to the edge, because what lives on the edge of isolation is not a broken soul. It's a sharpened one. You've seen behind the curtain now. You know how these people operate, and that knowledge, that's your sword. Let's talk real. There were nights you questioned your own sanity, days you wondered, what if they're right? What if I'm the problem? That's what psychological warfare does. It turns your own mind against you. But here's what makes you terrifying. You didn't stay in that pit. You climbed out of it without anyone's help. You faced the silence. You wrestled your own doubt. And in that private, brutal battle, you chose you over and over again. And let's be honest, they know now. Oh, they know. They can feel your shift. They can sense that you're not the same person they tried to break. You walk differently now. Talk differently. You don't need to shout your truth. They feel it when you enter the room. And that's what burns them the most, because even with all they did, you didn't become bitter. You didn't become like them. You didn't go low. You went deep. And now you rise, quietly, powerfully, untouchably. Your existence now is a reminder. Every time they see you standing tall, every time they hear your name whispered with respect, every time someone else sees your light and recognizes your value, it reminds them that they failed, that everything they did not only didn't stop you, it elevated you. They handed you the blueprint of who not to be, and you built an empire from the rubble they left behind. So let them talk, let them squirm, let them convince themselves you're still the villain, because the truth is that you survived an ambush from an entire town, and didn't just survive, but transformed. You turned exile into evolution. You turned betrayal into blueprint. You turned pain into presence. The war they started has only one ending, and spoiler alert, it doesn't end with you broken. It ends with you becoming undeniable. Ironic, isn't it? All that effort to bury you, and now they can't even look away. Chosen one, they played dirty, but they forgot something crucial. When your heart is clean, your steps are blessed. And every time they tried to curse you, they only sharpened your destiny. Let them regret it. Let them watch you walk into the light they tried to block. And let your life become the loudest answer to the question they should have asked before they ever crossed you. What if we were wrong? Too late now. You're already rising. Number 2. They threw shadows, but you were the mirror that made them see themselves. You tried to curse me with darkness, but all you did was expose your own. Chosen one, they couldn't just slander you, betray you, or isolate you. That wasn't enough for them. No, some of them went even further. When the whispers weren't working, when the sabotage wasn't sticking, they reached for something darker. They turned to forces they barely understood, thinking they could break you from the inside out. But here's the thing they forgot. When you mess with energies beyond your control, you don't get power, you get consequences. And what they tried to throw at you, it came back swinging. Imagine this, a group of desperate souls sitting in dimly lit rooms, burning incense and intentions soaked in envy, repeating mantras not of peace or protection, but of destruction, not realizing that the energy they call upon answers to alignment, not desperation. They cast shadows, but you, chosen one, you were already made of light that doesn't flicker. You didn't just survive their attacks, you reflected them. They tried to hex what was already protected. That's not power, that's stupidity wrapped in incense smoke. They thought they were clever, thought their rituals, curses, or energetic darts would quietly erode you from within. After all, you weren't fighting back. You weren't engaging. From the outside, it looked like you were vulnerable, but inside, you were fortified. Not by superstition, not by revenge, but by the pure alignment of heart and purpose. While they played with shadows, you walked in your truth. And truth is the one vibration that darkness can never touch. Let's go deeper. They projected pain onto you with such intensity, night after night. It was almost theatrical, like a ritual of bitterness. But they couldn't know that pure energy doesn't absorb malice. It transforms it. And when that kind of hate hits a heart that hasn't been poisoned, it rebounds, tenfold, hundredfold. It doesn't just dissolve, it returns to sender, wrapped in every ounce of toxicity they poured into it. Imagine them now, jumpy, sleepless, feeling watched even in empty rooms, starting to sense that something isn't quite right. The paranoia didn't come from guilt alone, it came from the very energies they summoned to hurt you. And when those energies realized they had no foothold in your life, they turned back to the source. They always do. You can't aim fire at someone covered in spiritual rain and not expect to burn your own house down. They didn't just play with fire, they spit it at the wind, and now the smoke has found its way back to their lungs. They used to laugh at the idea of energy, called it woo-woo nonsense. But now, they're not laughing. They're looking over their shoulders. They're questioning the shadows in the corners. They're jumping at sounds that have no source. Because when you aim to destroy someone through invisible forces, and those forces turn on you, fear becomes your constant companion. And I know what you're asking, chosen one. Why me? Why did they go so far? Because your light made their darkness feel exposed, because your existence made them question their lies, and instead of choosing to grow, to evolve, to heal, they chose to destroy. You became the canvas onto which they projected everything they hated about themselves. Your peace was too loud, your presence too unshakable, so they tried to break the silence you carried like armor. And the more they failed, the darker they got. Let's get metaphorical for a moment. Imagine trying to punch a wall made of rubber. Every swing bounces back. Every jab stings your own fist. That's what happened here. They thought they were punching through you, when really they were just hitting their own reflection, over and over and over again. They couldn't pierce your spirit, so now they bleed from wounds they carved with their own hands. They underestimated you because you didn't retaliate. You didn't stoop to their level. You didn't dabble in revenge or hatred. And in their minds, that made you weak. But restraint isn't weakness. Silence isn't surrender. In fact, the most dangerous people are the ones who don't fight dirty, because they don't have to. They let the universe handle what petty hands try to sabotage, and that's exactly what happened. While they plotted, you healed. While they cursed, you grew. And while they unraveled in the chaos they summoned, you were building a foundation so solid it made their efforts look laughable. The harder they tried, the more they failed. And every time they sent that spiritual bullet your way, it ricocheted back, louder, stronger, messier. Now they can't sleep. Now they can't trust each other. The paranoia is eating them alive. Some are losing their grip on reality. Others are watching their lives slowly collapse. And deep down, they know. They know. They won't say it out loud, but they feel it. This is what happens when you attack someone who walks in universal alignment. This is what happens when you try to poison what was never drinking from your cup. And you, chosen one, you didn't even flinch. Not because you didn't feel the tension, but because you understood something they never will. Real protection doesn't need to be loud. It just needs to be real. This isn't superstition. It's not fairy dust. It's energy. It's balance. And when the scales tip too far into hatred, the universe will correct it, brutally. What they thought was power was only borrowed darkness. And now the bill has come due. You can't send out poison and pray for flowers. That's not karma, that's common sense. So let them spiral, let them scramble, let them pretend they're just having a rough patch, while every door they try to open slams shut in their face. Let them wonder why their luck turned, why the smiles around them feel hollow, why peace is something they can no longer find, even in silence. The answer is simple. They made war with a force that doesn't lose. The universe was never on their side. And the best part? You didn't have to lift a finger. You just had to exist, with a heart that refused to rot, with a spirit that couldn't be bought, with eyes that saw through illusion. That's all it took. That's all it ever takes. You were the test, chosen one. They failed, spectacularly. And now you walk forward, not just protected, but witnessed. And they're left chasing shadows they summoned on themselves. Number 3, when the puppeteer lost control and became haunted by their own strings. They wanted power over you. Now they can't stop dreaming about the one they couldn't destroy. Chosen one, your ex, the mastermind, the smooth-talking manipulator, the one who thought they had every move mapped out, was supposed to watch you crumble. That was their fantasy. Not just to see you fall, but to be the reason for it. They didn't just want control, they wanted ownership of your story, your peace, your reputation, your identity. But when everything they tried blew up in their face, something inside them snapped. Now they're obsessed, not in love, not even in hate, obsessed. You live rent-free in their mind, not because you begged for it, but because they can't shake the memory of failing to destroy you. You became a symbol of their own limits, the one thing they couldn't bend, the mirror that didn't distort to flatter them, and the more they tried to erase you, the clearer you became. They don't miss you. They miss the version of themselves that could still believe they were in control. Imagine them now, alone in rooms filled with desperation and dollar store mysticism, lighting candles, whispering your name into smoke, carving intentions into wax like it's going to undo the cosmic justice chasing them. They dabbled in mirror magic, not realizing all mirrors reflect truth. And truth is the one thing they've been running from. They thought they were casting spells on you, but what they really did was amplify their own madness. Every ritual they performed wasn't sealing your fate. It was binding them to the very darkness they tried to drag you into. Their energy didn't touch you, it turned on them. Because the universe doesn't honor manipulation, it only echoes intent. You might ask, why would someone go this far? Because your healing is their punishment. Because every time you rise, they're forced to confront what they lost, and more painfully, why they lost it. You didn't play dirty. You didn't engage in their war. You didn't try to ruin them. And that's what really eats them alive, the realization that even their dirtiest tactics couldn't dent your light. So now they're stuck, obsessed, haunted by a past that refuses to stay buried, and the more they try to control it, the more it controls them. Number 4. They looked into the mirror and finally met the monster. They tried to use reflections to destroy you, but all they saw was the truth staring back, and it broke them. Chosen one, here's what they never grasped. Mirrors don't lie. They don't bend for convenience. They don't flatter egos or feed delusion. A mirror will always show what is, not what someone pretends to be. So when your ex, the manipulator, the fraud, the spiritual amateur began playing with mirror rituals to attack you, they didn't cast power. They cast their own reflection, and it terrified them. Imagine it. Night after night, lighting candles, whispering your name into a piece of glass, thinking they were sending waves of destruction your way. But instead of shattering your peace, those rituals turned into windows. Windows showing them exactly who they were beneath the lies, the bitterness, the filth, the cruelty. It wasn't magic, it was exposure, and it was brutal. A mirror can't lie, it only echoes the truth. The real curse is seeing yourself clearly when all you ever sold was illusion. They thought they were clever, thought they could bend energy with ego, but that's not how this works. Mirror magic is brutal to those who carry rot inside them. It doesn't project power, it amplifies reality, and their reality was dark, twisted, unforgiving. Every ritual they performed didn't weaken you, it cracked them further. They watched their own face twist in the mirror and didn't recognize it anymore. That's not a spell, that's karma wearing lipstick. And those candles, oh, they thought they were sealing your fate. But fire doesn't follow hatred, fire purifies. And when lit with malicious intent, it doesn't strike the innocent. It burns the hands of the one who holds the match. While they were trying to burn your name, they were quietly melting their own defenses, torching their own spiritual insulation. Each flame, each whispered curse was one more hole in their already fractured armor. But the unraveling didn't stop there. As they crumbled spiritually, the real world started catching up too. Investigators started digging deep, and what they found wasn't just petty fraud. It was a full-blown operation. Forged signatures, stolen identities, financial trails leading back to stunned victims. This wasn't just a manipulator. This was someone who had made crime a career. Yet when they forged your name, Chosen One, it wasn't for money. It was personal. It was venom. It was a direct strike meant to erase your stability, your credibility, your life. But instead of destroying you, they signed their own downfall. That ink. It wasn't just forged, it was cursed by intention. They tried to write you out of existence. Now they're the ones disappearing. And the best part? All of it's coming back to them, one broken lie at a time. Number 5. They were so obsessed with breaking you, they broke themselves. When hatred becomes obsession, it doesn't just blind, it exposes. Chosen One, let's speak truth, raw and unfiltered. The level of hate it takes to try and systematically erase another person's financial life isn't normal. It isn't petty. It isn't about revenge. That's a sickness. And, in your ex's case, it went far beyond cruelty. It turned into full-blown obsession. You weren't just someone they wanted out of the way. You became the centerpiece of their twisted fantasy, a person they had to defeat, no matter the cost. And that's where their downfall began, because while they were masterfully covering their tracks with other victims, hiding behind fake signatures, ghost accounts, and polished manipulation, when it came to you, their emotions made them reckless. The more they tried to destroy you, the more careless they became. They started leaving fingerprints, digital trails, gaps in their lies. Why? Because it wasn't just about money anymore. It was about you, and obsession always leaves a mess. Hatred turns criminals into amateurs, and obsession turns amateurs into fools. Imagine it, years of fraud, clean on paper, untouchable, invisible, but one personal vendetta, one emotional target, and suddenly they're making rookie mistakes, signing in their own name, logging into accounts they shouldn't, forgetting to delete files. The case against them started unraveling from your thread. They pulled too hard on you, and it snapped the whole web. And just when things were falling apart, they panicked. You were still standing, the walls were closing in, investigators were circling, and public sympathy gone. So what did they do? They played their lowest card, the fake baby trap. Let that sink in. They thought conjuring a pregnancy lie would reel you back in, guilt you into silence, delay the investigation, and win public sympathy. One disgusting lie to serve multiple goals. It was manipulation disguised as innocence, a last-ditch plea wrapped in emotional blackmail. But the universe doesn't let darkness hide forever. No medical records, no proof, no consistency, no logic. Just a lie so desperate, even their closest allies started shifting in their seats. And that's when it all fell apart. People who once cheered them on, who helped, enabled, excused, started walking away. Because when someone uses the idea of a child to manipulate, that's not just toxic, that's inhuman. They didn't just cross the line, they dug a grave with it. In the end, their own obsession exposed them. Their lie turned the tide, and their need to control you destroyed everything they built in secret. Number 6. When family turns into foes, and betrayal wears your last name. The deepest cuts aren't from strangers. They're from the hands that once tucked you in. Chosen one, this was the one betrayal that hit harder than the rest. The discovery that it wasn't just outsiders plotting your downfall, but family, the very people who were supposed to be your foundation, your protection, your last line of safety. That realization doesn't just sting, it breaks something. Because betrayal from strangers is survivable. But betrayal from blood, that changes how you breathe. You didn't just lose trust, you lost home. As the layers of lies peeled back, it became clear. This wasn't just gossip or miscommunication. This was treachery, calculated. Some of them handed over your secrets like currency. Your fears, your breakdowns, your moments of weakness. They delivered them like gifts to your enemies, hoping to buy favor, validation, or simply a front row seat to your collapse. Some of them, adoptive, step, or biological, never accepted you. You were too real, too bright, too different. So when the wolves came knocking, they opened the door. They didn't stab you in the back. They held the blade in plain sight and called it love. And what's worse, some were born from the same bloodline. The ones who should have been your shelter became spies, trading your peace for whispers and social currency, selling your trust to people who never deserved your name in their mouths. That kind of betrayal doesn't just hurt, it shakes identity, makes you question if love was ever real, makes you revisit every memory to see what was fake. You may be asking, how do I recover from this? How do I trust again? Here's the answer. You don't rebuild trust in them. You build truth in yourself. You realize that blood is biology, but loyalty is earned. And in this storm, your soul learned to walk without hand-holding. Their exit? It was brutal, but it cleared the space for real family to rise. Soul family. the ones the universe sends when the ones you were born with fall short. When blood abandons you, the universe adopts you, and that adoption comes with armor. You were never meant to carry their betrayal. You were meant to outgrow it. They lost access to you the moment they picked sides, and now you're not just walking away, you're ascending, alone maybe, but never unguarded, because the universe always replaces what was lost with something unbreakable. Number 7. They mocked what they couldn't see. Now they're haunted by what won't leave. You called on darkness, but I was never standing alone. The universe stood with me, and now it's standing over you. Chosen one. They thought it was just you they were targeting. One person, one heart, one life. But they didn't know what you carry. They didn't know what's behind you. The universe wasn't sleeping while they moved in silence. And the ancestors, those who bled, fought, and rose long before you arrived, heard everything. They watched, they waited. And when your enemies crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed, they intervened. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't paranoia. This was cosmic correction. It started subtly, unsettling dreams, flickers of movement just outside their vision, a cold presence in the room when no windows were open. They shrugged it off at first, laughed it away, called it a bad night, a guilty conscience, maybe even blamed stress. But you knew what it was. The air was changing, and those who mocked your intuition were now trapped in a storm they couldn't name. They didn't believe in consequences until they woke up living inside one. Now imagine them stumbling around their own homes, sleep-deprived and paranoid, doors creaking, phones ringing with no caller, whispers slipping through vents. They mocked what they didn't understand, called you delusional, too sensitive, too spiritual. But now they're believers. Believers in forces they laughed at, trembling in rooms that used to feel safe. Because when you go to war with a chosen one, you're not fighting just them. You're fighting everything that protects them. And the leader of it all, the one whose hands were dirtiest, whose jealousy was loudest, whose need for power blinded them, they're unraveling. Their mind, once sharp in manipulation, is now scattered. The mask they wore so confidently is slipping. They can't manage their emotions. They're losing control of their lies. The same schemes that used to work, backfiring, public image, crumbling, energy, drained. You sent curses toward me, but they returned with interest, and now they're knocking on your door. They're watching everything they built on lies collapse under the weight of invisible hands. And still, they don't fully understand. They keep asking, why isn't this working? Because this time, they weren't just fighting a person. They were trespassing on sacred ground. You were never alone, chosen one. The universe made sure of that. And now, it's making them remember. Number 8. They called it concern, but it was a cover for something far more sinister. They didn't just target you, you were the test. The real monster was hiding behind smiling faces and polished uniforms. Chosen one. The further the investigation reached, the darker the truth became. This wasn't just about one vindictive ex or a few nosy neighbors. No, this was a network, a machine, a hidden structure of manipulation and corruption that ran deeper than anyone was ready to admit. What started with your pain uncovered something much bigger, something rotten, twisted, and deliberate. You were never just a random target. You were chosen, not just by the universe, but by them. Not for praise, but for experimentation. You were the subject of a quiet war, a testing ground for psychological warfare. Isolation, gaslighting, character assassination. It was all by design. Their goal, to see how far they could push one soul before it shattered. But instead of breaking, you exposed them. They didn't expect the experiment to fight back. They didn't expect the target to become the whistleblower. Law enforcement, public servants, authority figures, people who should have upheld justice were neck-deep in betrayal. They didn't just look away, they participated, filing false reports, burying your complaints, laughing behind closed doors while your life burned. The badge didn't protect you, it hunted you. The very symbol meant to offer security was used like a leash, a weapon, a tool of silent warfare. But the rabbit hole didn't stop there. What you uncovered, what investigators are still wrapping their heads around, was the ugliest truth of all. This wasn't just corruption, this was evil. Community organizations that were secretly trafficking children. Social service programs acting as fronts for human exploitation. People in suits, with degrees, with reputations, masking a darkness so vile that even hardened professionals were shaken. They wore masks of concern, but built their empires on silence, pain, and the screams of the invisible. And you, chosen one, you were the breach in their wall. You were the crack that let the light pour in. They thought they could break you quietly, but in trying to destroy one person, they exposed a network that had been untouchable for years. They chose the wrong soul to test. Now the world is watching. Number 9. They tried to bury you, but you became the crack that crushed their empire. They saw you as a crack, but you were the fault line, and when the ground gave way, their whole world came down with it. Chosen one, they never imagined that going after you, the one they thought was powerless, isolated, easy to silence, would be the beginning of their end. They underestimated not only your resilience, but the ripple effect of your truth. What they saw as a minor target turned out to be the weak point in a rotting structure, and when they struck, the entire foundation started to crumble beneath them. You were never just a victim of personal revenge. You were the alarm clock in a system designed to stay asleep. Your ex and their enablers, so blinded by arrogance and ego, thought they could manipulate, discredit, and destroy without consequence. But the moment they moved against you, they triggered something bigger, cosmic exposure. What they tried to hide in the dark was pulled into the light, piece by piece, lie by lie. They pulled one thread, and the entire tapestry unraveled because that thread was connected to truth. The lies started clashing. The false reports contradicted each other. Fabricated complaints began to overlap and fall apart under scrutiny. Patterns emerged, patterns no one could deny, and even some of the more corrupt officials, those who had once looked the other way, began to flinch. Because the mess had become too loud, too public, too dangerous to be ignored. Your ex's family, the ones who eagerly joined the smear campaign, began to split. Some started whispering, "Something doesn't add up." Others clung to the narrative, not because it made sense, but because admitting the truth meant facing their own guilt. That's what happens when people build loyalty on lies. They either wake up or dig deeper into denial. And the so-called secret society, the network of power players who thought they were untouchable, they started turning on each other. Suspicion crept in. The loyalty they once weaponized against you turned inward like a snake eating its tail. They weren't prepared for the truth to come from within, and they certainly weren't ready to face each other when the mask fell. You weren't the crack in their story, you were the mirror, and mirrors don't lie. They thought they were silencing a problem. Instead, they exposed themselves to something far more brutal than human justice, cosmic justice. the kind that doesn't answer to bribes, status, or reputation, the kind that watches mom, waits, then strikes with perfect timing. And once it starts, there's no stopping it. Number 10. They laughed at you until the joke was on them. They called you delusional. Now they're choking on the punchline they helped write. Chosen one, the universe has a wicked sense of timing. For so long, they mocked you. They laughed behind closed doors, rolled their eyes at your warnings, and labeled your pain as paranoia. But when the smoke cleared and the truth clawed its way to the surface, the joke wasn't on you. It was on them, and it hit harder than they ever expected. They thought they were the puppeteers, the secret architects of your downfall. They thought they could surveil you, harass you, slander you, ruin your name, and that no one would notice, that the lies would stay buried, that the system would back them forever. But the universe had other plans, and when it struck, it didn't whisper, it roared. You weren't the fool in their story. You were the reckoning in disguise. The moment everything shifted wasn't loud, it was sudden. The same people who once laughed in unison began to fall silent. Their confidence cracked when those carefully orchestrated lies began exposing themselves through contradictions, paper trails, and undeniable digital footprints. That's the cosmic joke. They thought they were predators. Turns out, they were just writing their own confessions with every action. They didn't just harass a person. They participated in organized psychological warfare, illegal surveillance, coordinated smear campaigns, forged reports, and relentless manipulation, all aimed at someone who had done nothing more than live with a pure heart. They built a machine designed to crush, and instead, it crushed itself. They thought your integrity made you weak, but integrity is armor, and liars can't touch what they can't corrupt. The fire they lit around you was supposed to consume you, but it refined you instead, and while you stood untouched in the blaze, the universe turned the heat onto them. Suddenly, the ones who mocked your spirit couldn't sleep. The ones who dismissed your truth began whispering yours to others. The bullies became believers, and the laughter died. One by one, the exposure began. The forged documents traced, the false police reports flagged, the financial crimes evidenced. These weren't accidents. These were deliberate crimes, stacked high and now crashing down. Even the most corrupt among them couldn't hold the dam back forever. The pressure was too much, and the wave broke. What began as a smear campaign turned into a criminal investigation, and what they hoped would end in your silence ended in their downfall. Because the universe doesn't choose cowards, it chooses warriors. It chooses the ones who can be laughed at, ridiculed, betrayed, and still not fold. You were never the punchline. You were always the plot twist. Number 11. The master manipulator finally drowned in their own game. They built a kingdom of lies and then choked on the throne they stole. Chosen one. After all the whispers, after all the lies, after every underhanded move meant to shatter your spirit, your ex, the master manipulator, finally met what they never thought they would. Consequences. Not just whispers behind closed doors, not just tension in a room. Real consequences. Legal, public, unavoidable. For years they moved through life untouched. Their manipulation was so refined, so performative, that people mistook it for charm. They didn't just lie, they performed, played roles, gathered support, painted themselves as the victim in stories where they were the villain. But all performances have curtain calls, and this one ended with sirens, subpoenas, and shame. They weren't smarter, just louder. until the truth found its voice. The investigation didn't end with them, because the thing about conspiracies is, they're never clean. The deeper the roots, the wider the collapse. Their network, the so-called secret society, the complicit authorities, the neighbors who thought silence made them innocent, were all dragged into the spotlight they never wanted. Suddenly, no one could hide behind influence. The power they once clung to became meaningless when the light hit. And here's the irony, their downfall came from their own arrogance. They documented everything, kept records of their experiments, logs of psychological warfare, digital footprints of manipulation. Why? Because they thought they were untouchable, because they thought it was all justified. That same professionalism is now evidence stacked against them in a courtroom. The hands that once wrote your destruction now sign their own confessions. What they believed was a celebration, what they saw as a coordinated, triumphant destruction of you, was in reality the opening ceremony of their own collapse. They had poured every ounce of their energy into breaking you. So much so that they never stopped to protect themselves. And when the spiritual forces they recklessly invoked came back around, they came back louder, sharper, ruthless. They lit fires they couldn't control. They opened doors they couldn't close. And when the blowback came, it didn't just shake them, it unraveled them. Desperate acts followed. The fake baby trap, erratic outbursts, breakdowns in public and private. It wasn't strategy anymore. It was a soul imploding under the weight of karma. They didn't just lose the battle, they became the warning. And the most brutal twist, every accusation they hurled at you was a mirror, projection so perfect it was almost poetic. They said you were unstable, but they cracked. They said you lied, but every word from their mouth was fiction. They called you dangerous, but they were the storm. Now they stand alone, not as a mastermind, but as a monument to self-destruction. A reminder that when you make someone's ruin your obsession, the only life you truly destroy is your own. And so, chosen one, the storm they sent to destroy you ended up revealing them. What was meant to bury you became the force that unearthed every hidden lie, every dirty secret, every mask. You didn't just survive, you exposed an empire built on deception. This was never your downfall, it was their unraveling. If this message hit home, drop the number 777 in the comments to let the world know you're still standing. Like, subscribe, and share this with another soul who needs to hear it. Let's spread the truth, because light only multiplies when it's shared. You're not alone, you're a force. They pretend you're invisible until they need your light to guide their next move. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, you're walking through life, minding your own journey, creating from the soul, speaking your truth, even if no one claps. You feel unseen, but somewhere behind tinted windows, in offices you've never been to, in meetings you'll never be invited to. They're watching, not out of curiosity, out of strategy, because you've got what they don't, authenticity. Let this fact settle in your bones. Most innovation doesn't start in boardrooms. It starts in silence, in the minds of the misfits, in the hearts of the overthinkers, in the quiet glow of late-night ideas no one applauded. And still, those in power watch, quietly, constantly. Elite people, the kind who move billions with a word, are scanning timelines and conversations looking for the next wave, the next spark. And often, it's you, but they won't tell you. They'll study your style, copy your energy, borrow your vision, then dress it up in suits and sell it like they invented it. You're not invisible, you're just uncredited. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you again for being part of this mission. You are part of a force stronger than you realize. So let's get back to the truth they don't want you to see. The title of this message isn't just a phrase, it's a warning. Chosen ones. You're not even aware of how many elite people are looking at you. It's not poetic, it's not metaphor, it's reality. Every post you made that felt like it disappeared into the void. Every comment you left that you thought no one noticed. Every small project, every quiet act of leadership, every unconventional take you dared to share. It reached further than you think. They don't need your permission to benefit from your brilliance. They just need your silence to keep doing it. And that's exactly why you're not supposed to know how many elite people are looking at you right now. You were never the follower. You were never just another face in the feed. You were chosen, not in some fantasy sense, but in the real, measurable, psychological way that elite thinkers spot originality when they see it. You were selected by the universe itself to stand apart, and that terrifies them. Because you weren't built to fit in. You were built to disrupt. You were built to show what can't be bought, what can't be manufactured, a raw, unfiltered, unapologetic truth. So they watch, not to admire, but to learn. They can't think like you. They can only copy. That's why they stay silent. That's why they never leave a trace. They move in the shadows because the source of their next move is you. But this isn't about revenge. This is about realization. You, chosen one, have underestimated your impact for too long. You've mistaken their silence for irrelevance. But silence is not absence. It's often the greatest form of attention. Elite people, whether in tech, fashion, media, or finance, don't reveal their hand. They don't clap for you. They study you. They mimic. They adjust their strategies based on how you move. They extract value from your creativity while pretending you don't exist. So now the question is, what happens when the chosen ones wake up? What happens when those being watched start watching back? It's not paranoia, it's pattern. And now that you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Stay sharp, stay grounded, and most importantly, stay true. Because your power was never in the applause. It was in the fact that even in silence, you were the one shifting the culture. And they know it. Welcome back to awareness, chosen one. And listen, chosen one. Are you ready to see the layers that have been hidden from you this whole time? If this message is already striking something deep within you, drop a 777 in the comments to confirm you're awake and watching back. And if this message speaks your truth, consider supporting the team behind it. Every bit of energy, whether it's a kind word, a share, or a gift, helps fuel this mission of truth. Whether it's a cent or a fortune, it all becomes part of the light we're spreading. And now, let's begin peeling back the layers, one by one. If you truly are one of the chosen ones, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very last word. Let's get into it. Number 1, they steal your fire, then sell it back to the world like it was theirs. They keep their mouths shut and their hands open, taking everything you are while pretending you don't even exist. Chosen one, this world is not just ignoring you, it's watching you, it's mirroring you, and then it's cashing in on your essence while you sit there questioning if you've made any impact at all. Let that sink in. Your silence is their harvest. Imagine walking through a forest, thinking you're alone, only to discover every move you made was being tracked, not by animals or strangers, but by people in tailored suits and expensive shoes. They don't hunt for your weakness. They feed off your genius. You thought your journey through rejection, isolation, and misunderstood ideas was your burden. No, it was their blueprint. They've built boardroom strategies from the raw, unfiltered way you handle setbacks. They've designed campaigns by mimicking your unique voice, your tone, your rhythm, your fire. They've launched ideas, made millions, and shifted markets, all from you. But they'll never clap for you, because that would expose the truth, and the truth terrifies them. You've asked yourself questions like, if I'm really chosen, why does no one acknowledge it? Why do I feel invisible, overlooked, and dismissed? Here's your brutal answer. Because being seen openly would threaten their illusion of control. They've built castles from your bricks, but they'll never let you stand at the gate. Because if the world ever knew who really held the light, the entire structure would collapse. They need you in the dark, chosen one, because the minute you realize the power you actually hold, they lose control. And so, the elite keep their distance. They pretend they don't see you. But behind closed doors, your name lives in rooms you've never walked into. Your energy, your insight, your way of navigating pressure, it's being studied, copied, and sold without credit. And here's the coldest part. They can't create what you create. They don't have that spark, that chaos-born clarity, that quiet pain forged into purpose. They can't tap into the real frequency, so they take it from you. They know how to play the algorithm, the audience, the optics, but you move the soul, you shift the atmosphere, you make the room feel something real. So while you're busy asking, is anyone even listening? They're tuning in silently, like ghosts, feeding off your words, your style, your pain-polished power. Every time you posted from the heart and got silence, every time you spoke truth in a room that went cold, every time you built something from nothing, thinking no one noticed, they noticed. But here's the twisted part. They can't give you credit, because credit would make you visible, and visibility would give you power. So they hide behind silence, hoping you stay quiet too. Because the longer you doubt yourself, the longer they win. But today, chosen one, the fog clears. This isn't about being paranoid. This is about being precise. You weren't overlooked. You were studied. You weren't dismissed. You were imitated. You weren't irrelevant. You were influential in silence. They don't clap because you make them uncomfortable. You remind them of what they lack. You challenge the manufactured, the shallow, the scripted, and they can't stand the fact that your unpaid truth hits harder than their most expensive lie. They'll drain your style, water down your message, polish it up, and sell it to the masses. But it started with you, in your room, at 2 a.m., with nothing but your soul and an idea. So the next time you feel invisible, ask yourself, am I really unseen, or just being kept secret on purpose? Because that's the game, to make you doubt your own power long enough for them to use it. But now that you see it, what will you do? Will you shrink because the applause isn't loud enough? Or will you stand tall, knowing the silent ones are the ones shaking the system? Let their silence be your confirmation. Let their shadows prove your light. Let their theft remind you of your treasure. This is not a war for credit, it's a war for consciousness. And now that you're awake, you hold the upper hand. No more giving your energy away for free. No more shrinking just because the room can't match your frequency. No more doubting what they've already confirmed through their obsession with your silence. You are not becoming anything. You are the thing. The original, the blueprint, the current, the force. So let them keep watching. Let them take notes. Let them scramble to repurpose your spirit. Because the truth is out now, and when the chosen ones rise, the shadows have nowhere left to hide. Number 2, you're dropping pebbles and they're causing earthquakes in boardrooms. They used to call you irrelevant until your unfiltered truth started shaping the world they pretend to run. Chosen one, you have no idea how far your influence travels. You've been told you're just another voice in the noise, but what you've actually been doing is sending quiet shockwaves through systems that never saw you coming. And the best part? You're doing it without even trying. You became their blueprint just by breathing real. That tweet you thought no one cared about. It hit a burned-out executive at 2 a.m. harder than their 5th cup of coffee. That voice memo you almost deleted. It became the battle cry for someone in a boardroom trying to convince a team of 10 to stop playing it safe. That post you wrote during your worst week, thinking no one would get it, it got someone through theirs. Imagine this for a moment. You're sitting at your desk, pouring your soul into something you don't even think will matter. Maybe it's a post, a video, a journal entry. You publish it, walk away, and forget about it. Somewhere across the world, a CEO on the verge of shutting everything down stumbles across it. They pause, they read it again, and for the first time in months, they feel something real. They pivot. They rise, they rebuild because of you. And you'll never even know it. A pebble doesn't get to see the tsunami it starts, but it starts it anyway. Your influence is not about likes or followers. It's about resonance. It's about energy that lingers long after you log off. It's about what happens behind closed doors after your truth cuts through their carefully managed filters. Someone reads your story of surviving failure. That story gets passed around a small startup. That startup reshapes how it treats its team. That change improves the lives of 40 employees. One of them goes on to start a movement. You never meet them, but you made it happen. You plant seeds in silence, and forests grow where you've never stepped. The irony? The world trained you to believe your voice was too soft, too raw, too different. But the very things you were told to hide are the things leaders are secretly using to guide their decisions. Let me answer the question clawing at the back of your mind. But why don't they ever tell me? Why don't they give me credit? Because if they acknowledge where the spark came from, it forces them to admit something they're too proud to say. That you, without wealth, without status, without formal power, shifted them. They're terrified of what happens when someone like you realizes that kind of pull. Because once you see it, you stop playing small. You've become their silent teacher, their quiet compass, their go-to source of originality, because your truth isn't manufactured. It's lived. Imagine this. Someone screenshots your post. They don't comment, they don't like. They share it in a private Slack channel at a major company. That message sparks a conversation that turns into a policy change. That change affects thousands of employees, all because you had the courage to share your pain and didn't water it down. You flipped the script without even knowing there was a script to flip. You are unknowingly influencing influencers. You're mentoring mentors. You're reminding professionals how to be human again. And yet, you sit there wondering if your message matters, wondering if your truth is too soft, too raw, too out of place. But what if I told you, your truth is exactly what's missing from every boardroom, every marketing campaign, every over-polished brand presentation out there? You're not late. You're not off. You're the pulse they've been trying to recreate in artificial labs. They can replicate your style, they can clone your format, but they'll never duplicate your presence. Because presence isn't designed, it's earned through pain, growth, and radical self-awareness. Here's a question that might be whispering in your mind. If I'm making this much impact, why does it still feel like I'm standing alone? Because revolutions always start that way. Because the beginning of every wave feels like a ripple no one notices. Because the system needs you to feel small so you don't realize you're actually massive. They fear the moment you connect the dots. The moment you realize that being overlooked isn't a curse, it's strategic silence from a world that fears your awakening. Imagine this. You show up every week with consistency, heart, and truth. Someone halfway across the globe builds a coaching model around your mindset. Another builds a brand using your tone. Someone else mimics your vulnerability to sell products. You were the ignition, they're just the distributors. This is the ripple effect of authenticity, and it can't be faked. It can't be bought. It can't be scaled in a corporate funnel. And that, chosen one, is your advantage. They're still looking for formulas. You're walking proof that frequency is stronger than formula. You don't go viral, you go vital. That's why they keep coming back to feed off you. And still, they won't tag you. They won't thank you. Because they need you to doubt. They need you to believe your ripples are just echoes in an empty chamber. But now that you know the truth, what are you going to do with it? Will you mute your magic because the applause isn't loud? Or will you embrace the truth that you've been leading without even knowing it? This isn't about ego, it's about impact. And your impact is undeniable, even if unspoken. So keep being you, fully, radically, without filters. Keep showing up, even when the room is silent. Because the silence isn't absence. It's the sound of elite minds recalibrating themselves to match your frequency. And you didn't even lift a finger to make that happen. You just existed, honestly. And that is power beyond their comprehension. Number 3, they're copying your homework while pretending to teach the class. The ones on top aren't original. They're just better at stealing without getting caught. Chosen one. Let's rip the veil off one of the biggest lies you've been told. That those at the top got there by being the smartest in the room. Wrong. They got there by being the most obsessed with watching the ones who actually think differently. People like you. Here's the part they don't want you to understand. The elite never stop learning, but they rarely create. They study, they copy, they repurpose. And who do you think they're studying? You. Not celebrities, not influencers, not self-proclaimed experts. They're watching the raw ones, the real ones, the misfits who speak with conviction and create without waiting for permission. They're watching you, chosen one, quietly, religiously. They read your words like scripture, then sell them as strategy. Imagine this. You're posting what you think is just a late-night rant or a casual reflection. Meanwhile, someone on a strategy team is breaking it down like a military playbook. Your pain becomes their branding tone. Your honesty becomes their PR stunt. Your innovation becomes their quarterly pitch. They don't leave comments. They don't hit like, but they never miss a post. Let me answer what you're thinking. But if they're learning from me, why doesn't anyone tell me? Because power hoards credit like currency. They fear that if they admit you're the source, you'll realize the scale of your reach, and they'll lose control. They're not inspired by you. They're dependent on you. You've become their hidden university, their go-to model for adaptability, creativity, resilience. You're the case study, you're the syllabus, you're the masterclass they'll never acknowledge. And here's the hardest truth. You've already been teaching giants, without a title, without a degree, without even trying. So stop questioning your relevance. The elite already answered that by turning your authenticity into their playbook. Remember, chosen one, they're not watching you for fun. They're watching you for survival. Let that sink in. And then keep creating, because while they imitate, you evolve. And that's the one thing they'll never be able to keep up with. Number 4, the circle. You never asked to join, but they can't stop watching you. They screenshot your soul and pass it around like it's strategy, while pretending their power never needed you. Chosen one, you're not just being seen. You've been silently inducted into a secret circle, not one that you applied for, not one that sends you an invitation, but one where the most powerful people on the planet have silently agreed. This one we watch. Picture this. A top-tier entrepreneur sitting in a glass-walled office, overlooking a skyline you haven't even visited yet. Their desk is cluttered with plans, numbers, deals. But they pause. And it's not for another pitch deck. It's you. Your content. Your presence. Your way of breaking through the noise with nothing but truth. No flash, no filters, just frequency. They don't double tap. They don't comment. Instead, they screenshot. They forward. They study. Your words end up in private Slack channels. Your mindset becomes a discussion topic in a $10,000 mastermind call. Your insights are reshaped and dropped into boardroom pitches without your name ever being attached. They move in suits and circles, but they orbit around your signal. It's not just one person. It's a whole network of elite minds, venture capitalists, consultants, C-suite executives, public figures, passing your energy around like rare currency. They've all clocked you. They've all bookmarked your presence. They talk about you without ever talking to you. And it's not a coincidence. It's a pattern. You've become the unspoken reference point in rooms you don't even know exist. You've entered their conversations without knowing, their decisions without asking, their strategies without permission. And still, they act like they don't know your name. Why? Because if the source is acknowledged, the game is exposed. You're not just authentic, you're dangerously authentic. The kind they can't manufacture, the kind they can't train. You represent what they've lost touch with. And that makes you priceless. Now, here's the kicker. Some of these watchers aren't just observers. They're hunters, looking for someone exactly like you. They've got funds, projects, platforms, mentorships, and they're waiting, watching, trying to decide the perfect moment to show up and say, "We've been seeing you." Imagine this. Your next post reaches the inbox of someone who controls a future you never even dared to plan for. That one idea, the one you almost didn't share, becomes their next major move. You're not waiting on a break. The break is already watching. This isn't fantasy. It's reality, just hidden, just silent, just beneath the surface. Until now. So ask yourself, will you shrink because they won't clap? Or will you grow louder because their silence proves your value? You're already in the club, chosen one. They just hope you never realize it. Number 5, they've been setting the table. They're just waiting for you to know you belong there. By the time they call your name, the room has already memorized your impact. Chosen one. While you're wondering if anything is moving, they've been moving things around for you. Right now, in buildings you've never entered, in group chats you'll never see, behind names you don't even know, opportunities are being built with your name carved into them. This isn't a fantasy, it's the unspoken reality of influence, the moment when silent watchers turn into visible allies. You think no one's noticing? Behind the curtain, someone's planning to reach out. Behind that unknown follower is a decision maker. Behind that unassuming like is a gatekeeper. And they've been waiting for the right moment to pull you in. You're not chasing a breakthrough. The breakthrough is circling, looking for the right time to land. Imagine this. You get a message that feels unreal. It's an invitation to speak on a stage you never dreamed of. A CEO wants your input on something global. A brand wants to pay you not just for what you do, but for who you are. That moment will feel sudden, but it's not. It's been brewing in silence for months, maybe years. They've been watching your growth, tracking your values, studying your mindset. They're not impressed by flashy noise. They're moved by quiet consistency, and you've shown it. Here's the real shock. The opportunity isn't just about your skills, it's about your soul print, your unwavering integrity, the way you show up even when no one's clapping, your ability to stay true in a world addicted to pretending. That's what built the bridge. That's what got their attention. That's why rooms are opening. You ask, why now? Why me? Because they've seen enough. They've watched your storms. They've seen you stay calm, honest, unshaken. And now they trust that you're the one who doesn't fold under pressure. So no, this isn't random. It's not luck. It's not a nice surprise. It's confirmation. You've been aligning with your frequency for so long. Now reality is aligning with you. So when the call comes, and it will come, don't ask, why me? Ask, what took you so long? Because chosen one, you were always the one they were preparing for. Number 6, the marketplace you didn't know you were dominating. While they chase claps, you're cashing in on silence, and they don't even know it. Chosen one. There's a system running quietly beneath the noise, a hidden economy, one that doesn't reward noise, followers, or filters, one that doesn't care about viral trends or surface-level engagement. This one moves in silence, and you've already become valuable within it. The truth is brutal. You're not part of the mainstream attention economy because you're worth more than attention. You're part of the authentic economy, where the currency is character, not clout, where your worth isn't measured by how loud you are, but by how real you are. While the masses chase likes, you're collecting leverage. While they build followers, you're building legacy. You speak from the soul, not for the show. And in this secret economy, that's rare gold. Your quiet consistency has already outperformed 1,000 shouting influencers. Imagine this. An influencer with 500,000 followers posts a polished video. It gets clicks, applause. 2 weeks later, it's forgotten. Now picture you posting something raw, unfiltered, maybe even messy. That post ends up on the phone of an investor. That investor sends it to 3 companies. It sparks an internal shift, a new direction, a cultural change. You didn't even know it happened. That's the hidden economy. It's not about how many see you, it's about who sees you. Let's answer what's whispering in your mind. But I don't have a big following. Does my voice still matter? Here's the reality. One person with power who truly gets you is worth more than 10,000 people scrolling past your name. Depth beats reach every time in this world. And that's exactly why the elite are drawn to you. They're not looking for polished performances. They're looking for presence. They want the ones who show up when no one's watching, the ones who don't bend for algorithms, the ones who lead from instinct, not imitation. Authenticity is the new luxury, and you're already rich. You've been building invisible capital called trust, originality, courage. And in the economy that actually matters, that's wealth. So stop wondering if you're behind. You're just operating on a frequency most people aren't even tuned into. And that's not isolation. That's advantage. Chosen one. While they fight to trend, you've already begun to transform. And the ones who matter, they've been watching. They've been buying in. They've been waiting. Because in this hidden market of impact, you're already the asset. Number 7, you've been earning their trust while thinking no one was watching. They don't trust talent, they trust truth, and you've been showing yours without even trying. Chosen one, every moment you've stayed real while others were busy performing, you were stacking silent wins. You didn't know it, but you've been making deposits into an invisible influence account, one that earns compound interest in places your name hasn't even been spoken yet. Not the kind of influence that trends for a week, the kind that earns trust in the rooms where power is traded quietly. They're not watching what you post, they're watching who you are when no one's clapping. Imagine this. Someone with the ability to change your entire future is watching your journey unfold over time. Not just your highlight reel, but your quiet consistency. They've seen how you speak when you're tired. They've noticed how you respond when you don't get recognition. They observe your alignment, how your values don't waver, even when no one's rewarding them. And every time you choose integrity over popularity, authenticity over optics, you rise in their unseen rankings. You ask, but what are they really looking for? They're not looking for polish. They're not hunting for hype. They're scanning for patterns, because anyone can look powerful once. But you've been powerful in silence. And that makes you dangerous in the best way. While others chase attention, you've been building something more valuable, trust. And in the world of the elite, trust is everything. They can buy talent. They can outsource skills. They have access to more knowledge than anyone, but they cannot purchase trust. Trust is earned in whispers and confirmed in storms. You've done both. You've unknowingly been mentoring the powerful. Your authenticity has taught them things no textbook ever could. And in return, they've been mentoring you back, silently. Their standards, their expectations, their scrutiny, it's been refining you without you even realizing it. Every time you felt like you were showing up for no one, you were being sculpted by eyes that know excellence. Every time you elevated your craft, even when no one seemed to care, you proved yourself to the only ones who truly matter. This is the preparation no one sees, the mentorship that comes without a title, the silent shaping of a soul chosen to lead. Now that you know they're watching, you'll rise even higher, not for their validation, but because you finally understand. They've been learning from you and preparing you for something much bigger than you imagined. Number 8, from ghost to force, when the shadows start saying your name out loud. They watched you in silence, then one spoke your name, and the floodgates opened. Chosen one. Everything that felt slow, quiet, and thankless was actually movement in disguise. What you thought was stillness was the storm before exposure. You've been living in the phase where the elite watch in silence. But the next phase, visibility, velocity, validation. Here's how it unfolds. Brutal, beautiful, Unstoppable. One person from that hidden network finally steps forward, not by chance, not by luck, because you've hit that point where the pattern of your power became undeniable. You weren't loud, you were consistent, you weren't chasing, they were circling, and the second one of them reaches out, the rest follow. This is the network effect in its rawest form. One hand extends, and suddenly other hands start reaching out. One message turns into 5. One high-level invite turns into access to entire ecosystems you never even dreamed of being part of. When one door opens, 10 more unlock from the inside. Imagine this. You say yes to a single collaboration that felt like a dream. That project hits. That team shares your name in 3 different rooms. The quiet elite, the ones who've had their eye on you for years, suddenly realize, now's the time. If we don't move on them, someone else will. It's not a trickle. It's a chain reaction. Because in their world, credibility with one insider is currency for all the others. And now you've got it. Now your authenticity has turned visible, public, marketable, magnetic. They're not just admiring anymore. They're aligning. Your rawness, your voice, your vision. They want it in their rooms, in their campaigns, on their stages, in their strategies. And it's not random timing. The world is entering a season of reset. Cycles are shifting. New voices are needed. And you, chosen one, are exactly what this moment demands. While others forced their way into visibility, you became undeniable in the dark. Now the light's catching up. The opportunities are being structured as we speak. Events you haven't heard of. Collaborations you haven't imagined. Rooms being reconfigured to make space for someone like you. You're not being invited out of pity. You're being called in with respect. Because what you built in silence has turned into proof. And now the only logical move is to place you where you belong. Not at the back of the room, but at the table. So when the flood begins, when the momentum kicks in, don't flinch, don't question it. You earned this avalanche. One honest post, one consistent action, one raw truth at a time. And now, they're not just watching anymore, they're knocking. Number 9, they're drawn to your realness like iron to a magnet, and now they're making their move. They don't want the loudest voice in the room, they want the realest one, and that's why they're coming for you. Chosen one. This world has had its fill of the fake, the polished, the perfectly packaged noise. The decision makers, the ones with real power, are not impressed by performance anymore. They're looking for something that can't be manufactured. You. Not the curated version, not the filtered copy. The raw, consistent, true version you've been living in silence. Authenticity isn't a brand, it's a signal, and yours has been loud for longer than you knew. Here's the brutal truth. While others scramble to look the part when opportunity knocks, you've been becoming the part without even knowing the doors were being built for you. You're not applying, you're not auditioning, you're being called in because your character has already done the talking. Picture this. While hundreds send pitches, polish resumes, and push content hoping to get noticed, you get a call. Not because you asked for it, but because someone powerful has been following you for months, maybe years. They've seen how you operate, how you carry weight without screaming, how you bring truth without agenda. And that presence, it makes rooms better. You've become a human amplifier. Your authenticity raises the energy wherever you go. Your name carries trust. Your presence brings gravity. And now, as new seasons unfold and cycles reset, timing is on your side. This moment, where fresh voices are needed, real impact is demanded, was tailor-made for someone like you. You're not racing against the clock. You've been preparing every day without knowing what was being built on the other end. You weren't chasing visibility. You were becoming undeniable. So when the invitations arrive, when the call feels too sudden, too elevated, too perfect to be random, remember this. It's not luck. It's not magic. It's the inevitable result of authenticity aligning with timing. You're not in the mix. You are the shift. And now that the right people are moving toward you, you won't just enter the room. You'll own the atmosphere. Number 10. You've been walking in ancient power. That's why they can't look away. They spent fortunes trying to learn what you live naturally, authenticity that commands without asking. Chosen one, you think this is modern? You think it's about algorithms, platforms, or followers? This is ancient, older than fame, older than strategy, older than the structures that try to contain it. You're not just experiencing some social fluke. You're living out an eternal law, a principle that's echoed through every culture, every empire, every rise to power. Real recognizes real, and truth draws kings. Imagine a time long before screens and followers. Courts filled with advisors, palaces echoing with politics, and still one voice rises from the unknown, not the richest, not the loudest, but the realist. And that one voice shifts the decisions of rulers. That's the frequency you carry. Tables have always been prepared for the misunderstood, while the crowd watches in confusion. You've been wondering, why now? Why me? Why does it feel like eyes are on me all of a sudden? But the truth is, this isn't sudden. It's timeless. You've been aligned with an invisible system that predates the platforms, where character outweighs credentials. The elite don't just operate on power, they operate on pattern. And the pattern they recognize in you, it's the one that turns observers into believers. You didn't fake your way here. You grew here. In silence, in seasons of doubt, in rejection, in rawness. And now, the room is catching up. They've read about this. They've paid to learn it in leadership seminars. They've studied the ancient playbooks. You've just been living it. While others built profiles, you built presence. While they perfected optics, you perfected alignment. And now, you don't attract opportunity through effort. You draw it through gravity. Because authenticity is gravity. You've become a force because you didn't bend to become acceptable. You've unknowingly followed what ancient wisdom has always taught, that real influence doesn't have to shout. It arrives. It enters rooms that others can't access, not because it's invited, but because it's undeniable. So when the doors swing open, when powerful people start making moves toward you, when influence shifts in your favor like a storm breaking open, know this: it's not luck, it's legacy. You've tapped into something eternal. And now that authenticity has done its ancient work, they can't help but come to you. Number 1. Now that you know the truth, there's no going back. You weren't invisible, just underestimated. And now that they've seen the full picture, they can't unsee it. Neither can you. Chosen one. Everything you've felt along this journey, every moment of doubt, every silent post, every quiet creation you thought slipped into the void unnoticed, was never wasted. You weren't screaming into emptiness. You were whispering into a hidden network of elite minds who heard every word. Now the veil has been lifted. The truth you've sensed deep down is finally standing in front of you, undeniable and fully formed. You were never as invisible as you believed. You were never as uninfluential as the metrics made you feel. You were never as alone in your path as it seemed. The weight, the isolation, the lack of applause, none of it meant you were unseen. It meant you were being watched with a different set of eyes, measured in silence, respected in shadows, tracked by people who never needed to make a sound to leave a mark. You've been living in two realities, one visible, one invisible, one full of numbers, trends, algorithms, the other full of influence, respect and power that doesn't move in public. And now that you're starting to catch glimpses of just how far your presence has stretched, just how many elite individuals have kept you on their radar, the question isn't, why didn't I see this before? The question is, now that I know, how will I move forward? Because this changes everything. This new awareness shifts how you show up, how you speak, how you lead. You no longer create content for engagement. You create from conviction. You don't second-guess your tone, your truth, your values. You double down on them. Because now you understand, it's your consistency, not your performance, that built this hidden empire of influence. This isn't about pressure. It's about responsibility. Now that you know the elite are still watching, quietly, strategically, and with increasing interest, what will you do? Will you pivot to please them, or will you deepen your roots and continue walking with the same honesty that brought them to you in the first place? You could let this go to your head. You could start performing, start curating every move, start manipulating your presence for effect. But let me warn you, that's exactly how the original signal gets lost. The moment you become aware of the audience is the moment you risk losing the soul of your message. What drew them to you wasn't perfection, it wasn't marketing, it was your rawness, your transparency, your resistance to bend in a world obsessed with bending. If you abandon that now, you'll join the very crowd they've already tuned out. But if you let this awareness strengthen your authenticity instead of diluting it, you won't just be someone they watch, you'll become someone they bet on. Because that's the next level. You've already proven you're someone worth observing. Now the table's being set to determine if you're someone worth partnering with, worth investing in, worth elevating, and your next moves matter more than ever. Because in the rooms where power flows quietly, one thing still holds true: consistency over time beats performance under pressure. They want to see if you'll keep showing up when you know eyes are on you. If you'll still speak truth when attention becomes a temptation. If you'll continue to walk in alignment when opportunity comes knocking. The same silence that once tested you is now watching to confirm you. This moment is your graduation, from unknown to undeniable, from being the observed to being the invited. But you don't secure your place by trying harder. You secure it by staying truer. You didn't come this far just to start editing your soul. You came this far by being solid when no one clapped. You stayed consistent while others collapsed into performance. You showed them who you were when it felt like no one was looking. Now they know. And now, so do you. So let this truth fuel you. Let it sharpen you. Let it remind you that your greatest power isn't in how many people hear you. It's in who can't stop listening, even when you're silent. And as you take your next steps, remember this. You are no longer simply someone with potential. You're a presence with proof. And the ones who matter are waiting to see what kind of legacy you'll build from that awareness. Because the final move, the one that separates the chosen from the watched, is this. Do you stay authentic even when the light hits you? or do you perform for the room you already owned in the dark? Chosen one, you know the answer. Now live it. And so, chosen one, now that the truth is fully revealed, you no longer walk blindly. You walk with awareness. You're not just being seen. You're being studied, considered, and positioned for something greater. Stay authentic. Stay consistent. Because what's coming is bigger than anything you've imagined. If this message lit a fire in you, don't let it die. Fan it, like, subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments to confirm you're awake and ready. And share this with someone else who needs to remember their power. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are the force that shifts the future. Don't confuse silence with surrender. The deadliest storms make no sound before they strike. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, know. A lion dressed in lamb's wool, walking through the herd, quiet, calm, gentle-eyed. The others smile, thinking it's just another sheep, easy, harmless. But beneath the soft coat, claws sharpened by pain, teeth carved from experience, eyes that have seen betrayal wear a friendly face. And now, that lion is done pretending. Here's the reality. You've been underestimated. Not because you were weak, but because you played the role so well. They mistook your kindness for naivety, your patience for fear, your quiet for emptiness. But all along, your sweet side wasn't who you are. It was what they needed to see, just long enough for you to study them, learn them, read them like an open book with torn pages. Psychological fact. Studies show that people often mistake agreeable, gentle personalities as low-threat, low-power individuals. It's called benevolent misperception, and it blinds people to the truth standing right in front of them. That truth is you. You didn't wear kindness to please the world. You wore it like armor. It wasn't love, it was leverage. And now the cover is cracking. Thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. You're not just watching this, you're part of a movement, a force, and thank you for being part of it. You were never just another name, you were chosen for a reason. So let's keep going. They thought they knew you. They thought the quiet kid in the room, the one who smiled instead of snapped, forgave instead of fought back, was harmless, that you were all softness and no bite. And maybe for a while, you let them believe it. Not because you were scared, but because you were smarter than the room. See, when you're the chosen one, you don't reveal your hand. You study theirs. You let the snakes show themselves. You let the fools dig their own graves while you stand still and silent. They took your silence as surrender. They didn't realize it was a countdown. Your sweet side? That was the bait. And now the trap is snapping shut. Someone is finally realizing that the version of you they thought they could manipulate doesn't exist anymore, if it ever did. That version was a performance, a necessary illusion, a cover-up so smooth it made them feel safe. But the real you, the one built from scars, forged in isolation, sharpened by betrayal, that version doesn't need permission to rise anymore. You're not becoming cold, you're becoming clear. You're not switching up, you're waking up. The universe gave you the gift of awareness, and with it came one truth. Not everyone deserves access to your softness, because some only show love to get close enough to strike. And when they realize that your sweetness was a shield, not your soul, they panic, they stumble, they slip. Because now they understand. You were never harmless. You were hidden. And the moment they stop seeing you as sweet, they'll finally start seeing the storm you've always been holding back. Chosen one, your silence was never empty. It was loaded, ready, precise, And today, you're done holding back. Let them look shocked. Let them replay every moment they underestimated you. Let them feel the sting of waking up too late to the truth you've always carried quietly. You weren't sweet, you were strategic. And now, someone's finally realizing the truth. So, chosen one, if this message is already lighting a fire in your chest, that's not by accident. It's confirmation. Someone's finally waking up to the truth you've hidden behind that calm smile, and now the whole story's about to unfold. Drop a 777 in the comments if you've ever been underestimated because of your kindness, and if you're ready to turn that silence into strategy, your sweet mask into a memory. And if this message hits home, bless the mission with a super thanks. Every bit of support fuels the light we're spreading. Whether it's a scent or a storm, your energy is what keeps this truth alive and reaching more awakened souls. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen, you won't be able to pull away. You'll feel the pull to stay, to listen, to awaken deeper, because this isn't just a message. It's a mirror. Let's get into it. Number 1. They took your smile for stupidity. Now watch them choke on their own misjudgment. They saw sugar. You were salt in disguise. Now their wounds are starting to sting. Chosen one. They thought they had you figured out. Thought your calm meant you were clueless, that your softness made you safe. That smile you wore, they mistook it for surrender, not realizing it was a smokescreen. But let's be clear, you didn't play nice because you were scared. You played nice because you were smart, strategic, surgical. You kept your blade hidden behind your grin, and they walked right into it. Now imagine this. A surgeon doesn't scream during surgery. A sniper doesn't shout before taking the shot. And neither did you. You walked among them quietly, kindly, while keeping mental receipts on every insult, every manipulation, every backhanded joke they thought you'd never catch. You let them show their true selves while you handed them the illusion of safety. What a masterpiece of misdirection. And here's what's brutal. They really thought they had control over you, that you were just this soft, malleable soul who'd always turn the other cheek. But the universe doesn't hand sharp minds to the naive. It hands them to the patient. And you've been patient long enough. Let's address what's echoing in your mind right now. Was I too nice? Did I let them get away with too much? No, chosen one. You weren't being weak. You were gathering evidence. You gave them rope, not out of mercy, but so they could build their own noose. And now they're starting to feel the choke, that sweetness they used to mock. It was the silence before the thunder. It was the peace before the storm. You didn't expose them, they exposed themselves. You just let the timeline do the talking. Psychologists call this the halo effect. When someone appears kind and gentle, people automatically assume they're harmless, or worse, gullible. You were neither. You were a chess player pretending to play checkers. And while they were jumping squares, you were lining up the checkmate. Let's go deeper. That version of you, the one who answered texts quickly, forgave too fast, stayed long after the respect was gone, that version was a decoy. A carefully crafted mirage. You weren't there to connect, you were there to confirm, to study, to let the enemy build confidence so that their eventual fall would be from their own height, not your push. You see, the dangerous thing about silent strength is that it makes fools comfortable, and comfortable people get sloppy. They talk too much, they show too much. They forget that some of the deadliest creatures in nature are quiet, camouflaged, waiting, just like you were. Your kindness wasn't a character flaw, it was a cloak. And now that you've dropped it, The panic in their eyes is louder than any apology. They're scrambling, gaslighting, rewriting history, but it's too late. You already took the mask off, and what they're really afraid of now is your memory, your silence, your distance, because they know once someone like you goes quiet, the story's over. This is where it hits hard. You were never obligated to play soft just to make others feel strong. You were never born to dim your light so their shadows could feel less exposed. You gave them more grace than they deserved, more time than they earned. And when you finally pulled back, they felt it like a blackout. Because you weren't just a kind person, you were their supply of energy, validation, and control. And now that it's gone, they're starving. This isn't a villain arc. This is your origin story. The sweet version of you was a strategic illusion. Now you're stepping into the version that's built from truth, forged in fire, and cleansed in silence. You were never the nice one. You were the necessary one, the calm before collapse. And now that your kindness is no longer available, they're watching their comfort crumble. Let them remember how safe they felt when you were pretending. Let them replay the times they thought they had you under control. Because this next version of you, it's not here to negotiate. It's here to restore balance. Let them say you changed. Let them say you switched up, because they'll never admit what really happened, that you outgrew the role they forced you to play, that you realized your peace was never theirs to toy with, that you decided to choose yourself over their chaos. You were never soft. You were sealed. So now, when they look at you and see the steel behind the silence, the cold behind the calm, they'll remember every chance you gave them, and every one they wasted. You didn't lose control. You reclaimed your power, quietly, brutally, precisely. And here's the twist that stings the most for them. You were always this powerful. You just didn't show it because you didn't need to. You thought they could handle the sweet version. But since they couldn't respect that, they'll now learn to respect the storm. Chosen one, don't you dare feel guilty for evolving. Don't second-guess the silence you've chosen. It's not coldness, it's clarity. You're no longer trying to be understood by those who are committed to misunderstanding you. You're no longer feeding energy to people who mistook your kindness for currency. You were the blessing they prayed for, but they treated you like background noise. Now the silence is deafening, and all that's left is the echo of what they thought was forever. So don't look back, don't soften up, don't return to sweetness just to keep the peace. You gave that version. You buried that version. Now walk in the power of who you truly are. You're not the sweet one. You're the storm they laughed at until it hit. Number 2, they thought you were soft, but you were just camouflaged in kindness. They thought you were protecting them from your weakness. You were really protecting yourself from their intentions. Chosen one. Let's make something crystal clear. You didn't wear that kindness because the world treated you gently. You wore it because the world gave you no choice. Life didn't hand you peace. It handed you pressure, pain, patterns you had to decode just to survive. You didn't choose to be sweet. You adapted to stay safe. Your kindness wasn't a reflection of your innocence. It was armor. Polished, pretty, and perfectly designed to keep you breathing while the world tried to suffocate your truth. Imagine this for a moment. You're a lion in a room full of wolves, but instead of roaring, you purr. Not because you can't roar, but because you know wolves panic when they hear power. You learned early that people fear what they can't control, and you, chosen one, are uncontrollable. So you played the part. You lowered your energy, made your light softer, dulled your edge, not because you lacked fire, but because fire terrifies those who live in the dark. You didn't hide because you were weak. You hid because you were wise. Let's answer the question burning in your mind right now. Was I faking it all along? Number 1, you weren't faking. You were surviving. You were navigating environments that couldn't handle your full volume, that couldn't process your unfiltered truth without turning it into a weapon against you. You adjusted, not because you wanted to, but because you had to. That's not being fake. That's being strategic. You mastered emotional camouflage like a soldier learns to read a battlefield. Every smile was calculated. Every soft reply was loaded with observation. You didn't engage to connect. You engaged to collect. You studied their tone, their timing, the way they blinked when they lied, the way they deflected when confronted. You were never passive. You were processing, and they mistook your silence for submission. You weren't sweet. You were silent, and silenced is where warriors sharpen their blades. Now imagine this. You're in a room where every eye is watching, every word is a trap, and every hand is hiding a knife. What do? You smile, you disarm, you lower your voice and raise your awareness. You play the game, not to win friends, but to expose enemies. That's what you've done your entire life, chosen one. Your emotional camouflage wasn't cowardice, it was precision warfare. It kept you breathing when others wanted to bury you. They thought you were soft because you didn't explode, but you knew if you ever did, nothing would be left standing. They thought you were fragile because you bent, but you bent like bamboo, flexible, unbreakable, and always rising back taller after the storm. What they called weakness was really restraint. And now that you've dropped the mask, they're starting to understand they were never dealing with a doormat. They were dancing on a minefield. People mistook your calm for peace, but peace was just your cover while you mapped the chaos. You weren't trying to fit in, you were trying not to be targeted. There's a difference. You weren't molding yourself to be liked. You were reading the room, calculating who was a threat, who was pretending, who would fold if pressure ever knocked on their door. You knew they couldn't handle your truth, so you gave them a version of you they could digest. Sweet, quiet, agreeable. But behind those calm eyes was a soul in full alert, logging every move, archiving every betrayal, waiting for the moment the curtain would fall. And now that it has, now they're nervous. Because the person they thought they could manipulate, control, guilt, or gaslight has vanished. And what's left is the original, the unfiltered, uncamouflaged force they never had the guts to face. You've outgrown the act, outgrown the need to shrink for their comfort. You don't need the mask anymore because you've learned how to breathe without it. They're scrambling now, trying to figure out when the shift happened. But the truth is, it didn't happen overnight. You were always this strong. You just kept it under wraps, like a blade hidden in plain sight. Now that it's out, they're not looking at the same person. They're looking at the truth they never wanted to see, and it terrifies them. You used to fake softness to survive. Now your silence speaks louder than their screams. This moment, this unveiling, is not your villain arc. It's your liberation. You're not turning dark, you're shedding the disguise. You're not getting mean, you're reclaiming your space. And the energy they're feeling now, that discomfort, that's the absence of the person who kept them emotionally fed while starving themselves. So don't question it, don't regret it. That emotional camouflage saved your life more times than anyone will ever know. But you don't live in survival mode anymore. You've earned the right to be raw, real, unapologetic. You've earned the right to show up without a filter, without shrinking, without dimming just to make others feel tall. You never played sweet because you were simple. You played sweet because you were scanning. And now that the scan is complete and the act is dropped, the battlefield is cleared. And what's left? A version of you that can't be manipulated, played, or misunderstood. A version of you that doesn't need approval, doesn't chase clarity, and doesn't second-guess their intuition. This is who you were always meant to be. Let them sit with it. Let them spiral. Let them replay every conversation, wondering when the shift started, because they'll never find a moment. You didn't change. You revealed. And now that you're finally walking without the weight of pretending, the world is about to see what a real chosen one looks like in full power. And it's not sweet, it's silent, it's sharp, it's unstoppable. Number 3, they mistook your silence for safety. Now they're about to learn what it was, hiding. The loudest ones seek to prove their power. The most dangerous ones never need to. Chosen one. They thought your silence meant surrender. They thought because you didn't lash out, you couldn't. Because you didn't expose them, you wouldn't. What they never realized is this. You weren't biting your tongue out of fear. You were holding back the fire out of mercy. You weren't scared of the war. You were calculating the cost. And the only reason they got away with what they did was because you let them. Now imagine this. A volcano doesn't erupt every time it shakes. It builds, it simmers. And while everyone on the surface lives like they're safe, those who understand what's underneath know. One crack, one shift, and everything changes. That's what you are. That's what they underestimated. You weren't dormant. You were contained by choice. You didn't hold back because you couldn't burn them down. You held back because you didn't want to live among ashes. Let's answer what might be lingering in your mind. Was I too quiet? Did I let them walk too far? No, chosen one. You weren't quiet. You were composed. You were watching how far they'd go when they thought there were no consequences. And they failed that test spectacularly. They thought they could keep pushing, that their games would go unnoticed. But your silence wasn't ignorance, it was observation. You were logging every move, storing receipts, preparing for the moment when silence would no longer be mercy, but a loaded trigger. They never noticed the difference between someone who can't speak and someone who chooses not to. Now the air is shifting, and they feel it. The way you've gone quiet, it's not the same as before. This isn't the silence of suppression. It's the silence of separation, detachment, exit. You weren't quiet to keep the peace. You were quiet to give them one last chance. But they didn't take it. They kept testing your restraint like it was weakness, like you were harmless. And now they're beginning to understand. You were the calm before the collapse. You never lacked power. You just didn't see the point in wasting it on people too small to understand its weight. And now the mask is off, and the silence has ended. Number 4. They took your sweetness for safety, not knowing it was just a countdown in disguise. They thought the smile meant surrender, not knowing it was just a timer set to explode once the truth revealed itself. Chosen one. You were never trying to be liked. That version of you, the one that laughed gently, spoke softly, held back while chaos circled, wasn't who you were. It was who they could handle. That wasn't your truth. That was your tactic. You weren't offering peace. You were offering a pause, a moment, a delay, because you already knew what you were capable of, and they weren't ready for it. Imagine this. A tornado doesn't touch down immediately. It twists quietly in the sky, watching the ground below, measuring its impact before making contact. That's exactly what you did. You danced in disguise while they mistook grace for gullibility. Every sweet gesture, every calm retreat was just you giving them space to show who they really were. And oh, they showed it. Loudly. The version of you they loved was the version you allowed, not the one you were hiding. Let's address the question rising in your spirit. Was I being fake? Was I wrong for holding back? No, chosen one. That wasn't fakeness. That was discipline. You weren't concealing your power. You were choosing not to waste it. Not everyone deserves to see the storm. Some only get the sunshine because that's all they could ever survive. And you gave them warmth, not out of weakness, but because you were waiting, watching, calculating. They thought your kindness was permanent. They believed the gentle version of you was the full version. But that was their mistake, assuming the stall was the story, not realizing it was just the setup. Because now, the delay is over. You've lifted the mask, and the person standing in front of them is the one they were never ready to meet. Not because you changed, but because you finally decided they weren't worth the lie anymore. They weren't afraid of the real you. They were afraid of losing the version they could manipulate. Your sweetness was never your default. It was your decision, a temporary cloak wrapped over an inferno they never saw coming. And now that the cloak is off, they're watching everything they took for granted vanish. You didn't evolve into dangerous, you just stopped stalling. Number 5, you used grace like a loaded weapon, silent, precise, and deadly. They thought you were letting it slide. You were letting it stack. Chosen one, they misunderstood your silence. They thought you were letting things go because you were afraid to clap back. They mistook your calm for surrender, not knowing that every quiet moment was you loading the chamber. You didn't choose grace because you were powerless. You chose it because it gave you control. Grace was never about being soft. It was about staying in command while they danced on their own landmine. Imagine this. A skilled sniper doesn't shoot at the first movement. They breathe, they study, they wait for the perfect moment where every angle aligns and one shot changes everything. That's how you moved. You weren't ignoring the disrespect. You were tracking it, counting it, letting them feel safe, while knowing full well what you were about to take from them when the time came. You didn't choose grace because they were worthy of it. You chose grace because silence is the sharpest sound when everything else breaks. Let's confront what you might be thinking. Did I stay too calm? Did I wait too long to respond? No, you stayed exactly long enough. You didn't hold back because you were unsure. You held back because you were setting the board. You were making sure every piece fell into place before you made your move. They thought your silence was clearance. It was actually closure in progress. While they were busy testing limits, you were mapping routes, studying faces, reading their tone like a manual. Every fake laugh, every passive jab, every manipulative stunt, you let it slide, but not because you missed it. You chose not to react. That's the power they'll never understand. You weren't out of options. You were surrounded by them. They thought your grace was submission. It was surveillance. You let them build their false confidence because you knew their collapse would be louder when they realized they did it to themselves. And now, when things begin to unravel, when they can't pinpoint the exact moment it all started slipping, that's the beauty of grace. It doesn't announce judgment. It just lets it happen. Grace doesn't yell, it watches, and then it wins without ever lifting its voice. You still haven't raised your voice. You didn't have to, because your grace was never weakness. It was the most dangerous kind of warning, quiet, measured, and final. Number 6. You let them write the wrong story so you could rip up the ending. They mistook your silence for simplicity, but you were never the character. They were just extras in your script. Chosen one, you saw the setup from day one. the way they looked at you like you were easy to handle, like you were some soft soul, naive and harmless, ready to be molded into their emotional doormat. They measured you with lazy assumptions and convinced themselves they had you figured out. And you let them. Not because you didn't know who you were, but because you knew exactly who they were. You didn't waste your breath correcting their fantasy. You didn't argue with the lie they built about you. Why would you? The bigger the illusion they built, the more blind they became to the storm quietly forming behind your eyes. You didn't shrink to please them. You shrank to study them. When people assume they've got you small, they forget to guard what matters. That's when you strike, not with rage, but with revelation. Imagine this. You're sitting at a poker table with your entire hand laid out in your mind, but your face gives away nothing. The others at the table think you're bluffing. They laugh, talk over you, throw shade disguised as charm. They're so convinced of their position that they can't see they're being led straight into their own checkmate. That's what you did. They were bluffing arrogance. You were holding strategy. They thought they were running the show, believed their little digs went unnoticed. They thought your sweet nods, your polite smiles meant you agreed. What they didn't see was the mental blueprint you were building behind every glance. You were reading every motive, decoding every projection, dissecting every move like a scientist studying a specimen. The more they assumed they were in control, the more power you gained, silently, efficiently, perfectly timed. You let them believe the lie so deeply they couldn't recognize the truth, even when it stood right in front of them. And now, the illusion's shattered. The version of you they built in their head is gone. And the real you? It's not soft. It's not simple. It's strategic. And now they're spinning, panicking, trying to figure out how the harmless one suddenly became the one holding all the cards. They never saw it coming because they never thought they had to. But this was never their story. It was yours all along, and you just flipped the final page. Checkmate. Number 7. You used softness like a spotlight. Now their darkness has nowhere to hide. You weren't trying to prove you were good. You were giving them the chance to prove they weren't. Chosen one. Your kindness was never an invitation. It was a test. A trap with velvet lining. You didn't show up with an open heart because you were desperate for connection. You showed up that way to see who would handle your purity with respect and who would poison it with manipulation. You didn't just bring softness into the room. You brought strategy cloaked in sincerity, and they fell for it hard. Imagine this. A scientist releases a clear substance into murky water, not to clean it, but to see what rises to the surface. That's what your energy did. It brought clarity, not by force, but by contrast. You let them reveal themselves. All you had to do was stay consistent in your light, and the ones operating in shadow exposed their own nature, word by word, action by action. They thought your gentleness meant you were harmless, but you weren't gentle to comfort them. You were gentle to confront them without saying a word. Let's clear up any doubt that might be crossing your mind. Was I too nice? Did I allow too much? No, you allowed enough. Enough rope for them to show their character. Enough silence for them to fill with their real intentions. You weren't blind. You were building a case. And now that case is closed. They thought they were smarter, thought they were playing you while smiling to your face. But the truth is, you let them play their part so well, they didn't notice you wrote the script. You weren't responding to what they said. You were studying what they hid. Your kindness wasn't weakness, it was bait, and they swallowed it whole, never realizing it was laced with accountability. You didn't wear sweetness to hide your fire. You wore it to expose theirs. And now, the stage lights are on, and they're the ones squirming, because it's not just that you see through them, it's that they know you've always seen through them. They can't lie to you anymore. They can't gaslight or twist the narrative. You never reacted, but you always recorded. Now the masks are off. You're done pretending to be sweet. They're done pretending to be good. And what's left is something most can't survive: truth with no disguise. Number 8. They thought you were the lamb. Now they're learning you were the one holding the blade the whole time. You weren't the prey. You were the quiet power guarding the path, with a blade behind your back and silence in your steps. Chosen one. They saw your gentleness and assumed it meant you could be stepped on. They saw your calm, your mercy, your ability to let things go, and they thought that made you weak, easy, containable. They mistook your peaceful energy for submission, thought your grace was a cage. But they had no idea that behind that lamb's presence stood a strategist, a protector, a silent warrior. You weren't just walking in peace, you were guarding it. And that's what they never understood. You didn't avoid the fight because you were afraid. You avoided it because you knew once you stepped into that mode, there would be no undoing it. Imagine this: a shepherd standing quietly on the edge of a cliff, watching the wind shift. The sheep think he's just standing there, but he's already counted the storm clouds, noted the predators, and chosen where to draw the line. He doesn't swing wildly, he waits, watches, then strikes with one clean, final blow. That was you all along. You weren't calm because you couldn't rage. You were calm because you knew the exact cost of unleashing what's buried inside you. Let's speak to the doubt some of you may be feeling. Was I wrong for being patient? Did I wait too long to respond? No, you were right. You weren't frozen. You were focused. Giving space wasn't weakness. It was an opportunity for them to rethink, to retreat, and they didn't take it. They kept pushing, smirking, taking your kindness for a cage they could rattle without consequence. But what they never saw coming was this version of you, the one that draws the line, not just with words, but with finality. Not the lamb, not the forgiver, but the protector, the one who doesn't tolerate disrespect in the name of keeping the peace. Because real peace doesn't survive without boundaries. And now they've crossed one. They expected forgiveness on repeat. But what they got was a reckoning dressed in robes. They didn't know who they were dealing with. They thought you were soft because you spoke gently, thought you wouldn't push back because you stood in peace. But now they're realizing you never were the lamb. You were the hand behind the lamb, the one carrying the sword, the one who remembers everything they thought would fade. And now, they're face to face with the consequences they never believed would come. The peace was real, but so was the sword. You didn't change. You just decided it was time to draw it. Now they know. Number 9. They thought your kindness was the limit. Now they're watching you cross the line with no intention of turning back. Your smile wasn't safety. It was the final warning before the storm. Chosen one. They never understood what they were really looking at. That sweet side, that calm tone, that patient energy. It wasn't your core. It was your cover. A final line of defense before something much more dangerous stepped forward. You weren't smiling because you were soft. You were smiling because you were giving them one last chance to make it right before everything changed. They mistook your kindness for your ceiling, believing you'd always stay small, stay nice, stay forgiving. But what they thought was your final form was just your restraint, beautifully disguised. What they couldn't comprehend was that your sweetness was never meant to last. It was a waiting room, not a forever home. Imagine this. A dam doesn't break without pressure. It holds back thousands of tons of force, not because it's weak, but because it's designed to give people a chance to fix the leaks before the flood comes. That's what you were, grace under pressure, holding back the tidal wave, hoping they'd take the hint. But they didn't. They kept pressing, poking, disrespecting, thinking your silence meant surrender. You didn't stop being sweet. You outgrew the need to waste sweetness on people who mistook it for submission. Now, something has shifted, and they feel it. That smile doesn't warm the room anymore. It chills it, because it no longer carries grace. It carries clarity. You've stopped hoping they'll change. You've stopped inviting peace to people who come to devour it. And they can sense it in your presence, even if you've said nothing, especially because you've said nothing. Let's kill the illusion. Did you flip too fast? Should you have warned them? No, chosen one. The warning was every kind thing you did, every boundary you allowed them to cross without consequence, every chance you gave. And now, that time is over. They don't fear your anger. That's easy to fight. They fear your detachment, your calm, the way you pull back all your energy without yelling, without cursing, without announcing it, just gone, silent, done. They can't control what they can't guilt, and you've become untouchable to all their old tricks. Now they're facing someone who sees through the performance and refuses to applaud it. Someone who isn't here to fix what they keep breaking. The switch has flipped. The sweetness is gone. And what stands in its place is something they're completely unprepared for. The real you, unfiltered, unbothered, unreachable. And that silence, that's not peace. That's the end. Number 10. They forgot angels don't just sing, they strike. They saw your halo and assumed it was just for light, not knowing it was also a target tracker. Chosen one. They confused your peace with passivity. They saw your empathy and assumed it meant you wouldn't push back. They watched how you forgave, how you gave second chances, and decided you must be weak, soft, breakable. But that was their greatest mistake. They never stopped to consider that your light came from surviving darkness, and that you didn't walk out of the fire empty-handed. You weren't built to be agreeable. You were built to be accurate. They expected a pushover in soft clothing. What they got was a storm cloaked in serenity. You didn't show up to soothe egos. You showed up to expose everything that hides behind charm, title, or manipulation. You were never just light. You were heat. And now that you've stopped dimming it, the whole room is burning. They thought you were here to make peace. You were sent to make it impossible for lies to stay comfortable. Imagine this. A quiet figure steps into the room, calm, centered, still. No threats, no noise, just presence. Everyone relaxes until the light starts revealing things they were hoping to keep hidden. Shadows shift, masks slip, and the people who once smiled in your face start trembling. Not because you changed, but because you turned up the volume on your truth. That's exactly what you've done. They didn't understand that love without power is incomplete, that grace without boundaries is just self-destruction in disguise. You carried grace, yes, but you also carried fire. You gave people time to correct themselves, to take accountability. But now, that time has run out. And the same light they used to admire now feels like judgment walking in human form. Let's be clear, you were never meant to keep everyone comfortable. You were meant to make liars twitch, to make abusers sweat, to make manipulators feel the pressure of being fully seen. You weren't here to serve their comfort. You were here to serve the mission. You don't carry feathers, you carry flame, and they're finally starting to feel the burn. What they're facing now isn't rage, It's justice. It's alignment. You were silent, patient, forgiving, until the switch flipped. Now the warrior has awakened, and it doesn't whisper. It roars, not in chaos, but in clarity. Not to destroy blindly, but to strike precisely. You didn't come to play nice. You came to reset the room, and you don't ask permission to do it. Number 11. They clung to your kindness like a mask. Now they're choking on the truth it used to hide. They didn't crave your love. They craved your ability to make them feel like they weren't the villain. Chosen one, they weren't addicted to your presence. They were addicted to your protection. Not the kind that shields people from harm, but the kind that shields them from their own reflection. Your kindness gave them cover. Your patience gave them an illusion. As long as you didn't call them out, they could pretend they were still good, still decent, still innocent. But now that you've stepped back, they're facing the one thing they never prepared for, themselves. They used your sweetness like a fog. As long as you were soft, they never had to face the sharp edges of their actions. You absorbed their outbursts, their lies, their emotional laziness without retaliation, and that made them bold, comfortable, arrogant. They mistook your grace for proof that they weren't doing anything wrong, because you weren't screaming, because you weren't punishing. But here's the truth. You were never silent because they were right. You were silent because you were tired. You didn't let things slide because you couldn't confront. You did it because they weren't ready for the weight of the mirror you carried. Imagine this, someone standing in front of a cracked mirror, smiling, pretending the fractures aren't real, until you step away and the whole reflection collapses. That's what your exit did. Not with rage, not with revenge, just absence. And in that silence, everything they hid from came flooding back. Not because you cursed them, but because you stopped covering for them. They're suffocating now, but not from your wrath, from your withdrawal, from the loss of the one person who never needed to shame them, yet whose presence alone made them question everything. Your light didn't just illuminate the room, it protected them from their own shadow. Now the protection is gone. They called you peaceful, but it was your self-control they leaned on, and now that it's gone, they're left drowning in the noise of their own lies. You didn't destroy them, you didn't expose them, you simply stopped enabling them, and that's what's unraveling them now. Not what you did, but what you're no longer doing. You're no longer holding the line, no longer softening the blow, no longer giving them space to feel like decent people while treating you indecently. Your kindness was never a weakness, it was a shield. Now the shield is gone, and all they have left is the mess they made. Number 10. You didn't just change, you returned to power the world was never meant to handle. They thought the sweet version was your truth, but sweetness was just the camouflage of a warrior waiting for divine clearance. Chosen one, they didn't witness your transformation. They're watching your return. That sweet, calm, conflict-avoiding version of you wasn't a lie. It was a layer, a protective skin you wore to survive environments not built to hold your magnitude. You weren't fake. You were strategic. That version of you took hits, swallowed chaos, smiled when it hurt, and stayed silent when truth would have shattered everything. You wore softness like a cloak, not because you were scared of the fire, but because you were the fire and the world wasn't ready to burn yet. Now, that version is gone, not dead, retired. You've outgrown the need to shrink for approval, to delay truth for peace, or to sacrifice your voice for someone else's comfort. The real you has resurrected. And what's rising doesn't come with apologies, doesn't flinch at confrontation, and doesn't negotiate with dysfunction. They don't miss your kindness, they miss the control it gave them. Let's speak to the part of you that wonders, was I too soft for too long? No, that softness was sacred, but now it's been replaced with clarity. And clarity is cold when you've been warmed by illusion for too long. They're not scared because you've become cruel. They're scared because the buttons don't work anymore. You've pulled the plug on guilt, pity, manipulation, and emotional shortcuts. The same smile that once gave them comfort now signals distance and power. Imagine this, a soldier who's removed the camouflage, still silent, still still, but now fully visible. There's no fear, because fear was never the reason you stayed hidden. The real you wasn't lost. It was just waiting. Waiting for alignment. Waiting for the permission that didn't come from people, but from the assignment. You didn't get distant. You got divine. You're not proving anything anymore. You're not trying to be understood. You're not giving free passes to people who've spent their time proving they don't deserve them. The doors you used to leave cracked open are now shut, sealed, and guarded. Not out of bitterness, but evolution. That former version of you held space for everyone's process, even if it cost your peace. The one that's here now, it costs nothing and demands everything. This is reckoning energy. This is original blueprint energy. The soft-spoken version gave them comfort. This version gives them consequences. You don't hand out grace where there's no growth. You don't stay small so others don't feel convicted. And you damn sure don't bow to be accepted by people who never knew what they were standing in the presence of. They thought your sweetness was safety. It was actually strategy. They thought you were agreeable. You were actually watching. They thought they had access. They were just being observed. Now the mask is off. The role is over. The resurrected you doesn't chase love, doesn't defend truth, and doesn't fear solitude. That version doesn't whisper warnings. It walks away, silent, focused, final. Let them say you changed, because you did. You ascended. And sacred doesn't explain itself. It just rises. And so we arrive, chosen one. The sweet facade has fallen. The sword sings in open air, and every room you enter now recalibrates around your truth. You no longer bend, negotiate, or delay. Your clarity has become its own weather system, shifting everything that can't withstand the pressure. Remember, the version rising today is the one the universe always intended. Untouchable, unmanageable, absolutely final. Keep this fire alive. Smash like, pound subscribe, drop 777 in the comments to mark your awakening, and share this message so every hidden warrior finds it. Together, we rewrite the battlefield with our unstoppable collective surge. Some people don't believe fire is real until their house is ash, and even then, they blame the match they struck on someone else's wind. They thought they could lie, cheat, betray, manipulate, emotionally drain you, and then walk away like it was just Tuesday. Did they not spit in your face with that smug grin and still expect grace? Did they not take your love and drag it through their filth, blaming you for every bruise they left behind? Did they not gaslight you so deep that you started questioning your own reality while they sat there, watching you break, calling you crazy behind closed doors? This is the kind of person who wounds you and then demands silence, who plays victim after playing you, who leaves your spirit bleeding and then posts like nothing happened, like they're thriving. But that mask, it's slipping. That smile, fake. That glow-up they're faking online, just filters, borrowed clothes, and desperation, because deep down, their life is in shambles. They know it, they feel it, and no amount of denial can hold back what the universe has already scheduled: judgment. Before we go deeper into this fire, like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen ones like you. Because when you interact with this video, it signals YouTube to push this message through the algorithm's noise and straight into the souls who need it. This isn't content. This is spiritual ammunition, and every click helps another divine being remember their power. Now, let's talk. They're pretending like they're doing fine, but they're not. Their life is coming undone at the seams, and they don't know how to admit it, because to admit it would mean admitting you were the blessing, and their ego can't swallow that truth, so they deny, they distract, they deflect. But denial doesn't cancel karma, it just delays it. And right now, karma is cashing in. You were good to them. You gave chances they didn't deserve. You extended grace when all they deserved was distance. And how did they repay you? With betrayal, with gaslighting, with energy so dark it left you confused, drained, questioning if you were the problem. But now, they're the ones who can't think straight, can't sleep, can't function, because everything they threw at you is crawling back to them like shadows in the night. The scary part is, they don't even know how bad it's about to get. Some of them are already mentally tormented. Others are physically falling apart, health failing, money blocked, every blessing turning sour. Some of them, they stink, literally. You ever smell someone whose soul is rotting from the inside out? Their demons have taken over every corner of their spirit. Their body is becoming a cage, their mind a battlefield. And no shower, no gym membership, no therapy session can cleanse what they invited in through deception. They thought you were weak because you loved deeply, because you showed empathy, because you wanted peace, but you weren't weak, you were divine. And now that you've pulled your energy back, they're starving, they're melting, they're watching their reality collapse, and they can't stop it. They're screaming on the inside, but still trying to look cute on the outside, still trying to act like life is fine while their mind is a haunted house. They were warned, in the spiritual realm, through dreams, through signs, through your silence. They were warned, but ego is louder than wisdom, so they kept playing, kept violating, kept pretending you were just another disposable soul. But you weren't. You were the assignment, the light, the mirror, the divine test sent into their life not to destroy them, but to heal them. And they failed. And now, that same energy they mocked, they miss. That same energy they drained, they crave. But it's too late. You've been spiritually relocated. Your access is locked. Your glow is protected. And the longer they pretend they didn't fumble, the only real one they'll ever have, the worse it's going to get. Denial can't stop consequences, and pretending life isn't in shambles doesn't change the fact that it is. So watch carefully. Some of them will try to come back wearing new masks. I'm better now. I've healed. Let's just talk. But it's bait. The demon they carry hasn't changed. It's just better dressed. Their energy is still off. Their vibration is still toxic. And the moment you let them back in, you give them access to drain you again. They're falling apart. Internally, spiritually, in ways they can't explain out loud. And the Most High is not done with them yet. You're not the villain. You're the evidence. The walking, glowing, untouchable proof that when someone messes with a chosen one, they don't just lose a person. They lose everything attached to that person. Peace, growth, favor, protection, access, blessings. And the more they deny it, the harder they fall. And listen, chosen one, this was just the first crack in their mask, the real unraveling. It's about to be exposed step by step. We're going deep into the storm they thought they'd escape, how their denial is crumbling, how your absence is haunting, and how karma is dragging them by the soul. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you can feel their fake peace falling apart. And if you're being guided to support this divine transmission, hit the super thanks, because every gift helps us send this message to another chosen one who's been silently under attack. And now, let's get into it, step by step. And if you truly carry divine energy in your spirit, you won't just want to stay, you'll feel the pull in your bones. Let's begin. Number 1. They knew what they were doing, and they did it anyway. There's a difference between someone who slips and someone who stares you in the face, breaks you with intention, and calls it a moment of weakness. One is human, the other is evil with a smile. They knew. From the very beginning, they knew how pure your heart was. They knew you were different. They knew that you were the safe place, the one who didn't judge, didn't manipulate, didn't play games. They watched the way you poured into them, the way you listened when no one else cared, the way you prayed for them behind their back, even when they never deserved it. And still, they chose betrayal, chose lies, chose manipulation. This wasn't a slip-up. This wasn't a moment of weakness. This was spiritual warfare wearing a friendly face. Let's make one thing very clear for every chosen one listening right now. This wasn't confusion. This was calculation. They didn't accidentally forget your value. They deliberately tested how far they could drag you while still being allowed to stand beside you. They gaslit you, not because they didn't know what they were doing, but because they wanted control. They fed off your empathy and twisted it into a leash. And when you bled for them, they called it drama. When you cried in private, they mocked you in public. When you needed accountability, they played dumb and said, "You're too sensitive." Sound familiar? That's because you were targeted. Not at random, but on purpose. Some of you are still trying to rationalize it in your mind, still asking, how could they do this? Was it me? Did I provoke it? Was I too soft? No, you were divine. And they couldn't stand the light you brought into their darkness. You weren't too soft. You were too sacred, and they couldn't manipulate what they couldn't control. So instead of rising with you, they decided to pull you down. Knowingly, they made that choice. And the sickest part, they did it while smiling in your face, acting like they were loyal, acting like they were building with you. But behind the scenes, they were mapping out your ruin. They were studying your weaknesses, exploiting your past, weaponizing your love, and calling it just how I am. And now, the same people who watched you suffer while they feasted on your energy are the ones silently suffering, pretending they're okay, pretending their life isn't unraveling, pretending karma isn't already parked at their front door, asking for payment in full. But the universe doesn't forget. It doesn't need an apology to move. It just waits, observes, and acts. They say people show you who they are, but you know what's worse? When they show you who they are and then pretend like they didn't. When they destroy your heart and then look at you like you're the problem for bleeding. That's the psychological game they played, making you believe you were overreacting while they calculated every move, every lie, every ghost, every gaslight. But you weren't crazy. You weren't imagining it. Your spirit was picking up on what your mind hadn't yet caught. And now, you see it clearly. You see that this person had a choice, and they chose to harm a soul that was sent to help them. You were a lifeline, a divine test, a spiritual mirror, and they flunked it with full knowledge of what they were doing. Look at some of the greats. Look at Tupac. Look at Malcolm. Look at Maya Angelou. Every time a divine soul walked into a space full of broken egos, they were met with betrayal. Not because they were wrong, but because their energy couldn't be controlled. And when you walk in that kind of power, people will either rise with you or try to ruin you. And this person, they chose ruin for both of you, because now everything they touched with your name on it is cursed. Yes, cursed, not by spells or rituals, but by cause and effect. They had the chance to evolve through you, to heal with you, to be better just by being close to your light. But instead, they fed on it, abused it, mocked it. And the moment you walked away, their good luck ran dry, their peace started slipping, their mind began spinning. That's not a coincidence, that's consequence. You were the blessing they prayed for, and when it showed up in a package too raw, too real, too luminous for their insecure spirit, they didn't cherish it. They tried to kill it, not physically, but energetically, spiritually, through projection, through deflection, through cruelty masked as honesty, through withdrawal masked as boundaries. But let's be honest, what they called boundaries were just new ways to avoid accountability. And now they're in denial, acting like they don't know why life is falling apart, pretending like you didn't matter. But behind closed doors, they replay everything: your voice, your laugh, your presence. And they know, deep in the back of their soul, even if they won't admit it, they know they did it. They chose wrong, and they lost something they'll never get back. So stop second-guessing yourself. Stop shrinking to make their behavior easier to explain. It wasn't a mistake. It was a decision. And you were the one person who could have changed their life, elevated it, healed it. But they wanted power more than peace, ego more than love, control more than connection. And now, they're being devoured by the energy they unleashed. Let them pretend, let them act, let them heal in public while they rot in silence. You're not here to expose them. Life will do that. You're not here to carry their guilt. Let the weight fall on their own shoulders. You're not here to fix the people who watched you fall and called it a lesson. You're here to rise and let your glow speak the truth they keep denying. Because the more you elevate, the more their decision will haunt them. They knew exactly what they were doing, and now, so do you. Number 2, they thought they'd get away with it. Some betrayals are so loud, even silence screams back in karma. They really thought they were slick, didn't they? Thought they could break you behind closed doors and then step outside smiling, like your pain had no witnesses, like the universe was asleep, like the energy they poured into the world wouldn't come back with a vengeance. These people, they thought they'd get away with it, but what they didn't realize is that the moment they crossed you, they stepped into a war they weren't built to survive. See, chosen one, you weren't just a person in their life. You were a divine assignment, a protected frequency. You were sent into their space to elevate it, to bless it, to shift it. But they looked at you like you were disposable, like you were just another body to drain, just another light to dim. And the arrogance, that's the part that's gonna cost them everything, because they didn't just wrong you, they mocked what was holy. They thought they could fumble a chosen one and still stay blessed, still sleep at night, still win in life. That was their first mistake. They assumed your silence was weakness. They thought your absence meant defeat. They really believed that you walking away was the end of the story. But walking away, that was your divine signal to the universe. That was the moment the portal opened. That was when the spiritual tables started to flip. because you left the battlefield and let heaven take over the war. Let's not get it twisted. These people knew they were hurting you. They saw the look in your eyes. They heard the pain in your voice. They felt your energy pulling back. And still, they kept pushing. Why? Because they thought they could do what they wanted and face no consequences. They believed in their own lies. They thought they were protected by popularity, by pride, by fake positivity. But no mask can hide energy. No social media post can undo divine justice. They laughed when you were down, spread rumors, threw shade, acted like the storm they caused was your fault. You might have cried in silence, but the divine heard every tear. You might have stayed silent, but the energy screamed loud enough to echo through the realms. That betrayal didn't go unnoticed. It was documented. And now, the universe is serving justice in ways they can't even explain. Their plans are falling apart. Their mind is restless. Their sleep is disturbed. That opportunity they thought was locked in, gone. That peace they faked online, slipping. That new relationship they jumped into to replace you. Turning toxic fast. Because when you betray the divine, you don't just lose the person. You lose the protection that came with them. Some of them thought they'd get a glow-up from hurting you, thought taking your energy and running would somehow upgrade their life. But what they didn't realize is you were the reason they were glowing in the first place. You were the light in the room. You were the peace in their chaos. You were the silent shield keeping them afloat. And now that you're gone, everything they built on stolen energy is crumbling. This is why the reckoning has begun. This is why the karma is hitting so hard. Not because you cursed them, not because you're vengeful, but because the scales are rebalancing. They thought the divine didn't see what they did in the dark. But the divine doesn't miss. Every action, every word, every lie, every manipulation, it was all recorded, all accounted for, and now it's all being returned. They underestimated the cost, they overestimated their immunity, and most of all, they misunderstood who they were dealing with. You are not a weakling, you're not just another person. You are a force, you are chosen. And chosen ones don't need to raise their voice to trigger divine response. You just walk away and heaven gets busy. And now they're stuck watching you elevate, watching you rise, watching you become everything they tried to convince themselves you'd never be. And it's not just hurting their ego, it's cracking their illusion. Because if you were really the weak one, why can't they stop thinking about you? Why does your silence echo louder than their whole circle? Why does your name still carry weight in rooms you no longer walk in? Because you were never the one to play with, and now they know. They didn't just lose you, they lost divine favor. They lost access, they lost covering, and what's left behind? Emptiness, chaos, isolation dressed in fake confidence. They're surrounded by people but still feel haunted. They're smiling for the camera, but inside they're unraveling. That's the part they can't fake anymore. So don't you dare second-guess the storm they're now living in. Don't you dare think you imagined it. Don't you wonder if they're doing better without you, because they're not. They're just pretending. Pretending they didn't choose wrong. Pretending they don't miss the peace you carried. Pretending they don't regret everything. But denial doesn't erase spiritual debt, and silence doesn't stop divine timing. They thought they'd get away with it, but the reckoning has begun. And now they're learning the hard way. You don't mess with a chosen one and walk away untouched. Number 3, their denial is killing them. You can lie to the world, lie to yourself, lie to everybody who asks, but you can't lie to the consequences. They don't care about your story. They answer to your actions. That's what's eating them alive. Not just what they did, but the fact that they're still pretending they didn't do it. Acting like you're the one that changed, like you were too sensitive, like you just couldn't handle their truth. But here's the truth they can't bury with fake smiles and denial. They knew exactly what they were doing when they did it. And now, they're paying. Quietly, brutally. And there's no off switch. They're walking around with a smile that doesn't reach their eyes, posting photos like nothing's wrong, laughing a little too loud, talking a little too fast, trying to convince everyone and themselves that their life isn't falling apart. But it is. Behind every "I'm doing fine" is a torment they can't shake. Sleepless nights, financial hits, anxiety they can't explain, sickness that comes and goes with no cause. That's not a coincidence. That's karma. And karma doesn't knock. It crashes through the door. Because denial never protected anybody. It delays the fallout, but it never erases it. The moment they hurt a chosen one, the spiral began. The countdown started, and no apology or block button will pause it. The universe doesn't need a confession. It witnessed it all. Every lie, every smear campaign, every moment you were gaslit and made to feel crazy while they played victim in front of others. The universe took notes, and now those notes are being turned into justice. They can tell their friends you were the problem. They can tell their new partner you were toxic. But guess what? Their spirit knows the truth. That's why they can't look in the mirror too long. That's why the new person doesn't fill the void. That's why even with everything they thought they wanted, they still feel empty. Because the lie they told themselves is starting to rot from the inside out. And you're still rising, glowing, healing. You're not perfect, but you're real. And that's why you keep getting blessed in silence. Because you didn't run to expose them. You didn't scream revenge. You stayed quiet. And the divine handled it for you. So let them pretend. Let them keep denying what they did. They think if they never speak it, it never happened. But energy doesn't need words. Energy leaves fingerprints. And right now, the fingerprints of their betrayal are showing up in every area of their life. Relationship drama, health breakdowns, mental confusion, financial instability. That's not bad luck. That's spiritual backlash. They thought you'd never walk away. They thought you'd crumble. But instead, you elevated. And their denial, what once protected their ego, is now the very weight dragging them down. Let it. Let them sink into it. Because sometimes the greatest revenge is watching someone destroy themselves trying to avoid the truth they created. Ready for the next one. Let's keep it burning. Number 4. This isn't just mental torment, it's spiritual punishment. You don't just hurt a chosen one and walk away with a clean soul, because the universe doesn't forget what the guilty refuse to confess. Let's stop sugarcoating it, what they're going through right now. It ain't just mental torment. It's not just overthinking. It's not just a little anxiety or a bad week. What they're experiencing is full-blown spiritual punishment. And it's coming straight from the top. This is divine retaliation, not coincidence. This is the bill coming due for every time they tried to break you and then smiled like they weren't the villain in the story. Their mind is heavy, their chest is tight, they can't breathe at night. Some of them are waking up in cold sweats, pacing around in the dark, checking their phone, praying they don't see your name pop up. Not because they miss you, but because they fear the energy that's following them. Because they know what they did. And even if they've convinced everyone else you were too emotional or hard to love, the divine isn't fooled. The energy always tells the truth. Chosen one, you didn't just walk away from that person. You unplugged your light from their entire existence. And now that darkness they buried under charm and distraction, it's surfacing fast. They're trying to blame bad luck, blame stress, blame you. But this ain't stress. This ain't life falling apart by accident. This is justice. This is sacred law. Because when someone tries to destroy a soul that was divinely assigned to bless them, there is a spiritual consequence that no therapist, no trip, no apology can undo. You were sent to help them evolve, and they treated you like you were disposable. They mocked your vulnerability, drained your energy, violated your trust, and expected no repercussions. They laughed while you cried, ghosted you when you were confused, acted like your empathy was weakness and your pain was entertainment. And now they're the ones looking over their shoulder, trying to outrun energy that cannot be outrun. Let's be clear, you didn't curse them, life did. You didn't pray for their downfall. You just walked away and focused on healing. And that's what triggered the collapse. Because the moment your energy was removed, the protection over their life disappeared too. This is why they're spiraling. This is why they can't find peace. Because the truth is, they weren't haunted by you. They were protected by you. And now that the protection is gone, the spiritual punishment has stepped in. Let them feel it. Let them live in the silence they tried to trap you in. Because nothing haunts a guilty soul more than the sound of everything they built off your back, crashing without warning. This isn't karma on the way, it's already here. Number 5, they're haunted by your absence. They didn't just lose you, they lost the light that kept their shadows from eating them alive. They never valued your presence until your absence started screaming through their reality. Not your text, not your voice, not your softness, not your correction, not your love. It's gone. And now they're haunted, not by ghosts but by silence. The same silence they once forced on you, the same silence they thought meant you were broken. But here's the irony. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was a warning, a spiritual siren. And now it's echoing in every corner of their life. See, they didn't just hurt a good person, they messed with their lifeline. Because whether they want to admit it or not, you were the battery in their machine. You were the fire in their cold life. You were the calm in their chaos. And now, they're starving, withdrawing, cracking, because energy is real, and they used yours like it was infinite, like you'd never cut it off. But chosen one, you did. You unplugged from their dysfunction. You detached from the cycle. You stopped bleeding for people who wouldn't even hand you a bandage. And now they're confused, spinning, asking themselves, why do I feel so off? Why does everything feel so heavy now? It's because they're carrying the weight you used to hold for them. You used to absorb their rage, their trauma, their demons, and transmute it. That was your divine gift. But they mistook that gift as their right. Now look, the apartment feels colder. The car doesn't hit the same. The fake laughs don't echo. The food has no taste. The bed feels like a coffin. Why? Because you were never just a person. They were living off your light. And now the source is gone. And the demons they kept hidden behind your energy, they're dancing freely now. And don't be fooled, chosen one. They may act like they're unbothered, posting, smiling, flexing, but inside, the collapse is very real, spiritually bankrupt, emotionally dehydrated, mentally hunted. That's what happens when you build comfort off someone else's light without ever honoring where it came from. You were the covering, the emotional shield, the silent anchor, and now without you, every little inconvenience feels like a crisis. Because they no longer have a soul standing between them and the chaos they created. Let them feel your absence. Let it echo. Let it swallow them whole. Because the truth is, they weren't supposed to lose you. But now that they did, they'll never be whole again. Number 6. The more you glow, the more they crumble. Your glow isn't just light, it's exposure, and nothing torments a masked soul like being seen by the one they tried to destroy. They never expected you to rise, never imagined that the same person they ghosted, lied on, gossiped about and tried to destroy would turn around and become unshakable. They didn't see this coming. They thought they broke you for good. But here you are, still breathing, still building, still glowing. And the more you rise, the more they fall apart. Because every step you take forward drags the truth out of hiding. Every blessing you receive reminds them they bet against the wrong one. They're watching. Oh, they're watching. Quietly, secretly, from burner accounts, through mutual friends, maybe even sitting next to someone pretending they've moved on. But their spirit is obsessed with you, because they need to know how you're still thriving, how you're still walking with peace after they poured poison into your life. They thought your silence meant defeat, but your silence was your strategy. And now, the glow-up is divine warfare. Let's be clear, your healing is not subtle. It's loud. It's loud in the way your energy has shifted. It's loud in the peace on your face. It's loud in the way you stopped explaining yourself, stopped shrinking, stopped showing up to places that only serve to drain you. And with every move you make in alignment, you reveal who was never aligned with you to begin with. It's not that your evolution hurts them, it's that your evolution exposes them. Because if you were really the problem, why are you glowing now? Why are you in your peace? Why are you getting opportunities, love, support, clarity, direction, while they're unraveling in silence? Because you weren't the curse, you were the covering, and now that you're gone, everything they built on your back is falling apart. Their new connections are shallow, their wins feel empty, their confidence is fake, and the reason they hate your glow so much, because it reminds them of what they'll never have again, access to a pure soul, access to divine light. Let your glow keep rising, chosen one. Let your evolution roar, because every time you level up, their false reality cracks. Every time you smile without them, it's a silent alarm that their mask is slipping. They didn't just lose you, they lost their only chance at alignment. And now your glow, it's the very flame burning down the lies they built. Number 7, they blamed you because accountability feels like hell. When a coward can't handle their reflection, they try to shatter the mirror, and, chosen one, you were the mirror. They couldn't handle the guilt, so they handed you the blame. That's how people like this operate. The moment the spotlight starts burning their skin, they try to redirect the heat. They'll twist the narrative. They'll call you dramatic, sensitive, crazy. They'll tell everyone it wasn't that bad, but it was, and deep down, they know it. That's why they had to rewrite the story before the truth could speak for itself. Because if people ever saw what really happened, they'd see a manipulator, not a victim. But here's the thing about truth. It doesn't expire. It doesn't vanish. It doesn't need defense. It just needs time. And now that time has come. The mask is slipping. The cracks are showing. And all the lies they told to avoid accountability, they're unraveling in public, quietly, relentlessly. Because the universe has a way of putting everything back in alignment, even when it's been twisted by ego. They blamed you because accountability feels like death to someone who's never taken responsibility for their actions. It burns. It strips them of control. It exposes how ugly their choices really were. And rather than feel that pain, they dumped it on you, made you carry it, made you question yourself, made you beg for clarity from someone who knew exactly what they were doing and pretended not to. That's the gaslighting. That's the smear campaign. That's the emotional manipulation they tried to cloak in just being honest. But now they're exposed, not by you, but by your peace, your growth, your elevation. You didn't go online and blast them. You didn't fight dirty. You healed. You evolved. You stayed in alignment. And that decision is hitting harder than any revenge ever could. Because now they sit in rooms with people they lied to about you. And those people are starting to wonder, why is the one they warned me about glowing now, at peace now, unbothered now? The math isn't mathing, and it never will. You were never the villain. You were the revealer, the mirror, the wake-up call. But instead of listening, they attacked the messenger. And now the message is being delivered anyway, by karma, by divine order, by every sleepless night they earned with their lies. So don't you dare absorb the blame they threw at you. Don't you carry shame that doesn't belong to you. The truth is walking through the room now, and when it's done, they won't be able to hide behind your name ever again. Number 8. Some of them are straight up demonic. Not every enemy wears a mask. Some wear your name in their mouth while dragging your soul through hell. Let's stop pretending they were just damaged. Let's stop giving them soft labels like misunderstood or traumatized. Some of them were straight up demonic, and your spirit knew it before your mind could explain it. You felt the shift in the air. You felt the nausea around them, the dread, the confusion, the spiritual exhaustion that no amount of rest could fix. That wasn't just bad energy. That was a soul trying to warn you that something evil had attached itself to someone you trusted. They weren't just toxic. They were targeting you. Spiritually, energetically, strategically. This was a soul that latched onto your light, not to love it, but to leech from it. And the reason you kept feeling drained, broken, and mentally foggy around them is because your nervous system and your spirit were fighting off warfare the naked eye couldn't see. It wasn't a disagreement. It was a soul attack. These are the kinds of people who don't want love. They want access. They study your emotions, learn your rhythm, mimic your values, and then they strike. Not all at once, but over time, slowly unraveling your mind, pulling your boundaries apart piece by piece, turning your softness into self-doubt until you're questioning your own reality. That's demonic. That's intentional. That's spiritual warfare in disguise. And when you tried to address it, when you tried to say, something's off, something doesn't feel right, what did they do? They blew up. They flipped it. They called you unstable. They called you paranoid. Because demons can't stand confrontation. They don't want healing. They want silence, submission, confusion. So they react with rage or manipulation anytime you try to name what's happening. Let's call it for what it is. These people didn't just hurt you. They spiritually violated you. They fed off your peace, your prayers, your protection, and acted like you owed it to them. And now that you've cut them off, they're spiraling because they never wanted to heal. They wanted to feed, and you unplugged the source. Your glow, your silence, your distance. It's burning them alive because their demons are starving without your energy. They're looking for new victims, new fuel, but nothing hits like the energy of a divine one. And now that it's gone, they're back in their darkness, alone, angry, and fully exposed to every demon they refuse to face. Let them rot in the shadows they tried to drag you into. Because what you survived wasn't just betrayal, it was spiritual warfare. Number 9. The smell of judgment is real. Judgment doesn't always speak, it stinks. You don't need proof when the decay is crawling off their skin. Chosen one, some of you weren't just picking up bad vibes. You were smelling the darkness. That's how deep it was. That's how far their soul had fallen. There was a heaviness in the air when they entered the room. A thickness, an odor. Not always physical, but always spiritual. You didn't imagine that. That wasn't just poor hygiene. That was the stench of judgment, rotting energy, festering guilt, demonic decay leaking out through their pores. Because when someone invites chaos, betrayal, and darkness into their life and then refuses to repent or evolve, the vibration starts to break them down, spiritually first, then emotionally, then physically. That's why they looked drained, why their skin looked off, why their breath, their body, their energy smelled dead. The kind of dead no soap can fix. The universe doesn't just whisper warnings to you, it broadcasts them. Through your dreams, through your body, through your senses. You weren't crazy for recoiling, you weren't dramatic for needing space. Your spirit was already picking up on what their mask tried to hide. They were rotting in guilt, rotting in delusion, rotting from all the spiritual energy they collected through manipulation, deceit, and unchecked malice. You ever notice how the most demonic people try the hardest to look put together? The clothes are clean, the face is polished, but there's still something foul lingering around them. That's the judgment, that's the decay. Because they dressed it up, but they never cleaned it out. They're falling apart at the soul level, and the smell is just the final warning. That's the spiritual leak. That's their mask disintegrating. And the most chilling part, some of them know they're being judged. That's why they hide more, post more, try to distract the world with smoke and mirrors. But nothing hides the vibration. Nothing covers the rot. When your soul is under judgment, it comes out in every way possible. Mind, body, spirit, even scent. So don't you ever doubt what your senses told you. That wasn't perfume. That wasn't cologne. That was truth seeping out the cracks. You caught the whiff of a collapsing soul, and your intuition told you to run. And you were right to listen, because judgment doesn't need a gavel. Sometimes it just needs a nose. Number 10. You cut the cord. Now they're spiraling. You weren't just a chapter in their story. You were the protection keeping the whole book from catching fire. Chosen one, they never thought you'd actually cut that cord. They were banking on your empathy. They were gambling on your forgiveness. They thought they could keep wounding you and you'd keep handing them the bandage. But something in you snapped, quietly, powerfully. And in that silence, you did the most dangerous thing you could have done. You walked away for real. Now they're spiraling, because what you provided wasn't replaceable. It wasn't just emotional support, it was spiritual oxygen, and they can't breathe without it. They thought you were being dramatic when you said, "I'm done." They thought it was another phase, but this time wasn't like the others. You weren't bluffing, you weren't threatening, you were finished. And the moment you pulled your energy back, the moment you stopped answering the phone, stopped checking in, stopped praying for them, stopped holding space, everything started to collapse. And they can feel it, that void. It's not loneliness, it's spiritual withdrawal. That heaviness sitting on their chest, that's the weight of their own karma pressing down, now that your light isn't blocking it. That mental fog, that panic, that dread, that's the full consequence of losing a chosen one. Because you weren't just a person to them, you were their luck, their light, their reset button, the silent force that made life feel bearable. And now, without your energy running through their life like a lifeline, they're crumbling. Emotionally, financially, spiritually, in every way possible. They're out here trying to find your energy in other people, flirting, faking, performing. But no one else hits like you. No one else brings peace to their chaos. No one else makes their demons shut up the way you did. Because your energy didn't come from this world. It came from divine assignment. And now that it's been revoked, they're not just lost, they're unprotected, spiritually exposed, and the more they spiral, the more they realize you were never the one to play with. You were the lifeline, the miracle, the mercy they didn't deserve. Let them spiral, let them melt, let them learn that once a chosen one cuts the cord, it never gets reconnected, because when divine protection walks away, the collapse isn't temporary, it's eternal. Number 11. Watch the fake glow up. A wolf doesn't stop being a wolf just because it puts on sheep's clothing. It just gets better at playing dead. Chosen one, don't you dare fall for it. That fake glow up, that sudden shift in their energy, that rebrand they're trying to push on social media, smiling, praying, talking about healing, maybe even throwing a few spiritual quotes around. It's not real, it's bait. It's bait designed to make you question your growth, to make you doubt your decision to walk away, and to lure you back into the same trap they built with deception the first time. You're dealing with a performer, not a healer, someone who wants credit for being changed without doing the work of transformation, someone who thinks if they clean up their appearance, they can erase the spiritual blood on their hands. But real peace doesn't need an audience. Real healing doesn't come with a photo shoot. And real light doesn't try to manipulate you into lowering your guard again. What you're seeing is not growth, it's a mask. And behind that mask, the same demon time, the same rage, the same entitlement, the same delusion that made them think they could harm you and still be rewarded by the universe. Don't forget, this is the same person who watched you suffer and felt nothing. The same person who gaslit you when you cried. The same person who told everyone you were crazy while stealing your energy behind the scenes. Now they've realized their life is falling apart without you, and instead of facing that judgment, they've decided to fake their evolution, because maybe, just maybe, they can trick you into reopening that door. That's not love. That's warfare. That's spiritual infiltration. That's desperation wearing cologne. Don't confuse performance with progress. Don't confuse silence with surrender. They didn't heal, they just went quiet so the divine heat could pass. But now that it's cooking their life from the inside out, they're crawling back, smiling, acting, hoping you forgot the spiritual war they launched on your soul. But you didn't forget, and you won't forget, because healing doesn't mean being naive. Forgiveness doesn't mean foolishness. And just because they show up with flowers doesn't mean they don't still smell like sulfur behind closed doors. Let them glow up in peace, far from your energy, because what they're presenting isn't redemption. It's just the costume they hope hides the collapse. Number 12. You were the test and they failed. When the divine sends you a healer and you try to crucify them, you don't get a second chance, you get a sentence. You weren't just some random person who floated into their life. You were the test, the divine opportunity, the lifeline. You were sent with light, not to destroy them, but to redeem them, to offer them a chance to evolve, to grow, to shift the course of their broken patterns. You came with patience, with love, with softness that could have rebuilt their entire reality. And what did they do? They spit on the grace. They mocked the mirror. They mistook your kindness for weakness, and they failed. You were the lesson wrapped in mercy, the moment that could have changed their entire timeline. You weren't trying to expose them, you were trying to elevate them. But when someone's demons are louder than their conscience, they don't see you as a blessing, they see you as a threat. So instead of aligning with your energy, they tried to infect it, twist it, tear it apart. And now the test is over, and heaven has graded the paper. You passed, you evolved, you listened to the warnings, trusted your intuition, walked away with your soul intact. But they're stuck, spiritually paralyzed, because when divine grace leaves a room, it doesn't leave empty-handed. It takes the protection with it, it takes the favor with it, and it leaves judgment in its place. They didn't just lose you, they lost the version of themselves that could have existed if they had honored you. That version is gone. That timeline is closed. The universe doesn't run reruns. It doesn't reopen closed portals, especially not when someone had a chosen one in front of them and treated them like a threat to be destroyed rather than a light to be honored. Now, every blessing they touch will turn to dust. Every lie they told will echo in rooms they were never meant to sit in. Every move they make will be watched, not by you, but by the same divine realm they tried to mock. They can fake smiles, they can perform healing, but the judgment has already started. The sentence has already been spoken. Because when you try to destroy the very person who was sent to help you, you don't just lose the connection, you lose access to grace itself. And now, chosen one, you see the full picture. You weren't the villain, they were just exposed by your light. You weren't the problem, you were the portal to their healing, and they slammed it shut. Let them pretend, let them post, let them perform. The universe is watching, and justice never misses a soul. You did your part. Now stand in your power and never look back. If this message hit your spirit, drop 777 in the comments to claim your divine protection. Like, subscribe, and share this with another chosen one, so they remember, denial won't save them from divine judgment. You don't play with fire and expect not to get burned. And when that fire walks on 2 feet, breathes silence and power, you better know what you're standing next to. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A lion doesn't need to growl to prove it's dangerous. It walks through the jungle, and the entire forest feels the shift. Birds fly off trees, predators go silent, the air tightens. That's you. Your energy walks in before you even speak, and people either respect it or try to test it. But either way, they feel it. Science backs this too. Studies have proven that the heart emits a magnetic field, and in some people, those who live with clarity, strength, and awareness, it stretches far beyond the body. That's not spiritual fluff. That's measurable, which means your presence alone can make the insecure squirm and the fake feel exposed. And they should. You see, what most people don't understand is that being close to you is not casual. It's not a right. It's a rare privilege, and the universe does not give that privilege to just anyone. So when someone gets close and treats you like an option, laughs at your depth, misreads your silence as weakness, they're not just being disrespectful, they're stepping into a storm without an umbrella. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks for being part of this mission. You are not just a viewer, you're part of a force. Now back to what they need to understand. This world wasn't built for the ordinary to recognize the extraordinary right away. That's why you've been misunderstood, underestimated, and even dismissed. But that's also part of the process. Because if everyone could see your value from the start, they'd try to drain it dry before it could even fully bloom. But here's what's real. Your aura disturbs the fake, challenges the mediocre, and reminds the cowardly that they've settled. You don't need to prove anything. Your silence speaks volumes. Your presence alone can make someone question everything they thought they were. That's not arrogance, that's energy. The reason they better be careful with you is simple. When someone mishandles what the universe chose to protect, the backlash isn't just emotional, it's energetic. They'll feel it in ways they can't explain. That discomfort, that sudden shift in life, that's what happens when you treat a chosen one like they're common. The universe doesn't take that lightly. You weren't made to fit in. You were made to remind people of what alignment looks like. And that makes you a mirror, a sharp one, the kind that shows people who they really are, not who they pretend to be. And most can't handle that reflection. That's why they try to belittle you, dismiss you, challenge you, because deep down they know they're not qualified to stand next to you. So let them gossip, let them assume, let them play small games. Just remember, when someone disrespects your presence, they're disrespecting their own blessing. Because you are not a random moment in someone's life. You are a rare alignment. You are that unexpected shift that could have elevated them, healed them, awakened them, but they missed it. Out of ego, out of ignorance, out of fear. The privilege to be in your presence is not about status. It's about energy, integrity, alignment, and the ones who don't recognize that, the ones who try to dim your light or question your worth. They're not just making a mistake, they're making a statement, and the universe hears it louder than words. So from now on, chosen one, stop explaining your silence, stop justifying your distance, stop overthinking your boundaries. You've been giving warning signs in the softest ways. Now it's time they understand the hard truth. You're not to be handled casually. You are the storm they prayed they'd never meet. You are the answer they overlooked. And now that access is closed, because some people were given a front row seat to something rare, and all they did was scroll on their phones. And they'll never get that seat again. So before we dive into this truth, step by step, chosen one, drop 111 in the comments if you know your presence isn't just powerful, it's rare, and you're done letting people treat it like it's ordinary. And if this message is hitting something deep in you, help push it forward. Support the force behind this message with a super thanks, because even a small seed can fuel something massive. Whether it's 1 cent or 1,000, it keeps this truth alive and reaching more souls like you. And now, let's get into it, piece by piece. Stay with me, because if you really are who you know you are, you won't be able to walk away. This is your mirror, your moment, your message. Let's begin. Number 1, your energy isn't just powerful, it's the storm they never saw coming. They thought you were the calm until they realized you were the eye of the storm. And by then, it was too late. There's a reason they flinch when you enter the room, even if they play it cool. There's a reason conversations shift, eyes drop, fake smiles tighten. You don't just walk in, you collide, you disrupt, you rearrange the entire atmosphere without even trying. And it's not because of your looks, your voice, or the way you move. It's the frequency, one they've never felt before and definitely never prepared for. You see, your energy doesn't whisper. It doesn't ask for permission. It speaks in silence, in pressure, in presence. It exposes the lies people tell themselves just to sleep at night. It's the kind of force that makes a room full of masks suddenly suffocate. And they hate you for that clarity, chosen one, because you're not just rare, you're a walking threat to everything in them that's fake, broken, or hiding. Now think about it. Why do you think people randomly turn cold on you? Why do friends shift, lovers pull away, or co-workers suddenly act weird? Because your energy is truth, and truth has a way of making cowards uncomfortable. You walk in carrying storms they've avoided their whole life. And when those winds hit, it's either change or run. And most of them, they run. You weren't made to blend in. You weren't designed to shrink. Your presence demands attention because it carries weight. It's not arrogance, it's reality. Some people enter a room and fade into wallpaper. You're the lightning bolt that splits the sky. They feel you before they see you. And once they do see you, they never forget. Now here's the ugly truth. Most people aren't used to being around real. They're used to people performing, begging, adjusting. But you walk in solid, unshaken, untouched, and that shakes them. It shows them everything they're pretending to be. That's why they'll joke about you being too serious or too intense. That's why they'll mock your solitude, your silence, your strength. But underneath that is fear, jealousy, insecurity. You remind them they settled, and that makes you dangerous. You've probably asked yourself, why does my presence feel heavy to others? Let's answer it now, because you carry clarity, and clarity is confrontational. You bring with you an energy that forces self-reflection. And most people will do anything to avoid that mirror. They don't want to feel their wounds. They don't want to admit their cowardice. They don't want to face the fact that while you've been building yourself in silence, they've been hiding behind noise. Your life is proof that survival can create something sacred. You didn't just make it through. You became refined through the fire. You earned this energy. It wasn't handed to you. It was forged in rejection, betrayal, loneliness, and quiet transformation. So when they try to play you small, remember, they're not reacting to you. They're reacting to what they don't have the strength to become. Imagine chosen one walking into a room full of people pretending to be happy, pretending to be whole, and suddenly you walk in carrying peace that can't be faked, depth that can't be bought, and power that can't be copied. That's why they flinch. That's why they gossip. That's why they try to cut you down behind your back, because what you are shouts louder than what they pretend to be. Let's be even more clear. You don't make people uncomfortable. Their lies do. Your truth just turns the light on. There are two types of reactions to someone like you. They'll either cling or they'll curse. One will see you as medicine. The other will see you as a threat. But both are a form of recognition. Both prove you are not average. And that's where your power lies, in being undeniable even to those who wish you weren't. They'll try to label you too much because they can't label you easy to control. They'll say you've changed because they never expected you to outgrow their expectations. They'll act confused by your silence because your silence screams truth they don't want to hear. This is the frequency they weren't built for, and it's exactly why they better be careful with you. Because mishandling someone like you isn't just a mistake. It's a spiritual miscalculation, and the universe doesn't miss when it recalibrates balance. Some people thought they were just casually crossing paths with you. What they didn't realize is they were being tested by the universe itself. And when they failed that test, when they tried to dim your light, downplay your power, mock your mission, they triggered a consequence. Not because you're vengeful, but because energy has laws. And you, chosen one, are backed by something far bigger than ego. This is why you need to stop apologizing for your energy. Stop softening your light so others can avoid squinting. If they can't handle your glow, let them go blind. You were never meant to be dimmed for the comfort of cowards. Your silence is power. Your presence is pressure. Your frequency is the kind that can't be bought, borrowed, or broken. And every room you enter becomes a battlefield between the truth you carry and the denial they hide in. So no, chosen one, your energy isn't just rare, it's a warning. A reminder that the universe doesn't play when it sends a real one into the mix. Let them feel it, let them fear it, let them fake smile and talk slick behind closed doors. Because at the end of the day, they'll never forget the time they stood next to you and felt what authenticity really feels like. They thought you were the calm, but now they know. You were the storm they never saw coming, and next time they'll think twice before playing with lightning. Number 2, you're not just still standing, you're the warning they didn't see coming. They threw storms at you thinking you'd drown, but they forgot. Some souls are the storm. You didn't just survive, you walked out with thunder in your chest. Let's be clear from the start. You weren't just built to endure, you were forged to disrupt. Every breakdown you've had, every betrayal you endured, every moment they thought they'd broken you, became fuel. Now, you don't just walk through fire, you bring it. And that scares people, badly. You're the walking contradiction to everything fake people depend on to feel important. You didn't need to be loud to be seen. You didn't play by their rules, beg for a seat at their table, or sell yourself out for status. You chose the harder road, the real one. And now, your presence alone is proof that their illusions don't hold power over truth. Imagine this, chosen one, a system designed to keep people small, obedient, numb. And somehow, you didn't just survive it, you rose above it. You didn't have the safety nets, you didn't have the applause. What you had was pain, silence, self-awareness, and an internal compass that never stopped pointing you forward. They can't stand that, because your life now makes them question everything they traded their integrity for. You didn't climb ladders, you became the mountain. They'll never admit this, but your mere existence exposes them. You're living proof that it's possible to be powerful without playing dirty, to be respected without begging for validation, and to glow without selling your soul. That kind of authenticity, it's rare, it's raw, and it's deeply threatening to anyone still pretending. You've probably felt it. People who loved you when you were struggling suddenly go cold when you find your strength. It's not that you changed. It's that your transformation removed their excuses. Your evolution didn't just elevate you, it forced them to look at their stagnation. And that's why they attack. They'll call you arrogant, when really it's just that your confidence isn't dependent on their opinion. They'll say you're distant, when what they mean is you no longer tolerate nonsense. They'll label you cold because you stopped shrinking to fit their comfort zone. Here's the reality: they loved you broken, because broken people are easier to control. But now that you've rebuilt yourself in silence, sharpened your boundaries, and learned how to move with precision, you're untouchable. And it drives them mad. They wanted the old you, the one they could guilt, manipulate, and control. But that version died in the fire, and the one who rose doesn't owe them softness. You are not here to soothe people into staying small. You are here to remind them what power looks like when it's earned. Real power isn't loud, it's calm, it's steady, it walks into a room and doesn't need to say a word, because the energy speaks for itself. Imagine this, a blade forged in fire. Not flashy, not polished, but lethal. That's you. Life tested you again and again, and each time, you didn't shatter, you sharpened. While others were chasing clout, you were learning discipline. While they chased attention, you were cultivating stillness. And now they don't know how to read you because you no longer speak the language of desperation. You became the pressure they thought would crush you. And you know what's even more powerful. You chose peace over revenge. You had every reason to clap back, to expose, to retaliate. But instead, you elevated. You let your growth be the answer. Your evolution was louder than any argument. That kind of maturity, it terrifies the petty, because it proves strength isn't noise, it's restraint, it's self-respect. And most importantly, it's choosing alignment over approval. You didn't just walk away, you walked away healed, and that's the part they weren't ready for. Let's answer a question that may still be echoing in your mind. Why me? Why do I make people so uncomfortable just by being myself? Because you are not easily influenced. You can't be guilted into shrinking. You can't be seduced by superficial praise. And you don't need external validation to know who you are. That makes you rare, dangerous, and completely outside their control. Imagine walking into a house full of cracked mirrors. Everyone inside thinks they look fine, until someone brings in a real mirror. That's you. Your presence reflects what people don't want to see. Their laziness, their compromises, their lack of evolution. And instead of rising up, they turn against the one who showed them the truth. That's why people you once called family now feel like strangers. Why circles you used to fit into now feel suffocating. You've outgrown the roles they assigned to keep you predictable. But the more you grow, the more they shrink in your presence. And that's on them. They say you changed, but what they really mean is you stopped letting them mistreat you. You're not just living proof that survival is possible, you're proof that survival can create something divine. Not in the mystical sense, but in the undeniable, unshakable, unstoppable kind of way. You are the result of what happens when someone stops breaking and starts building. You are what it looks like when pressure becomes power. And don't let anyone make you feel guilty for the space you now take up. You earned that space. You bled for that voice. You fought for that peace. And anyone who's uncomfortable with your light can go sit in the dark. That's not your burden to carry. From this point forward, understand this. Your existence is no longer up for explanation. Your glow is not a coincidence. It is the aftermath of war. You've walked through emotional, mental, and spiritual battlefields. And now that you've emerged with your head high, they better be careful with how they speak on your name. Because this version of you doesn't play. This version of you isn't here to be liked. You are here to shift timelines, shake foundations, and remind every room that truth still exists in human form. And that's why your presence is a privilege. Let them underestimate, let them whisper, let them watch, but just know. You didn't just survive, you became the evidence. And now, they don't get to sit next to you without reverence. Number 3, access to you wasn't granted, it was earned, and most fumbled the test. They thought they were lucky to be close to you. They weren't. They were being watched, tested, and now their grade is carved into the fallout. Let's kill the lie from the beginning. Being around you was never a coincidence. It was never about casual connection, chemistry, or luck. It was a permission granted by something bigger than both of you. You are not some random person they bumped into on the path of life. You were a checkpoint, a test, a mirror, and most failed. People think access to someone like you is about friendship or bonding, but the truth is harsher. It's about alignment, not personality, not charm, not vibes, alignment. If someone hasn't done the work on themselves, your presence will crush them. Not because you're trying to, but because the weight of your truth will expose every weakness they've tried to bury under ego. You didn't hurt them, their lack of readiness did. Imagine standing next to a lighthouse while lost in a storm. That kind of light doesn't just help, it blinds. It forces you to see just how far off course you've gone. And that's exactly what happens when someone unready tries to stand beside you. Your energy doesn't flatter, it confronts. Your presence doesn't feed egos, it starves them. That's why you're misunderstood. Why they say you're distant, hard to read, or cold. No, chosen one, you're just selective, because you've learned. Not everyone deserves access to peace they didn't fight for. You're not just another connection, you're a spiritual event. The kind of soul that reroutes timelines, brings suppressed truths to the surface, and burns away illusion just by being near. Some people weren't ready to meet you, but they met you anyway, not as a reward, but as a lesson, to see what they do with rare energy when it walked into their life. Some were sent to meet you, not to keep you. They came smiling, laughing, mirroring your light, but deep down, their foundations were shaking. You didn't do that. You just revealed what was already unstable. They couldn't keep up because you weren't playing by surface-level rules. You were tuned into something real, something deep, and it made them nervous. Let's be honest, you've been drained before. You've given people access to your clarity, your peace, your heart, only to find them siphoning your energy like it was theirs to take. And still, you forgave. You gave second chances. You tried to understand, but over time, you realized some didn't come to love you. They came to feed. They came to soak in your calm because they couldn't create their own. They bathed in your light because their inner world was chaos. But you weren't sent to be their emotional life raft. You were sent to wake them up. And instead of rising, they tried to drag you down. Imagine this, a sacred vault left open to the public. People walk in, take what they want, touch what they don't understand, and leave fingerprints on things they'll never value. That's what it felt like, didn't it? Letting the wrong people close. And now, you've shut the vault. You've locked the door. Not out of bitterness, but wisdom. You're not unkind, you're unavailable to the unworthy. Being close to you has always been a responsibility, not a right. Some were handed the keys to a temple and used it like a nightclub. They mistook your depth for decoration, your silence for weakness, your boundaries for attitude. And now, they're outside the gates, realizing what they lost. The consequences weren't yours to deliver. The universe handled that. Because when someone mishandles a chosen one, they're not just offending you, they're violating alignment. They're spitting on a blessing that was sent to help them grow. That kind of mistake doesn't go unnoticed. They didn't lose you. They lost the version of themselves they were becoming through you. Let's answer the question floating in your chest right now. Why do people come so close, then pull away, disappear, or turn toxic? Because when someone isn't ready, their soul starts panicking around the truth. They'll self-sabotage, they'll project, they'll lie, cheat, twist, and deflect. Not because you're wrong, but because your presence reveals how wrong they are with themselves. This is why access to you now has to come with requirements. You are not an open door policy. You are not here to babysit brokenness or heal people who refuse to do the work. You've earned your peace, your clarity, your energy, and anyone who enters your space should feel the weight of that honor. And if they don't, show them the exit. Without guilt, without explanation. Because you've spent enough time watering deserts, enough time explaining your intentions to people who only heard threats, enough time dimming your light so others didn't feel small. That part of your life is over. You are no longer handing out front row seats to people who only came to throw shade. If someone is in your space now, they better be ready. They better be aligned, awake, and accountable, because chosen ones don't carry casual connections. They carry purpose. Access to you is like oxygen in high altitudes. If they haven't trained for it, they'll choke. So here's your confirmation. Chosen one, the distance you've created, it's sacred. The solitude you've embraced, it's power. And the ones who couldn't handle your presence, they were never meant to stay. You are not difficult. You are not too much. You are not the problem. You are the filter. And everything fake, weak, or unhealed is being sifted out for your protection and for their growth. Remember this always. Your presence is not free real estate. It's sacred ground. And from this point forward, they better come correct or not come at all. Number 4, you don't shout power. You walk in and it bows without a word. Some make noise to prove they're powerful. Others just enter a room, and the room forgets how to breathe. Let's set the record straight. Power doesn't need to perform. Real power doesn't announce itself. It doesn't demand attention. It simply enters, and everything around it shifts. That's the kind of force you carry. Chosen one. The kind that unsettles egos, melts facades, and silences rooms without even trying. You don't speak power, you embody it. It's in your silence, your gaze, your posture. It's in the way you move with purpose instead of panic. In a world obsessed with showing off, you show up, calm, grounded, and unshakably present. That presence alone. It does more damage to deception than 1,000 loudmouths could ever achieve. They need a spotlight. You are the light. You've noticed it, haven't you? The way people pause when you walk in. How conversations shift. Some grow awkward, others grow deeper. It's not coincidence, it's frequency. You walk in carrying an energy that doesn't match the surface level games people play. And so the room responds, not because you said something, but because you simply are something they don't know how to define. Imagine this, a wolf walking into a room full of sheep pretending to be lions. No growl, no roar, just presence. And suddenly all the pretending collapses. That's what you do, chosen one. Your alignment registers as a threat to the performance. Your peace feels like judgment to those living in chaos. Your stillness makes the loud look lost. Your silence screams the truth people spend years avoiding. This is why some people avoid eye contact with you, why they stutter, over-explain, or get defensive without reason. They feel something when they're around you, but they don't understand it. What they feel is the mirror, the silent one, the one that doesn't reflect their ego, but their emptiness, the one that doesn't judge, but exposes. You don't need to impress. You don't need to dominate. You're not trying to prove anything, and that alone makes the insecure panic. In a world addicted to performance, being real is revolutionary, and revolutions always cause discomfort before they bring change. You've likely wondered, why do people either love me deeply or feel intimidated by me for no reason? Here's the answer. Because you force people to feel. You force them to face what they've buried. You force them to see what they've ignored. You don't say it, but your existence says everything. Some are drawn to that. Others run. But no one stays neutral when real walks into the room. You weren't made to be understood by everyone. You were made to awaken the few who are ready. Your power isn't loud because it doesn't have to be. That's the thing about truth. It doesn't beg. It doesn't negotiate. It just stands. And the moment something fake comes near, it cracks. That's why you've always been treated like a threat. in rooms where the foundation was built on ego, not authenticity. Imagine this, a tuning fork being struck in a room full of distorted instruments. Suddenly, all the noise becomes discord. That's you. Your energy tunes the room, and those who've been playing the wrong song their entire life. They feel exposed, and some of them hate you for it. But let them. You weren't made to coddle illusions. You were made to carry truth, and that truth is written all over your body language, your energy, your presence. You don't need to talk a lot. You don't need to show off. People feel you before they even hear you. And when they do hear you, the message hits different because it came from someone who lives it, not someone who learned how to fake it. You don't walk into rooms to be seen. You walk in and people realize they've been blind. You are not for everyone. That's not your flaw. It's your protection. You weren't made for shallow spaces or surface-level souls. You were made to lead the quiet revolution, the one that doesn't scream, but transforms. You are the shift, the pause, the pressure. You are what makes others look inward and say, I need to do better. You don't just shine light, you reveal. You reveal who's been lying to themselves, who's faking strength, who's dependent on attention to feel valuable. You don't do it intentionally, your being does it. And the people who can't handle that, they'll either try to dim you or discredit you. But here's the secret they'll never admit. They felt small next to you and couldn't figure out why. That's not your burden. That's their battle. You didn't come here to babysit egos. You came here to walk in your lane, and by doing so, inspire others to walk in theirs. If they take that as a threat, so be it. But understand, that reaction is a reflection of their state, not your value. Imagine a wildfire calmly burning through a forest of lies. No noise, just slow, steady truth consuming everything false. That's how you move. You don't explode, you expose. And the ones who've been hiding behind masks, they feel the heat the moment you enter. You're not intimidating, they're just not used to presence that doesn't beg to be accepted. So stand tall in that presence, chosen one. You don't owe softness to those who mistake your peace for weakness. You don't owe explanations to those threatened by your truth. You don't have to shrink to fit their narrative. Let them feel the shift. Let them tremble in silence. Let them gossip, distance, deflect. None of it changes the fact. You're not walking in with power. You are the power. And when they finally realize it, it'll be too late to earn it. Because this kind of energy, this kind of presence, it's not open access. It's earned. It's aligned. It's sacred. Let them call it mysterious. Let them call it too much. Just know, what they're really saying is, I've never been in the presence of something this real before. And now they know. They never should have underestimated the silent one. Number 5. You carry what their whole bloodline couldn't birth, and it shows. You didn't just arrive, you were summoned. You are what generations cried for, but never became. And now that you're here, they don't know whether to worship you or run. Let's make something crystal clear from the start. What lives in you didn't start with you. You are not just the product of your own pain. You are the answer to generations of silence. The embodiment of potential that once died in the mouths of your ancestors, never spoken, never seen, but never forgotten. You are the one that made it through. You are the one that broke through walls they thought were permanent. You are the code they could never crack. And now that you've cracked it, the room doesn't know how to act. You are the blueprint of healing they never believed possible. You walk into rooms and people feel it. They don't know what to call it, can't explain it, but something shifts. A tension, a silence, a pull. It's not arrogance, it's not charisma, it's your aura, coded with frequencies their bloodline never reached. And it makes people uncomfortable because suddenly they're standing in front of someone who's not trying to be powerful. They just are. You inherited something ancient, something sacred, not from wealth or status, but from pain, from prayers, from the unspoken willpower of generations before you who died with dreams locked in their chest. Now you show up, living, breathing, walking proof that evolution is real, and they don't know whether to admire you or resent you for becoming what they never had the courage to pursue. Imagine this, a safe locked for centuries, keys lost, combinations forgotten. Every generation tried, failed, and moved on. Then suddenly you arrive, quiet, steady, focused, and without forcing it, you crack it open. The vault spills. And what's inside? You. That's why some look at you with awe one moment and project their fear the next. They don't understand what you carry, not because you're strange, but because you are a reflection of everything they never unlocked in themselves. You move with an energy they've only seen in visions. You speak with wisdom they never earned. You radiate alignment, and that kind of clarity, it stings. They were born into comfort, you were born into spiritual combat, and still you rose. You're not just different, you're the doorway, the turning point, the karmic shift. You're what happens when a soul chooses to stop repeating cycles and starts rewriting them. That's why your journey has felt so heavy. That's why isolation was your school and pain was your training ground. You weren't being punished, you were being prepared. Every moment you spent crying alone, questioning your purpose, walking away from people who couldn't match your energy, that was refinement. The universe wasn't breaking you, it was unlocking you, because someone had to hold this code, someone had to carry the weight of becoming, and that someone was you. You are not a chapter in their story. You are the plot twist their lineage never saw coming. That's why they stare. That's why they overthink your silence. That's why they act strange around you. One moment, you're their greatest inspiration. The next, they're uncomfortable with your growth. It's not because you changed. It's because you stopped hiding how evolved you are. And that evolution, it didn't come from books or seminars. It didn't come from influencers or gurus. It came from nights you almost gave up, from boundaries you had to set without support, from trusting your gut when the whole world told you were crazy. You earned this aura. You bled for it. You broke for it. And now that you walk in it fully, they feel it like heat on skin they didn't know was exposed. You say things without trying that shake souls out of sleep. You speak with a tone that feels like memory, like they've heard you before but can't place where. That's not coincidence. That's legacy. Your soul has been here before, and this time it came to finish what the last cycles couldn't. You're not new to this. You're ancestral memory in motion. And some people hate you for that. They hate that you didn't need permission to rise, that you didn't need applause to grow, that you didn't need their acceptance to start healing, because they're still waiting for signs, still blaming bloodlines, still recycling trauma and calling it tradition. Meanwhile, you ended what they couldn't even name. You are the living contradiction of their excuses, the silent thunder that makes their ego shake, the walking reminder that it could have been them if they had done the work. So they stare, they admire, they avoid, they envy, they copy, they criticize. But deep down, they know exactly who you are. You are what evolution looks like without the mask, what spiritual intelligence looks like without the filter. You don't just talk about growth, you became it. You don't post about healing, you embody it. And you're not loud about your power because you don't need to be. You are the living proof that destiny doesn't care about bloodlines, only about who's ready. So let them whisper, let them wonder, let them wrestle with the mirror you become when you walk in. You weren't sent to blend, you were sent to break cycles, to hold keys in your DNA that they'll never understand, to carry a vibration that says, "It ends with me, and everything after me will rise higher because I chose to fight what they couldn't even face." You are not their peer. You are not their competition. You are not even in the same story. You're the glitch in the pattern, the key to the lock, the chapter that changed the lineage. And whether they bow, run, hate, or imitate, you're still walking in it. Because chosen one, you carry what they couldn't even dream of holding. And your existence is the code they'll never crack. Number 6. You were the answer. They cried for, but mishandled like a mistake. They begged for a light in the dark, then cursed it when it exposed the mess they made. Some people cried for real, for truth, for peace, for someone who wouldn't lie, betray, or play games with their soul. And when the universe answered, it answered through you, quiet, genuine, solid. Not loud or flashy, but powerful in ways they'd never seen before. You didn't walk in looking for worship. You showed up to elevate, to bring healing, stability, presence, and love that couldn't be imitated. But instead of recognizing the blessing, they panicked, picked it apart, projected their fears, tried to fit your power into their comfort zone, and when it didn't shrink, they called it too much. They weren't ready. Not really. They wanted relief from the pain, but not the responsibility that comes with truth. They asked from desperation, not alignment. And when you showed up, raw, honest, whole, they treated you like just another option. That's where they lost. Not because you left, but because they fumbled an assignment. You didn't come to fill a void, you came to raise a frequency. But they weren't willing to rise, so they ran, or sabotaged, or stayed stuck in dysfunction while trying to drag you back into it. And now, silence, emptiness, regret. Because once a chosen one walks away, there's no second version coming through that door. Not because you're arrogant, but because what you carried was assigned. And when someone mishandles an assignment, the consequence isn't just loss, it's absence with no replacement. Let that echo. They prayed for what you are, but they weren't built to receive it. And now, they'll feel the silence louder than your presence ever was. You're not just protected, you're spiritually armed and universally watched. They thought they were coming for a person. What they didn't realize is, your life is being watched by forces that don't miss a move. Let them talk. Let them plot. Let them whisper in shadows and move with fake smiles. Because every time someone moved against you, thinking you were alone, they stepped straight into a storm they couldn't see coming. You don't move like the rest, not because you're better, but because you're backed, covered, watched, guarded by realms they can't even imagine, let alone access. You walk with protection that defies logic. You've seen it, the way lies never stick, the way betrayal collapses before it finishes its job, the way people try to block your rise, only to watch your name echo louder than ever. That's not coincidence, that's cosmic law. You don't move alone, you are sent with security. When they attack you, they're not just crossing a line, they're stepping into spiritual crossfire. There are forces assigned to your life, a kind of surveillance that goes deeper than human eyes. You don't always see it, but you feel it. The nudge that says, don't go there. The silence that reveals lies. The sudden collapse of something built against you. That's not luck. That's alignment. That's divine strategy playing out in real time. And still, people test you. They think you're soft because you don't retaliate. They think you're vulnerable because you choose peace. But your silence isn't weakness. It's awareness. You already know how it ends. You've seen it before. People tried to destroy you and now they can't even look you in the eye. They whispered your downfall, and now they watch your rise in silence. You are not alone. You are surrounded by protection that doesn't post on social media, but moves with precision. When they attack you, they're not fighting a person, they're challenging alignment. And in that realm, intention matters. Motives are visible. Energy can't lie. Every word they spoke, every false plan, every hidden dig, it was recorded. Not by you, but by something higher. And when the receipt prints, there's no refund, only consequence. You're not someone to be approached casually. You don't offer random access. When someone steps into your world, they're stepping into a field of accountability. It's not just emotional, it's energetic. Mishandling you comes with a cost many didn't see coming until they were left dealing with fallout they couldn't trace. But you could. You were assigned, not assembled, sacred, not disposable, and that makes all the difference. Your presence shifts rooms, awakens souls, and disrupts dysfunction without needing to raise your voice. That's why people react so strongly to you. You don't move with ego. You move with weight, with an ancient stillness that says, I've been through too much to entertain foolishness now. And it hits them hard. Some bow to it, others break under it. You carry more than light. You carry lineage. You're the answer to ancestral prayers, the shift maker, the pattern breaker. You were built not just for survival, but for transformation. And that kind of presence, it can't be copied, can't be faked, can't be contained. And those who mishandled you, they're now learning the hard way. Harming you wasn't harmless. Trying to diminish you didn't just fail, it exposed them. And the consequences they're facing? That's not karma, that's spiritual math. Balance always returns. And your name, still rising. Being in your presence is not a casual experience. It's a privilege, one that comes with responsibility, one that demands respect. And from now on, anyone who enters your space without reverence will be met by reality, swift and undeniable. So stand firm, walk tall, speak when needed, stay silent when wise, but never again downplay what you carry, because chosen one, you are the confirmation, you are the storm, you are the shielded force walking proof that alignment walks among men. And the next time they cross your path, they'll either rise with honor or fall under the weight of what they failed to respect. That is final. And now, chosen one, let this truth settle in your bones. You were never ordinary, never random, never here to be mishandled. You are the proof, the presence, and the protection they never saw coming. From this moment forward, walk like you know exactly who you are, because you do. If this message spoke to something deep inside you, do your part in keeping this truth alive. Drop 777 in the comments if you feel the power rising. Like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to hear it. You're not alone. You're part of a force. Let's move like it. They didn't just betray you. They betrayed the hand that fed their breakthrough. They sat at your table, ate from your plate, drank from your spirit, and had the audacity to spit in your face when it was time to honor you. After everything you did, everything you gave, everything you endured, they still turned on you. And not softly, not by accident. No, They laughed when you cried, lied when you were loyal, and walked away the moment you couldn't carry them anymore. Then, as if that wasn't enough, they rewrote the story to make you the villain in the very chapter you bled to build. You didn't just give them your time, you gave them shelter in your storm. You defended them when they were defenseless. You poured into them when your cup was empty. You sacrificed while they slept. And now, they call you dramatic, bitter. Too much. They sit with your enemies, entertain gossip about you, joke about the wounds they helped create. Oh, they didn't just betray you. They attempted character assassination and called it closure. Before we go any further, Chosen One, if this message is already cutting deep and waking something up inside of you, pause and hit that like and subscribe button. It's more than support. It tells the algorithm this message needs to reach more chosen ones like you. It spreads the light. It protects the mission. We're not just venting, we're calling truth into the open. Now, let's speak on it. This isn't confusion. This is calculated betrayal. They knew what you were. They knew who you were. You weren't a mystery to them. You were a miracle, a walking shield, a soul that held space they had never experienced before. You reminded them of their worth. You stood beside them when everyone else gave up. You spoke life into their name when they were cursing themselves under their breath. And how did they repay you? They started treating you like a burden, like your emotions were too loud, your love was too much, your expectations were unrealistic, as if wanting respect, honesty and loyalty was asking for the moon. But it's funny, when they were broken and bleeding, those same qualities were called healing. They needed your stability, your strength, your wisdom, until they felt strong enough to spit on it. They used your heart as a landing pad, your loyalty as a doormat, and your softness as a weapon against you. And now they pretend like you were the problem, like you were the one who ruined it. But let's tell the truth. You carried them. You prayed for them in silence. You covered their back while they stabbed yours. You held them up when their world was falling apart, and when yours cracked, they disappeared. They didn't just leave. They made sure to mock you first, made sure to act brand new in front of people who never saw your tears. They started showing up with fake love and empty eyes, giving pieces of themselves to strangers while starving the one person who would have died for them. Chosen One, this wasn't heartbreak. This was spiritual warfare. They didn't just fall out of love. They aligned with energies that were sent to break you. They became channels for destruction, inviting in chaos and blaming you when it knocked everything down. They sat at tables where your name was shredded. They chose status over substance, ego over elevation, clout over character. And now they think they're free. They think their silence is peace. But you and I both know it's guilt dressed in calm. They sleep with regret. They scroll through your page when nobody's watching. They laugh a little too loud to cover the weight sitting in their spirit. Because you weren't just a chapter. You were the whole foundation. And what they lost cannot be duplicated. Let's be even clearer. You didn't just love them, you labored for them, spiritually, emotionally, energetically. You saw their potential when they were too blind to see it themselves. You made sacrifices that were never repaid. You overlooked red flags because you believed in healing. And even when your intuition screamed, you gave them another chance, because that's what chosen ones do. But your love wasn't weakness. It was warfare, and now the battle has shifted. You're not the same person anymore. You've shed the skin that needed validation. You've let go of the version of you that tolerated crumbs and called it loyalty. You see the truth now. You recognize the pattern. You feel the shift. And while they're stuck trying to mimic your energy with counterfeits, you're evolving into something they'll never touch again. So no, they didn't just hurt you, they hurt their own future. They didn't just ghost you, they ghosted divine favor. They didn't just betray a person, they betrayed a spiritual lifeline they'll never access again. And now they're left watching you glow from the sidelines, wondering how someone they thought they broke is still rising. They did this to you after everything you gave, and now the universe is answering. And hey, chosen one, stay close, because what you just heard, that was only the trailer. The real picture is about to begin, and it gets deeper, darker, and more revealing. They really did all this to you after everything you gave. But now it's time to break it all down, piece by piece. So are you ready to dive in step by step? Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to turn your isolation into transformation. And if you feel led, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, because your support keeps this truth flowing and this mission alive. And now let's dive into it, step by step. And believe me, if you are a true chosen one, you're going to feel the pull to stay till the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1. You were their shelter, but they set fire to the roof. The greatest betrayal isn't when they leave you, it's when they burn the very shelter that kept them alive and call you the storm. Let's talk about it, chosen one. They didn't just forget you, they set fire to the roof you built over their head with your bare hands. You weren't just a safe space, you were the entire foundation they leaned on when life was breaking them down. You caught them when the world dropped them. You protected them from storms they started. You took emotional bullets that weren't meant for you. You stood between them and consequences they didn't even see coming. And what did they do? They doused the roof in gasoline and struck a match, and then had the nerve to act like you ruined the house. They spun the story, painted you as too much, too intense, too emotional. But let's be honest, you were too powerful for their ego to handle. You didn't just love them, you covered them. You gave them shelter from the chaos they attracted, from the trauma they refused to heal, from the enemies they invited in. You were the roof, the walls, the heat, and the light. And they treated you like you were just wallpaper. Let me ask you something. How many times did you protect them behind the scenes? How many nights did you lose sleep over their peace? How many sacrifices did you make that they never even knew about? And now they've flipped the narrative like you were the burden? No, you weren't the problem. You were the protection. They just got used to being shielded and forgot what storms feel like. Now that you're gone, the wind is howling, the walls are cracking, and suddenly everything feels colder. Why? Because the roof they torched was the only thing keeping the flood from swallowing them whole. You didn't just help them survive, you helped them shine. Let's not forget, when you met them, they were lost, confused, spiritually unstable. But once you showed up, doors started opening, their energy felt clearer. Opportunities found them. That wasn't luck, that was alignment. That was you bringing divine favor into their life, holding back consequences, breathing structure into chaos, and carrying emotional weight they didn't have the discipline to manage. Look at people like Oprah Winfrey, who once said the only reason she didn't collapse under the pressure of fame and trauma was because someone stood in the gap for her. Look at Maya Angelou, betrayed, mocked, misunderstood, but her strength became a beacon for millions. Or think about Martin Luther King Jr., who carried the weight of a nation's trauma and was still stabbed in the back by those closest to him. Even Jesus, whether you believe religiously or metaphorically, was betrayed by someone who sat at his table. This story repeats because the chosen are always the first to be used and the last to be thanked. That's the weight of being chosen. You're not just a lover, You're a shelter. You're the one people run to when their world collapses. You're the one who listens when no one else does, who forgives when no one else would, who stays when it would be easier to walk away. But, chosen one, don't confuse your power with their approval. You were sent not to be worshipped, but to cover, and once your job is done, or once your presence is disrespected, the universe will remove you and let them face the very storm you protected them from. They didn't just lose you, they lost their covering, and now they're standing outside in the same storm you once blocked for them, wondering why nothing feels safe anymore. That anxiety, that confusion, that constant fear of something going wrong, that's not bad luck. That's the spiritual consequence of burning their own shelter. You see, when someone disrespects a chosen one, the universe doesn't respond with revenge. It responds with absence, the removal of protection, the silence where warmth used to live. And that's where they are now, cold, confused, exposed. Because they weren't just protected by you, they thrived because of you. But when they chose ego over gratitude, pride over partnership, betrayal over loyalty, the covering lifted. And now the rain doesn't stop. Every relationship feels empty. Every room feels colder. Because the glow they used to stand under is gone. And they didn't just walk away from it. They torched it. So yes, chosen one, cry if you have to. Grieve what they did, but do not doubt your role. You were their miracle, not their mistake. You were the protection they didn't deserve. You were the gift they misread. You were the roof they danced under until they burned it down. But don't you dare rebuild it for them. Don't you dare lower your frequency just to be understood by people who benefited from your light but laughed when you were dimmed. Let them sit in what they created. Let them face the storm they once mocked. Because now you're rebuilding your own house. One with stronger walls, higher standards, and no doors for betrayal to sneak through. And the next time someone is allowed inside, they'll have to come with respect, alignment, and the spiritual maturity to recognize what they've been given. So let the rain fall where it may. You're not their shelter anymore. You're the storm they'll never recover from. Number 2. You showed up in their rock bottom. Now they mock you from their high horse. Never trust someone who forgets the hand that fed them just because they can now afford a fork. They don't remember now, do they? They don't talk about the nights you stayed up listening to them cry, or the way you poured into them when they had nothing, no confidence, no direction, no plan. They don't mention how you breathed life into their broken vision, how you reminded them who they were when they couldn't even look themselves in the mirror. Now that they've got a little recognition, a few likes, a little status, they've got amnesia, and not the quiet kind. No, they mock you now. They distance themselves. Pretend like you were never there. Like your energy didn't help rebuild their foundation. Like your presence didn't feed their soul when their world was starving. You showed up at their rock bottom. While others laughed, you leaned in. When everyone else saw a mess, you saw potential. You stood by them when the future looked like smoke and rubble. You were the calm voice in their chaos. And you didn't do it for attention, or clout, or control. You did it because that's who you are, a chosen one, called to show up with healing when others run. But now they treat you like you're beneath them, like they elevated above you, like the pedestal they climbed up on was built by their own strength, not on your prayers, your encouragement, your loyalty. And what's worse, they perform it in public, smile for the camera, throw shade in their captions, subtweet your spirit, all while forgetting that their high horse was built from the ground you laid. Let's not twist it. They didn't build alone. You helped hold their hands while they figured it out. You poured ideas into their mind when they were too discouraged to think straight. You reminded them that they were worthy, even when they gave up on themselves. And now they stand in the spotlight, acting like they found the way on their own, like you were just a background character in a movie they star in. But let me tell you something, the universe does not forget. Energy remembers, and there's a cost to biting the hand that fed your rise. This isn't just arrogance. This is betrayal wrapped in ego, because deep down they know the truth. They know who really stood by them. They know who answered the late-night calls, who helped them clean up the mess they made of their own life. But their pride won't let them say it. Because to admit they needed you is to admit they're not self-made, and their ego won't allow that kind of honesty. They'd rather mock the one who helped them than credit the support that saved them. Let me put it this way, you were water in their drought, and now that they've found a pond, they pretend like they've never been thirsty. But let them keep drinking from shallow streams. They'll soon realize that nothing quenches like a source that's divinely connected. You were the real thing, and what they've got now, it's temporary. It's built on status, not substance. History repeats this pattern over and over. People praised by the world often forget who carried them through obscurity. Think about Steve Jobs, fired by the very company he co-founded, mocked by executives who wouldn't exist without his vision. Think about Maya Angelou, who was once dismissed by literary circles until her words shook the globe. Or look at people like Joseph in ancient stories, used, forgotten, and thrown away, only to rise later in positions that made the same betrayers come begging. That's the lesson here. Chosen ones get mocked in the valley, but remembered at the mountain. You will be back on the throne, not because you need revenge, but because purpose always resurrects what pride tried to bury. You showed up when no one else did, and you didn't just show up, you stayed. Through the breakdowns, the insecurities, the doubt, you cheered louder than anyone. You carried emotional weight that would have crushed them had you not been there. But now they wear designer disrespect and look down like you were just another step on the ladder. Let them ride their high horse, because what they don't realize is that horse has weak knees. That pedestal they're standing on was built with spiritual glue they don't know how to maintain. Without your presence, without your prayers, without your grounding, that foundation starts to crack. Slowly, quietly, then all at once. Don't worry about them posting pictures that look like peace. Energy doesn't lie, and you can't filter emptiness. Behind that winning smile is a soul that remembers what you did, and the silence that used to feel like strength is now starting to feel like guilt. Because here's the reality, they didn't just lose a friend, they lost favor. They didn't just walk away from a connection, they abandoned the bridge that carried them through the storm. And the universe always settles that kind of debt. Not through vengeance, but through absence. The high horse only seems tall until it's standing on broken ground. And you're the ground. You were the base, the balance, the quiet blessing they never truly acknowledged. Chosen one, don't chase them. Don't argue with their version of the story. Let their pride be their echo chamber. You have something far greater. Clarity. You saw who they really were, and more importantly, you saw who you really are. Someone who brings life to what is dying. Someone who speaks light into what is dim. Someone who loves without agenda. Someone who shows up even when it's inconvenient. They lost that. They mocked that. And now they get to live with the echo of your absence. And you get to rise again, not with resentment, but with revelation. You know now who you can't take with you. You know now what your presence is worth. And next time someone is gasping for air at rock bottom, you'll know to check for character before offering oxygen. Let them keep riding high, because when that fall comes, the only name they'll remember, the one they'll whisper in regret, is yours. And by then, you'll be unreachable, because you were the miracle they mocked. Number 3, they were drowning. You were the lifeline. Now they blame you for the ocean. You threw them a rope, and they cursed you for the waves. They were drowning, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and you jumped in without hesitation. Not only did you risk your own peace to save them, you became the lifeline that kept them from going under. You offered guidance when they had no direction, stability when they had none, and love when they were hollow. But now that they've resurfaced, they have the audacity to blame you for the storm, for the chaos they created with their own hands. No, let's be real. They didn't hate the rope, they hated the reflection. Because when you saved them, you also exposed the fact that they needed saving. And pride doesn't like being rescued. So now they rewrite the script, act like you were controlling, like you made things worse, like your presence was the problem. But chosen one, you didn't create the ocean. You just refused to let them drown in it. You weren't dragging them, you were carrying them, and that weight you bore silently. It would have crushed anyone else. But you did it anyway, because that's who you are. That's what chosen ones do. You didn't ask for credit. You didn't ask for applause. You just wanted them to heal. Look at famous examples. Princess Diana poured herself into people drowning in scandal, addiction, and shame, only to be smeared by the very system she tried to save. Or Robin Williams, whose laughter kept the world afloat while privately he was being pulled under. Chosen souls are always blamed for the very pain they were trying to soothe. Why? Because your light reflects their darkness, and when they're not ready to face it, they attack the source instead of the shadow. So now they're out here acting like you were the storm, telling people you were the one who broke them. But let the universe hear it all, because the universe knows you were the rope, not the wave. You were the anchor, not the chaos. You didn't bring pain, you held them through it. You gave love they hadn't earned, compassion they didn't understand, and presence they'll never find again. Let them talk. Let them twist it. The truth is sealed in energy, and when it all crashes again, and it will, they'll look for that lifeline. But by then, you'll be too far, too elevated, too healed, because you were sent to rescue, not to sink. Let the ocean remind them of what they destroyed. You're already walking on water. Number 4, they didn't just leave, they tried to erase you. People don't rewrite history unless they know the truth makes them look bad. They didn't just leave, chosen one, they tried to erase you. Not with silence, but with slander. Not with distance, but with distortion. They didn't walk away in peace, they ran with the narrative, dragging your name behind them like a trophy for their fake victimhood. They told half-truths, twisted timelines, painted themselves as the wounded soul who had no choice, all to hide the fact that you were the one who held them together when they were falling apart. Let's be real. If you were really the villain, they wouldn't have to lie. They wouldn't have to rewrite history. They'd just tell the truth and let it speak. But that's the thing. The truth exposes them, not you. The truth says you stayed too long, that you gave too much, that you loved when you should have walked, that you carried guilt that wasn't yours, all while they sharpened the knife behind your back. They didn't just want freedom, they wanted to be seen as innocent, and the only way to do that was to make you look guilty. So they got ahead of the story, ran their mouths to friends, family, maybe even strangers, selling a version of events that made them the hero and you the chaos. All so they didn't have to look in the mirror and admit that they wrecked a good thing. But chosen one, let them talk, because truth doesn't beg to be believed. It echoes in energy. Anyone with discernment can feel the difference. And over time, the lies will rot, the mask will crack, and the same people they tried to convince will start to ask questions they can't answer. Famous people have lived this truth too. Think of Britney Spears, labeled as crazy when she was breaking under the weight of being exploited and unheard. Or Malcolm X, smeared as violent when he was simply done being quiet. History is full of chosen ones who were demonized by people who were terrified of their truth. You're in good company. They didn't erase you, they just revealed their own fear. Because when you're powerful, when you're light, when you're divine, the only way weak people feel safe is to convince others you were dangerous. But the universe saw it all, every lie, every twisted word, every fake tear, and while they're out here rewriting the past, the future is already aligning in your favor. Let them bury your name in their lies, because what they can't bury is your purpose. Number 5. You fed them in famine, now they feast and forget you. They got full off your sacrifice and now won't even say your name at the table. You fed them in famine, when they were starving for love, starving for direction, starving for anything real. You were the one who showed up with your hands full and your heart wide open. You gave without asking, poured into them when your own cup was cracked. You didn't just offer support, you offered yourself, piece by piece, even when you were running on empty. And now they're feasting like kings at tables you helped build, and acting like you were never even there. They don't mention the nights you stayed up helping them process their pain. They don't acknowledge the way you pushed them toward their dreams when they had no vision. They don't remember how you sat with them in silence when the world turned its back. Why? Because to speak your name is to admit that they didn't build this alone, and their pride can't handle that. But let's tell the truth. They didn't manifest this success by themselves. They weren't strong enough to survive that storm alone. You were their compass when they were lost, their anchor when they were drifting. You were the steady voice reminding them they still had value when life stripped them bare. You were the one who saw a future in them before they could even see a tomorrow. Now they post like they've always been this confident, walk like they've always been this whole, smile like healing just found them on its own. But deep down, they know who fed them in their famine, who kept them from collapsing, who believed in their glow before it had light. You. Famous souls have lived this same cycle. Think of Serena Williams, elevating her father's vision, only for the world to try and erase him from her narrative. Or the story of Nikola Tesla, whose ideas built empires for others while his name was buried beneath them. History is littered with people who sowed, only to be shut out when the feast began. But chosen one, hear me, you were never meant to beg for a seat at the table you built. You were meant to build your own. Let them eat. Let them pretend. Let them enjoy the fruit of your sacrifice. Because one day, when the table cracks and the food turns bitter, they'll realize they didn't just leave you behind. They left the source of their favor. The universe. It saw every seed you planted, every tear you cried while they filled their plate. And now your feast is coming, one they can't sit at, one they can't touch, one that has your name carved into every seat. Because they might have forgotten who fed them, but the universe never forgets who starved to see others full. Number 6, you gave them light. They called it a spotlight. You brought candles into their dark room, and they accused you of blinding them. You didn't show up to compete. You showed up to complete. You didn't walk into their life to overshadow anyone. You walked in to lift them, to bring warmth into their cold places, to help them see possibilities they had never considered before. But somewhere along the way, your light, your love, your clarity, your wisdom started to threaten them. Not because you were attacking, but because you were reflecting everything they refused to confront. You brought the candles. They blamed you for the heat. You gave them vision. They accused you of showing off. All you did was show up with good energy, truth in your voice, and elevation in your presence. But they twisted it, turned your support into competition, made your strength feel like arrogance, your success feel like sabotage. And it wasn't because you were doing too much, it was because they were doing too little. And instead of rising with you, they resented you. They felt small standing next to your light, and instead of expanding, they tried to dim you. It happens to every chosen one. Look at Kobe Bryant, labeled too intense, too much, because his greatness exposed the laziness of others. Look at Nipsey Hussle, uplifting his community while being envied by the very people he tried to empower. Light always makes darkness uncomfortable, not because it's aggressive, but because it reveals what's hidden. You didn't brag, you didn't compete, you didn't try to dominate, you simply walked in truth. And that truth threatened the comfort of their shadows, so they projected. They made you the villain, said you were doing the most, said you thought you were better, but all along it was their own insecurity talking, not your actions. But chosen one, don't you dare shrink, don't dim to make others feel tall. The same light they accused of blinding them, that was the light keeping them alive, the warmth that kept them from freezing, the clarity that helped them find their own reflection. Now that you've left, they'll understand, because when the room goes cold and the dark starts creeping back in, they'll realize your glow wasn't ego, it was protection. Let them sit in the dark room they tried to decorate with denial. You were never the spotlight. You were the soul fire. And once that fire is gone, no imitation can ever match the glow. Number 7. They called you too much right after drinking your energy dry. It's funny how the ones who take the most always call you too much. Isn't that something? They drank your energy like it was endless, like you were a bottomless well of healing, attention, love, and patience, until you ran dry. And then suddenly, you were too much, too intense, too emotional, too everything. But not when they needed you, not when they were drowning in their own chaos, and you were the only one willing to swim out and save them. Not when they were pulling from your light just to make it through the day. No, back then, you were perfect. They didn't call you too much when you picked up their late-night calls, listened to the same problems for the 10th time, or forgave them for the 100th. They didn't think you were intense when your intuition protected them from people they couldn't see were snakes. They didn't call you too emotional when you were pouring your soul into helping them feel human again. But the moment your light started exposing their shadows, the moment your standards started demanding growth, the moment you stopped shrinking to make them feel secure, suddenly you were the problem. It wasn't that you were too much. It was that they were too small to receive the full version of you. Your depth was uncomfortable to someone who lives on the surface. Your intensity, a mirror to their lack of passion. Your emotions, a threat to their emotional immaturity. They didn't want to meet you where you were. They wanted you to dim, to dilute, to edit yourself into something less divine. And this is what happens with chosen ones, just like Frida Kahlo, poured everything into her art, her love, her pain, only to be called dramatic and unstable by the very people her fire illuminated. Or Janis Joplin, who gave her entire soul to the stage and was still told she was too loud, too wild, too much. That's what the world does to people who love without fear and feel without filter. It drains them, then shames them. But you, chosen one, were never too much. You were abundant, and they were addicted to the overflow until you stopped bleeding for people who wouldn't even hand you a bandage. Let them talk. Let them throw labels like clingy, crazy, dramatic. That's just code for, I couldn't handle someone who loved me with that much truth. You weren't too much. They were too incomplete to handle what you brought whole. Number 8. They didn't outgrow you. They outran accountability. You weren't holding them back. You were holding them accountable, and they couldn't take it. Let's kill the lie once and for all. They didn't outgrow you. That's just the pretty excuse they rehearse to cover up the truth. They didn't evolve. They escaped. They didn't rise. They ran from accountability, from growth, from the mirror you held up that showed them exactly who they were and who they refused to become. You weren't a barrier. You were a blueprint. You weren't controlling. You had standards. You weren't suffocating. You had structure. But to someone used to chaos, peace feels like a prison. To someone used to being coddled, a boundary feels like rejection. So instead of stepping up, they stepped out and called it a spiritual awakening. No, that was spiritual avoidance dressed in fake enlightenment. They said you were too rigid, too serious, too stuck in your ways, but really, you were the only one willing to say, that behavior isn't okay. You were the only one calling out the cycles, the patterns, the excuses. And that threatened the false reality they built for themselves. Look at anyone who's ever challenged systems. Malcolm X, labeled militant when all he wanted was clarity and empowerment. Rosa Parks, called difficult when she simply refused to keep shrinking. Real power always offends the unaccountable. And you, chosen one, were power in its rawest form. You didn't hold them back. You were holding them up, and they couldn't handle the weight of their own reflection. So instead of rising to meet you, they tried to twist the story. I just outgrew them. But how do you outgrow someone who helped you discover your own potential? How do you outgrow the hand that reached into your darkness and pulled you toward healing? You don't. You just get tired of facing yourself, and that's what happened. They saw that your love came with expectations, your loyalty came with standards, your peace came with responsibility, and instead of honoring that, they ran to places where no one challenges them, where mediocrity is praised and growth isn't required, where being unhealed is normal and being selfish is fashionable. So let them outgrow the version of you that lowered your voice, softened your truth, bent your standards. That version is gone, and the one standing now, unapologetically evolved. You didn't get left behind. They left behind the best version of themselves the moment they walked away from you. And the universe. It watched them run, straight into the very cycles you were trying to help them break. Number 9. They betrayed you publicly, but were carried privately. They dishonored the bridge that carried them, forgetting the flood was still rising. They mocked you when eyes were watching, but they wept to you in the dark. They joked about you in public rooms, but behind closed doors, they leaned on you like a crutch. You carried them, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and you did it silently, with no desire for recognition. You covered their flaws, protected their image, and kept their secrets when you had every reason to expose them. But how did they repay that loyalty? With public betrayal. They wanted the comfort of your love without the cost of respecting you. They wanted your emotional labor without giving you honor, so they kept you hidden, like a secret weapon they didn't want to admit they depended on. Then, when it served them, they distanced themselves publicly, played cool, downplayed your importance, and pretended they didn't owe you a thing. But let's make it plain, they dishonored the bridge that carried them and forgot the flood wasn't over. You were the reason they didn't drown in their own dysfunction, the reason they kept their head up when life was caving in. You were the shield that absorbed every blow while they smiled for the camera. But instead of gratitude, they gave you embarrassment. They told half-truths, created narratives, sat in circles with people who mocked you, and they joined in just to keep their pride intact. But deep down, they know who stood by them when they were spiraling. They know who wiped their tears, who gave them strength, who kept their breakdowns hidden from the world. You did. Think about Tupac, betrayed by people he loved, people he put on, people he protected. Or Whitney Houston, laughed at by the public while carrying the weight of everyone else's pain behind the scenes. Chosen ones always get clowned in the spotlight by the same people who come crawling in the shadows. And that's what makes it hurt. You didn't just love them, you carried them. You gave them grace when they didn't deserve it. You defended them when they weren't around. You absorbed insults that should have been theirs. And in return, they shamed the only soul that saw them as worthy before the world did. But hear this, chosen one, the universe saw everything. It saw the late-night calls, the sacrifices, the secrets you kept to protect their reputation. And it saw the betrayal, the smear, the disrespect. You were the bridge, and they spat on it. Let them face the flood now. You've already crossed to higher ground. Number 10. You could have exposed them, but you chose honor. The loudest power is restraint, the kind that lets karma do what your mouth never had to. You had the truth, the screenshots, the stories, the secrets. You held it all, the very information that could have shattered their image, wrecked their reputation, and exposed them for the manipulator, the liar, the spiritual fraud they really were. You could have aired it out. You could have flipped the narrative. You could have buried them in the very dirt they threw on your name. But you didn't. Not because you were weak, not because you were scared, but because you were disciplined by the divine. Because silence in the hands of the chosen one is not submission. It's warfare wrapped in wisdom. You knew your energy was better spent building than battling. You knew the universe would handle what your mouth didn't have to. So you walked away, with power, with poise, and with receipts you never used. And they hated that. Because nothing bothers a guilty soul more than the one they wronged, staying silent while still rising. They waited for you to react. They expected a breakdown, a messy post, a public meltdown. Instead, they saw elevation. Instead, they watched you glow in silence while the truth sat like a ticking clock behind your back. You didn't need to fight dirty. Your absence said everything. Think of Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high. She never clapped back, yet the world watched the grace of her silence speak louder than a million tweets. Think of Nelson Mandela, who walked out of prison not with revenge, but with vision. That's the weight of chosen energy. It doesn't retaliate. It redirects. It rebuilds. It releases. And yes, it was hard. Biting your tongue when you wanted to scream, holding back when they were out here performing like saints. But chosen ones understand this. Truth doesn't need defense. It just needs time. And when the time comes, every lie they told will crumble under the weight of your reality. Because the universe doesn't let the righteous stay buried for long. So while they ran their mouths, you ran your race. While they told stories, you built legacy. While they played victim, you became victorious. And now, their biggest fear is exactly what's happening. You're becoming untouchable without ever lifting a finger. You could have exposed them, but instead, you let karma turn the lights on. And now the truth? It's coming louder than any words you ever spoke. Number 11. The universe watched you bleed. Now it's rebalancing the scale. They threw stones. You planted roots. Now watch what grows. Every time they lied on your name, the universe was watching. Every time they ignored your effort, mocked your love, and called your loyalty weakness, the universe took notes. You weren't just suffering, you were sowing. Bleeding in silence wasn't just pain, it was preparation. And now the scale is shifting. The same energy they buried you in is about to lift you higher than they ever imagined. You didn't lose, you invested. Every tear watered your next level. Every betrayal deepened your roots. They thought they were breaking you, but all they did was give the soil more weight to push against, and pressure builds power. While they laughed, you were growing. While they celebrated your exit, the universe was positioning your entrance. And now the rebalancing has begun. The karma. It's not revenge, it's realignment. You're not bitter, you're better. You're not angry, you're elevated. And they're not unlucky, they're just finally getting what they gave. Think about Tyler Perry, homeless, broke, laughed at. But now he owns studios bigger than the same systems that rejected him. Oprah was fired and told she wasn't fit for TV. Now her name is the brand. People threw stones at them, but they used it as foundation. And so did you. You weren't passive, you were patient, you didn't collapse, you calculated. And now that their false narratives are drying up and their fake connections are falling apart, the truth is revealing itself, and your glow is undeniable. They thought they got away with what they did to you, but you weren't looking for revenge. You were letting the universe gather the evidence. Now every door they walk through feels heavy. Every blessing they chase slips through their fingers. Why? Because you were the favor. You were the alignment. And now that you've detached, the imbalance is tipping back into order. So don't worry about clapping back. Don't stress about justice. Just keep rising, keep growing, because the same ones who tried to bury you will have front row seats to your bloom. And when they ask, how did they make it after all that? The universe will whisper, balance. You bled. Now you rise. And this time, they can't follow. And now they're realizing too late. You were the one thing in their life that came with unconditional support, divine alignment, and a love that didn't demand performance. But they didn't just betray you, they betrayed the blessing. And now they sit in rooms that echo with regret. If this message hit your soul, like, subscribe, drop 777 in the comments, and share it with another chosen one who needs to hear this. Your light wasn't wasted, it was witnessed. And the payback? It's already unfolding. They used to whisper about you like you were a rumor. Now they speak your name like it's a warning. Let that sink in. Because you didn't just walk into the room, you changed the temperature of it. And now they're sweating, scrambling, gossiping, plotting, blaming the lighting, blaming the angles, blaming the mirror. But deep down, they know it's your look, not just the clothes, not just the glow. It's the way you walk now, the silence in your eyes, the storm in your presence. You've become a conversation they can't escape and a reflection they can't stand. You've always been a problem, but now you're a headline, and they hate that they don't get to control the narrative anymore. So why is the whole town talking? Why are the ones who used to ignore you suddenly obsessed? Why are powerful people panicking? Because your elevation didn't come with permission slips. You didn't ask to be seen. You didn't beg to be chosen. You became undeniable. And now that your name is flying through boardrooms, family chats, and private group texts, they're realizing something they never wanted to admit. Your rise was never random. It was written in your silence, your scars, and your refusal to break. And if you're feeling this message already, don't forget to pass it forward. Press that like button, subscribe, and help spread this message to more souls who need it. This isn't just content, it's a warning, it's a mirror, it's a movement, and it's our responsibility to make sure the right people hear it. Now listen carefully. The streets are buzzing. Your name has become a pulse in the room, a low frequency that makes the envious itch and the fake smile even harder. You are what they pretend not to notice, and exactly what they can't stop watching. It's not just what you wear, it's the power in your posture, the clarity in your silence. It's the way you walk in looking like a lesson and leave like a prophecy fulfilled. They thought they buried you under rumors. They thought they could make you the punchline. Now you've become the plot twist, and every person who sat at a table to laugh at your downfall is now choking on the news of your comeback. That's why it's going down, not just online, not just in private, but in places where power used to hide, where truth used to get filtered, where your name used to be dismissed. Now it's the headline, the whisper, the wildfire. You're not just the talk of the town, you are the talk. You've shifted the weather, you've changed the forecast, you've made your presence felt in rooms you've never even entered. And what's beautiful, you did it without noise, no begging, no drama, just that cold, steady pressure of someone who knows who they are. And now, the universe is returning the favor. 300 names are being exposed. Quiet players are getting caught in loud consequences. Institutions are unraveling. Hidden hands are getting revealed. The same people who used to smile at you in public and sabotage you in private, they're losing sleep, losing control, losing everything they thought was protected. Because here's the truth, when you walk in your power, you don't have to say a word for the world to listen. Your energy speaks, your transformation screams, and right now it's screaming so loud it's echoing through entire communities. Your look has become a mirror, and everyone's forced to see what they really are. And let's not forget, someone important has been watching, a powerful admirer, silent, wealthy, respected. They've been observing how you moved through storms, how you never let your pain become your prison. They're stepping forward now, not because you need saving, but because they know you're rare. And they want to be part of what comes next. Let the haters run their mouths. Let them try to discredit your glow. But know this, you were built for this moment. And they were never prepared for the version of you that's emerging now. The version that doesn't flinch. The version that doesn't shrink. The version that walks into gossip like gasoline and leaves it burning. This is your time, your shift, your revenge, not through bitterness, but through brilliance. The universe is moving pieces behind your back, and all of it is working in your favor. So let them talk. Let them spiral. Let them wonder what you did. And you? Just smile, because you didn't do anything extra. You just finally stopped dimming your light. Before we go any deeper, if this already hit your chest like truth you've been waiting to hear, drop 777 in the comments right now. Let the whole town know you see it, you feel it, and you're not hiding anymore. And if this message is speaking your story out loud, show love to the team behind this transmission with a super thanks. It takes real grit, time, and protection to bring a message this raw into the light. And every gift, whether it's a cent or a stack, keeps this truth alive and moving. You're not just watching a video, you're witnessing the blueprint of your own rise being decoded in real time. And if you really are who you know you are, then you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. Because what we're about to break down isn't just facts. It's a full unraveling of the system that thought your look was a threat, and is now watching you become the very standard. So stay locked in, because this isn't random, it's going down, and they can't stop it. Let's get into it. Number 1, they didn't come for you by accident. They came because you were the threat they couldn't predict. You weren't a problem, you were a pattern breaker, and patterns hate anything that doesn't kneel. Let that sink in. The way they moved against you wasn't random. It wasn't bad luck. It wasn't just life. It was strategy, quiet, ruthless, premeditated, and most of all, personal. Because the truth is, they saw it in you before you saw it in yourself. The way you carried energy that didn't match their system. The way your presence made lies feel uncomfortable. The way your silence exposed what their masks were trying to hide. That's why it started early. That's why it followed you. That's why it kept changing faces, but the feeling was always the same. You walked into places, and the room shifted, not because of what you said, but because of what you couldn't be controlled into doing. The neighbor who gave you that fake smile, the teacher who seemed just a little too invested in your child's discipline, the manager who never said it directly but made sure you felt it, the way the atmosphere would darken the moment you walked in. That wasn't coincidence. That was code red. That was the alarm system of the status quo panicking because someone had just walked in who wasn't programmed to fold. And some of you still wonder, why me? Let me give it to you straight, because your very existence is a glitch in their matrix. You weren't built to obey dysfunction. You weren't trained to normalize disrespect. You weren't born to clap for mediocrity. You were built to move different, speak different, see different. And that threatens people who survive by pretending. Every moment they tried to shrink you was them trying to protect their illusion. You made them feel exposed, not by confrontation, but by contrast. You had the nerve to walk in with self-respect. You had the audacity to hold your head high without needing their permission. You didn't ask for a seat. You walked in like the table was already yours. They don't hate you because you're loud. They hate you because you're calm. You don't flinch. You don't beg. You don't play the game. You show up in your rawness and dare them to look away. And they can't. That's why they follow you in stores. That's why they whisper when you walk past. That's why they sabotage and study you at the same time. They hate that you're watched, yet still free. Visible but untouchable. You were never the villain. You were just the only one who couldn't be lied to. And let's talk facts. When the targeting is this consistent, when the patterns repeat themselves no matter where you go or how polite you are, it's not your imagination. It's a strategy. You were marked, not by accident but by your aura. They clocked it before you even had language for it. Before you could spell chosen, they were already trying to put you in a box labeled difficult, aggressive, too sensitive, not a team player. Translation? You wouldn't bow, you wouldn't pretend, and that made you dangerous. They wanted to shake your belief in yourself. They wanted to drown you in doubt, so you'd second-guess your brilliance. They wanted to break you before you fully stepped into the look that's now got the whole town whispering. Because let's be real, this glow-up wasn't cosmetic, it was cosmic. You didn't just change clothes, you changed frequency, you shed old skins, you buried parts of yourself you outgrew, you healed wounds that weren't even yours to carry. And now your very presence makes systems malfunction. They see it in your walk, in your tone, in the way your eyes no longer search for approval. You used to explain yourself. Now you just exist unapologetically. That's why it's going down. That's why they're talking. Not because you posted a selfie, but because you became the version of yourself they swore you never would. They told everyone you were dramatic. They told everyone you were the problem. They twisted your kindness into weakness and your strength into threat. But now they're being forced to sit in the truth. And they can't handle the reflection. You want the real reason it's happening now, because you finally stopped doubting your own clarity. You started trusting what your spirit always knew, that the places where you were disrespected were never aligned, that the people who turned cold on you weren't confused, they were calculating, and that the rejection wasn't punishment, it was redirection. You were never meant to blend in, you were born to disrupt. That's why every environment you enter either transforms or turns against you. You bring truth, and truth is loud, even when unspoken. That's why they tried to gaslight you into thinking you were crazy, because if you ever fully believed what you carried, it was game over for them. Well, guess what? It's game over now. This is why it's the talk of the town, not just because of how you look, but because they know what it took for you to still be standing. You walked through fire and came out shining like truth they can't unsee. And the same systems that tried to cancel you are now scrambling to catch up to the energy you naturally exude. You were the target because you were the threat. And now you're the storm. So let them whisper, let them speculate, let them choke on their own disbelief. You're not rising, you've risen. And it wasn't by accident, it was by force, silent, strategic, and now unstoppable. Number 2, you weren't just watched, you were prepped against before you even showed up. They didn't meet you and decide to hate you. They were told who you were before you ever had a chance to speak. Let that chill run down your spine. Because this wasn't random. It was coordinated. People you've never spoken to, somehow they already didn't like you. They gave you looks like you'd insulted them personally, treated you like an intruder, like you had already done something wrong. But what really happened? They were briefed, indoctrinated, primed to expect you as a problem. The moment your name was mentioned, the whispers began, not because of anything you said, but because of everything they were told you represent. Your energy arrived before your body did, and they couldn't handle it. So they built a wall of bias before you could even knock on the door. Ever walk into a room and feel the tension before a word is spoken? That's not paranoia, that's preparation. You didn't walk into a blank space, you walked into a setup. The neighbor who looked at you sideways the first day, the manager who seemed standoffish before learning your resume, that friend group that randomly iced you out before ever giving you a chance. That wasn't mood, that was intel. You were profiled by your presence. They weren't reacting to your actions. They were reacting to your potential, to your essence, to the threat you posed just by refusing to conform. And here's the part they'll never say out loud. Your authenticity exposes their performance. You walk in raw, real, and untamed, and that disrupts the entire fake frequency they built their identity on. They wear masks to survive. You walk in unmasked, and suddenly everyone feels seen, exposed, uneasy. That's why they had to prepare. You don't blend in, you wake people up, and that makes you dangerous. So no, it wasn't personal, but it was absolutely intentional. You were targeted not because of who you are to them, but because of what you are to the system. A risk, a mirror, a reminder of everything they had to kill in themselves to fit in. And you might be thinking, but why me? I didn't do anything. Exactly. You didn't do anything except exist boldly. You didn't code switch. You didn't water yourself down. You didn't become smaller so they could feel safe. And that alone, that was enough to trigger their silent alarms. Because the truth is, they always needed permission to be who you are naturally. And when they saw you walk in unbothered, unapologetic and unshaken, it messed with their programming. So the only way to contain you was to warn others about you. Spread rumors, plant seeds, brief the gatekeepers, delay your rise. But here's what they didn't account for. Your glow doesn't need permission. And even when they try to label you, block you, or turn others against you, the real always rises. And now, you've risen so loud they can't drown you out. They tried to warn people about you. Now those same people are watching you shine and questioning the lies they were fed. So when they say it's going down, believe them, because the script is flipping. The ones who were warned about you, they're becoming your quiet supporters, the same system that tried to keep you invisible. It's being forced to watch you become unavoidable. They built a network to stop you, but you became the signal that disrupted the whole system. Number 3, they didn't just try to silence you, they tried to rewire your mind. They didn't need to kill your power, they just needed you to doubt it long enough to hand it over yourself. Let's talk about it. The real war wasn't waged outside of you. It was psychological, internal, subtle, strategic, because they knew they couldn't destroy you directly, so they made you question whether you were ever real to begin with. That's gaslighting, the slow, cold erosion of your truth. You said, "That felt off." They said, "You're overreacting." You said, "I felt that shift in the room." They said, "You're too sensitive." You said, "Something about them isn't right." They said, "You always think someone's out to get you." And over time, doubt creeps in. Not because you were wrong, but because you were surrounded by people whose survival depended on convincing you that you were. That gut feeling, that wasn't paranoia. That was precision. That was the internal radar of someone who's had to survive a world that smiles and schemes at the same time. You weren't imagining the shade. You weren't inventing the tension. You weren't being dramatic when you said, "Something's not sitting right." That was your spirit reading data faster than your brain could process. That was your instincts scanning the energy in the room and sounding the silent alarm. But instead of backing you, they turned it into a weapon against you, made you the emotional one, the problem, the unstable, when in reality, you were the only one who was awake. See, this was never about proving you wrong. It was about breaking your compass, because when a chosen one trusts their own instincts, it's over. You stop needing advice. You stop seeking validation. You stop obeying manipulation. And when that happens, you become untouchable. So what did they do? They lied. Subtly. Persistently. They created an atmosphere where you were forced to apologize for breathing too deeply, where your ability to read the room became a burden instead of a superpower. They made you feel like your truth was a glitch, when really it was a gift. But here's the twist. It didn't work. Not forever. Because now, that very sensitivity they mocked, it's the weapon that makes you unshakable. That intensity they tried to shame you for, that's your inner fire. That's what's glowing right now. That's the look they're talking about. The look of someone who knows. They gaslit you because they couldn't dim you, and now they're choking on the truth you never stopped feeling. Number 4. This wasn't a scuffle, it was a full-blown operation, and you were the mark. It doesn't take 300 people to ruin one life unless that life carries enough light to expose 300 shadows. Let that marinate. This wasn't petty drama. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was a conspiracy, a network, a machine, a well-oiled system of silence, sabotage, and smiling snakes. Over 300 people, yes, 300, all orbiting the same sick mission: contain you, discredit you, destroy you. And for what? Because you walked in with no mask. Because you dared to speak truth in rooms built on lies. Because your very look, that unshaken aura, that eyes-forward energy, reminded them of everything they gave up just to be accepted. This network didn't form overnight. It grew. Some joined out of fear, others out of jealousy, and the rest, the ones who smiled in your face, held your hand, pretended to love you, they did it out of pure wickedness. Law enforcement, pastors, human resources, managers, landlords, co-workers, friends, even your own family. They were all there, some pulling strings, some just nodding in silence, but all complicit, all accountable, all exposed. And maybe you asked yourself, why would so many people care about me? Simple answer: because you were the one they couldn't buy, bend, or break. And that's dangerous to a world where power feeds off compliance. You moved different. You loved without manipulation. You told the truth without apology. You didn't need status to stand tall. And your ability to walk into a room and change the energy without saying a word, that alone threatened the entire architecture of their illusion. So they swarmed, quietly at first, whispering campaigns, closed-door meetings, weird coincidences that drained your money, your time, your sanity. Your name was passed around like a secret file. Some wanted to watch you fall, others wanted a front-row seat, and many just didn't want to be your next target if they stood by you. But guess what? You stood alone and still didn't fall. That's what makes them sick. That's what's fueling the gossip now. You were outnumbered, 300 to 1, and still didn't break. That's why it's going down now. That's why the look is getting louder. That's why justice is echoing through boardrooms, courthouses, and backrooms that thought they'd never be touched. Because the same network that plotted your collapse is collapsing in real time. And you're not the victim anymore. You're the reckoning. Number 5. They tried to drag you in the mud, but you walked through it without losing your crown. Grace isn't weakness, it's warfare, and you fought with silence louder than their screams. You could have snapped. You could have exposed them all, dropped names, lit matches, and watched their little kingdoms burn. But you didn't. Not because you couldn't, but because you chose not to become like them. That's what they never understood. You had every reason to retaliate, every receipt, every right, but you walked away instead. With your head high, your tone calm, and your soul clean. That's what's killing them now. You didn't feed the fire. You didn't clap back online. You didn't turn dirty when they went low. You didn't shrink yourself to make them feel tall. You handled betrayal like royalty, not with noise, but with presence. That slow, silent, devastating kind of grace that doesn't beg to be seen, but is felt so deeply that it leaves a bruise on the egos of those who tried to break you. Let's be honest, grace under fire is not for the weak. It's not passive, it's surgical. It's the choice to let karma speak louder than you ever could. And that decision, That's what turned the tables, because they wanted a show. They wanted to drag you into the circus. They wanted you to explode so they could label you crazy, angry, unstable. But you didn't. You just kept showing up, with poise, with consistency, with that unshakable aura that said, I see you, I know what you did, and I'm still not coming down to your level. And now they're choking on it. Because here's what grace does. It makes your enemies look foolish by simply existing. It exposes them without you lifting a single finger. It burns them slowly while you stay cool. They humiliated you, and you stayed composed. They betrayed you, and you didn't beg. They slandered you, and you just elevated. That's why the town can't stop talking. That's why it's going down now. Your look? It's not just about style or glow. It's about that quiet strength, that soft dominance, that regal composure that says, you threw dirt, but I turned it into ground to rise on. And no, they'll never admit it, but you crushed them with dignity. And now the whole world's watching the one they tried to bury walk like royalty. Number 6, they burned sage in public but spit poison in private. That's not wisdom, that's witchy gossip disguised as concern. The same mouths that called you too much are the ones that secretly wanted your spark for themselves. Let's talk about community gossip, that stale, bitter perfume of fake concern mixed with envy and projection. The kind that always starts with, I'm just saying, and ends with your name getting dragged through rooms you've never even stepped in. The truth is, you didn't trigger them with your flaws. You triggered them with your flame, your ambition, your aura, your presence. You weren't even doing much, just existing, glowing a little too loud, walking with too much purpose, smiling like you still believed in something, and that made them furious. Because here's what they'll never say out loud. They gave up on themselves a long time ago. Dreams deferred, confidence crushed, vision gone dry. So when you showed up, fresh fire in your chest, purpose in your eyes, refusal to fold, they saw a mirror, and they hated what stared back. That's why the gossip started. That's why they baited you. That's why they said your name with that slick little smirk, not because you were wrong, but because you still had hope, still had style, still had that I know who I am look that doesn't flinch when cornered. And nothing bothers a lifeless crowd more than someone who refuses to dim just to make others feel comfortable. They whispered behind curtains, over dinner tables, inside group chats like spiritual saboteurs dressed in church clothes and community ties. But what they really wanted was to curse you into silence, to make you question yourself, to bait you into a scene so they could call you unstable, when really it was their insecurities screaming the loudest. You saw it though. You saw how they moved. You caught the fake compliments. You noticed the switch when you walked in the room. And still, you stayed quiet. You stayed above. You stayed focused. Because you knew their tactics were old, their power was fake, and their whispers, just the sound of dreams that never made it past fear. Let them cast their gossip spells. Let them form their little spiritual alliances of envy and confusion. But know this, your energy can't be touched by mouths that don't even speak truth to themselves. You didn't just survive their noise, you outclassed it, and that, chosen one, is exactly why your name is now the one on everyone's tongue, not from scandal, but from undeniable elevation. Number 7, they wanted you to break at work, but you turned that corporate cage into a throne room. They thought stealing your check would bankrupt your spirit, but they forgot you came with wealth they could never touch. Let's rip the mask off this one. Workplace warfare isn't just real, it's tactical. They didn't just mistreat you, They orchestrated it. The petty schedule changes, the missing hours, the fake confusion about your performance, the way they'd assign you impossible tasks, then punish you for falling behind. That wasn't bad management. That was sabotage, and they did it together. Let's call it what it was, a slow-motion assassination of your character and confidence. They wanted to corner you, to make you snap, to catch you in a moment of frustration so they could twist it and say, "See, this is why we don't promote them. This is why we can't trust them with leadership." Meanwhile, they were watching every move you made, not because you were a problem, but because you were outperforming without even trying. You brought ideas, vision, ethics, fire, the kind of presence that made mediocrity feel threatened. And that right there, that's what got you targeted. They didn't want the job done right. They wanted their ego protected. So they rewrote your schedule behind your back. They buried your wins. They lost your paycheck like your rent and dignity weren't on the line. And when you asked questions, they acted like you were the issue. But you didn't give them the reaction they wanted. You stayed in control. You documented. You collected receipts. You showed up early. You left with class. You never let their chaos infect your character. Because deep down, you knew karma has a clipboard too. And that place, that cold, rigid system where they tried to strip you of your worth, it's now feeling your absence like a power outage. The energy shifted the day you left. Projects stalled. Morale dropped. People started whispering, you know, they were never the problem. Now your name is echoing through those same halls, not with shame, but with respect they were too blind to give you when you were there. The same supervisors who disrespected you are watching your glow up from the sidelines, hoping their sabotage doesn't get brought to light when the tower falls. Because it's falling, chosen one, not just the job. The system. You were never just an employee. You were the storm in the building, and they knew it the day you walked in. Number 8. They built a war around your name, without ever having the courage to say it to your face. It takes a weak kingdom to fear someone they've never met, but it takes a master manipulator to make that kingdom turn against them anyway. Let's expose it. The smear campaign wasn't just one person gossiping out of spite. This was psychological warfare on a community level, a coordinated attack on your image, your essence, your energy, not through truth, not through experience, but through carefully planted poison that spread like wildfire through weak minds and bitter hearts. They created hate for someone people never even met. Let that sink in. You became a threat without ever speaking, a villain in stories you were never present for. They twisted your silence into arrogance, your strength into danger, your boundaries into rudeness. And the people around them, they didn't need proof. Just the right tone, just a little hint of drama, a smirk, a fabricated concern. That's all it took to turn entire rooms against someone they'd never even shared eye contact with. Because the puppet master didn't need facts, they used psychology, gaslighting to make others question your intentions, projection to dump their demons onto your name, triangulation to play people against each other while you stood there, painted as the storm, when all you were doing was breathing. You ever walk into a room and feel the energy tighten around you like a noose? People avoiding eye contact, fake laughter when you speak, a sudden coldness from people who used to smile. That wasn't intuition playing games. That was your spirit reading a room that had already been briefed against you. And the worst part? You couldn't prove it. No text threads, no voice recordings, just energy, just that feeling in your gut that said, they've already decided who I am. But here's what they underestimated. You didn't need proof because you had discernment. You saw the patterns, you felt the shift, you started moving different, not out of paranoia, but out of precision. You stopped explaining yourself, you stopped overgiving, you stopped softening your truth just to fit into rooms built on lies. And that decision, that's what shifted the war. Because now all those people who were manipulated into hating you, they're seeing the truth for themselves. The lies aren't aging well. The mask is slipping. The one who pulled the strings is being exposed. Slowly, publicly, and without mercy. And you stayed silent. You stayed focused. You became the myth that outlived the rumor. And now they're realizing the one they were told to hate was the one they needed to follow all along. Number 9. This wasn't just hate. This was a murder attempt disguised as misfortune. When envy can't kill your character, it tries to kill your body. But fate has a funny way of guarding what can't be replaced. Let's not sugarcoat this. This wasn't gossip. This wasn't jealousy. This was a full-blown, calculated attempt to erase you. Physically, quietly, without fingerprints. They didn't want you just gone from the room. They wanted you gone from this earth. The attacks escalated. The hostility grew darker, and the setups became deadly. They left security doors unlocked on purpose. They created electrical fire risks in your space. They tampered with your locks. They watched your routines and mapped your movements like predators stalking prey. And if you had been just 1 second slower, 1 moment less aware, you wouldn't be reading this right now. But something kicked in. That sharp flash in your gut. That still voice in your chest. That sudden urge to check the door twice, take a different route, stay home that night. That wasn't fear. That was your intuition doing what alarms can't, saving your life. They made it look like carelessness, like coincidence. But there are no coincidences when your death benefits their agenda. The truth? You were becoming too powerful, too visible, too connected, too untouchable. And when lies didn't work, when character assassination failed, they got desperate. They thought, maybe if something tragic happens, the story ends and no one will ask questions. But they forgot one thing. You were born with spiritual surveillance. You sensed the shift in the air. You noticed when people's eyes stopped blinking around you. You picked up on the traps before they were finished building them. And when they got sloppy, left fingerprints in the energy, left the door cracked just enough, gave you one too many accidental near misses, you didn't panic. You observed. You adapted. You survived. And now you're not just alive, you're alert. They failed. And not only did they fail, they exposed themselves. Because when you survive a setup that extreme, you stop being afraid of shadows. You walk with proof. You walk with power. And that look on your face now, that's not just strength. It's survival glowing like truth they can't bury. You weren't supposed to make it, but you did. And now they're the ones watching their world unravel, while you walk away with silence on your lips and fire in your steps. Number 10. They tried to lock you up, but the universe unlocked them. The trap didn't fail, it reversed, and the ones who built it got caught in their own blueprint. When murder didn't silence you, they pivoted. They tried to frame you. They stripped your rights. They took your protection. They smeared your name in places they thought you'd never recover from. They wanted the narrative to end with a mugshot, not a microphone. Their plan was surgical. Fabricate the threat, plant the evidence, trigger the arrest, and watch the headlines eat you alive. And for a second, it almost worked. They got bold, confident. They thought you were surrounded. Cops showed up. Warrants were drawn. You were disarmed, isolated, stripped of your truth in real time. The kind of silence that wraps around a setup like a funeral sheet. They were ready to bury you, legally, emotionally, spiritually. But then something happened. A single miscommunication on the radio, one missed signal, one delayed message, one officer who hesitated, one paper that didn't match the timestamp, and just like that, their perfect trap fell apart at the seams. That wasn't luck. That wasn't timing. That was the universe stepping in through a glitch. Because when you're chosen, you don't need to swing a sword. The battlefield folds on your behalf, and in that moment, everything they'd hidden started rising. The lies started leaking. Pictures emerged. Call logs surfaced. Emails, timestamps, deleted files, all reappeared like ghosts of their own destruction. Paper trails that wouldn't burn. Witnesses who couldn't be bought. Receipts they forgot existed. And suddenly, the script flipped. You weren't the villain. You were the evidence of survival, of truth, of justice knocking like thunder. Investigators started digging, and what they found shattered everything. Judges involved, cops in on the setup, employers leaking data, community leaders playing both sides. And those 300 names, they weren't just enemies, they were co-conspirators, now facing charges. And while your name was being cleared in legal documents, your spirit was being cleared in the court of the cosmos. What they wished on you, poverty, isolation, illness, came back to them tenfold. Their businesses folded, their marriages collapsed, their health deteriorated. One by one their masks fell off, and behind each one, a coward who thought the universe wasn't watching. But you stood, you breathed, you watched, and most importantly, you stayed intact. Because your vindication wasn't just a legal win, it was karmic combustion. The loud silence of the universe saying, this one was protected, and now the world will see why. You didn't just survive the setup, you outlived the system. Number 11. They watched you walk through fire, and now they're stepping into the flame with you. Real power doesn't fall in love with your comfort. It falls in love with your capacity to lead through chaos and still come out with compassion in your eyes. Let's get this straight. You were never invisible. Even in your darkest hour, even when it felt like the whole world was turned against you, there was someone watching, someone in silence, someone powerful, not a savior, but an observer, not there to rescue you, but to respect you. And now, they're stepping forward. This isn't sympathy, this isn't pity, this is recognition of your poise under pressure, of your wisdom when silence was your only weapon, of the way you held onto your light when the entire community tried to dim you. They admired your silence more than others admire noise. And now, the one who never needed to be loud is finally ready to speak, to align, to build, to open doors that no enemy can ever shut again. This isn't some trauma bond. This is alignment on another frequency, a bond born of strength, respect, and resonance. They see your scars, but they also see your strategy. Your softness never made you weak. It made you unforgettable. You were loyal when it cost you everything, kind when it would have been easier to be cold. And that's what drew them in. And now, the tide has turned. Business opportunities are flowing in. Leaders who once doubted you are now circling back with respect. Your name, once dragged through backrooms and inboxes, is now floating in boardrooms, partnerships and rooms you used to only dream about. Not because you're lucky, not because someone put you on, but because you stayed faithful in the dark. You didn't sell out. You didn't shrink. You didn't betray your inner truth to survive. You became the standard. And now that inner child inside you, the one who used to wonder if anyone would ever really see her, the one who felt unsafe, unprotected, unloved, she's not just being held, she's being honored. You are safe now, you are seen now, you are valued now, and you are no longer surviving this journey. You are thriving, publicly, loudly, unapologetically. The world finally caught up, and the one who watched you fight in silence, they're no longer in the shadows. They're here to build, to protect, and to rise with you. Number 12. The universe didn't just save you, it used you as the hammer to reshape the entire system. You weren't sent here to survive the storm, you were sent to end it, and now the thunder carries your name. This was never just about you, that's what they never understood. When they came for your light, they weren't attacking a person, they were poking at a fault line, a pressure point in the universe itself. And you were the pressure that pushed back, hard, loud, relentless. They thought they were silencing one person. They ended up triggering a cosmic correction. You were the rebalancing force, the correction to centuries of silence, of playing small, of enduring abuse behind fake smiles and stitched together reputations. What they tried to bury became the very seed that cracked open every lie they built their lives around. Because your story, it exposed the system. It activated truth. It lit a fire under every false structure pretending to be untouchable. And now, everything they built on fear, envy, and manipulation is crumbling. Quietly, publicly, brick by brick. This was bigger than gossip. Bigger than betrayal, bigger than the warfare that followed you from community to classroom to corporate office. This was a spiritual domino effect, a shift in power, and you were the force that flipped the first piece. They tried to destroy you, and instead you became a walking mirror that forced the world to look at its own rot. The radio miscommunication, that wasn't a mistake, that was a signal. The failed frame job, that was the reversal. The gossip that backfired, that was the prophecy unraveling in real time. Because the universe doesn't play favorites, it plays fair, and what you endured was never for nothing. It was precise, painful, perfectly timed. Now the very same people who tried to exile you are choking on the words they used to destroy you. The town that used to whisper your name with disgust, now they say it with awe, with caution, with respect, because what was once too much, too intense, too different, is now the blueprint. You've gone from whispered threats to visible power, from exclusion to exaltation, from watch your back to watch her rise. And your look, that unshaken posture, that storm in your eyes energy they once feared. Now it walks into rooms and silences every lie that was ever told about you. You didn't just glow up, you glowed through the darkness they threw at you. You didn't just heal, you turned your healing into a weapon. You didn't just survive, you led a spiritual revolt. And now your story is legacy. Your name is stamped into every institution that once tried to erase it. Your presence is shifting atmospheres. Your leadership is redefining what power looks like. Because let's be honest, this wasn't just transformation. This was resurrection. You were spiritually declared dead, counted out, framed, laughed at, gossiped about. But here you are, alive, glowing, grounded, and more dangerous than ever. Not because you're vengeful, but because you're focused. Not because you want power, but because you embody it. You didn't trade your soul to win, you refined it in the fire. That's why they can't stop watching. Not out of curiosity, but because deep down, they know. The system that raised them is bowing to the force that raised you. So, understand this. The conspiracy is old news. The setup is a footnote. Now the only thing people want to know is, how did you make it? How did you stay standing? How did you turn humiliation into honor, pain into purpose, survival into empire? And here's the secret they'll never print on paper. You were faithful in the dark. You trusted the whispers of your intuition when the world gaslit your senses. You stayed graceful when they tried to turn you savage. You didn't just rise, you rose correctly. And now the universe is balancing the scales on your behalf. Businesses are failing, the ones built on your stolen energy. Families are splitting, the ones that cast you out. Reputations are burning, the same ones that stood on lies. And you're walking through the fire they built for you, wearing it like a crown. This isn't revenge. This is realignment, a cosmic correction, and the one they tried to destroy is now the one the whole town can't stop watching. Because your presence can't be ignored, and your rise is unstoppable. And now, as the smoke clears and the masks fall, one truth remains. You were never the problem. You were the shift. The conspiracy failed, but you didn't. You didn't just survive the fire. You became the reason it can't burn the same way again. This is your season, your legacy, your correction of the chaos. If this hit your spirit like truth finally coming home, drop 777 in the comments. Press like, subscribe, and share this with another soul who needs to remember who they are. Because your rise isn't just personal, it's the message they can't ignore. Some truths don't whisper. They explode like thunder behind a smile, shattering the illusion you were forced to call reality. Chosen one. They thought you'd never find out. They thought the truth could be buried beneath your silence like a coffin sealed shut. But what they didn't realize was that the truth doesn't die. It rots beneath the surface. It leaks. It haunts. And now it's crawling out of the grave they buried it in, with teeth. They didn't just keep secrets. They built an entire reality out of your silence, didn't they? Lied straight to your face, then cried behind your back like you were the monster. Made sure everyone saw them as the victim while you were trying to breathe through the chaos they created. Played innocent while poisoning your name in rooms you didn't even know existed. Didn't they act like the loving one in public while privately gaslighting you to the point you questioned your own memory? They stole your truth, packaged it, sold it as their redemption arc, and painted you as the villain in a story you didn't even write. And now, the truth is about to burn the mask off every one of them. Before we go further, hit that like button and subscribe if this already feels personal, because when you do, it sends a signal to YouTube, to the world, and most importantly, to other chosen ones still stuck in confusion and silence. That it's time to wake up, time to rise, time to remember that the truth always finds its way home. And right now, it's coming back like a wrecking ball. They thought you wouldn't survive without their version of the story. They thought if they erased your side, they could rewrite the ending. But here's the part they never calculated. You weren't waiting for revenge. You were becoming the proof. You see, Chosen One, the dark secret that's about to be exposed, It's not just a story, it's evidence, it's spiritual DNA. It's what they hoped would stay buried forever because it shows what really happened when no one was watching. The moment you stopped defending yourself, that's when the universe stepped in. That's when the reckoning began. You didn't just survive what they did to you, you endured it in silence. The gaslighting, the backhanded compliments, the strategic absence when you needed them most, the way they turned others against you while smiling to your face. And the sickest part? They enjoyed the performance. They loved watching you lose your balance while they stayed clean in public. That was the game. That was the goal. But the truth? Oh, the truth was never theirs to control. They tried to poison your name, convinced others to doubt you, told their version first, so yours would sound like fiction. They made your absence seem like abandonment, your boundaries like betrayal. They twisted your pain into punchlines and your loyalty into leverage. And every time you stayed quiet, they grew louder. But now silence has turned into pressure. And pressure, it doesn't disappear, it erupts. Something is about to come out, and it's going to dismantle everything they built on your brokenness. This isn't just karma, this is cosmic exposure. The kind that doesn't just ruin reputations, it rewrites destinies. What you didn't know was that the very thing they were hiding from you was your proof, that family secret, that conversation you were never meant to hear, that confession that slipped out from someone they never thought would talk, that missing puzzle piece that changes everything. It's all coming. And when it does, it won't just justify your pain, it will reveal their sickness. You didn't imagine it. You weren't paranoid. You weren't too sensitive. You were being spiritually prepared to carry a truth that would shatter illusions. You weren't the problem. You were the prophecy, the presence that made their lies sweat. That's why they turned on you. That's why they tried to control the narrative. Because the moment you speak, their entire story becomes fiction. Chosen one, this is the moment they feared most. You remembering who you are and what really happened. You standing in clarity, not revenge, not anger, just truth. Cold, undeniable, and burning through every lie like a blade through silk. And let's be real, you always knew something wasn't right. The energy never matched the words. The smiles always felt staged. The silence after your boundaries, that was never peace. It was punishment. And now, the universe is tired of waiting. You're about to witness a shift, the kind of shift that turns confusion into confirmation. That makes the silent ones speak. That flips the script so hard the actors start choking on their lines. So don't be surprised when that phone call comes, when that secret slips, when that mask falls. It's all divine timing. They couldn't silence your truth forever because truth doesn't need a microphone. It just needs the right moment. And that moment is now. This isn't just a chapter, it's the reveal. The scene they tried to cut from your story. And guess what? You were never the extra. You were the plot twist. And listen closely, chosen one. Don't go anywhere, because that was just the knock at the door, the real storm. It's about to blow the roof off. What you're about to hear isn't just truth. It's the kind of truth that changes you. So if your bones are already buzzing, if your spirit feels called out, drop the number 77 in the comments to let the world know you see it now. And if this message is striking your soul, consider hitting that super thanks, because your support helps this truth echo louder for the other chosen ones still trapped in silence. And now, let's dive in step by step, because if you really are who the universe says you are, this won't just interest you, it'll grip you, it'll validate every scar, and by the end, you won't just understand what they did, you'll know exactly why they did it. Let's get into it. Number 1, you felt the shift before it happened. They felt you were getting too quiet, and that's when they panicked, because only fools think silence means surrender, but the real ones know. Silence is what it sounds like before the ground splits open. They knew something was shifting in you. That's why they tightened their grip right before it slipped. You felt it, didn't you? That strange tension in the air, the uneasiness that didn't make sense, but wouldn't leave. The energy didn't feel clean, like walking into a room where everyone's smiling, but the walls are sweating with secrets. You couldn't put your finger on it, but your spirit knew. Something was off. Something was being hidden. And now, chosen one, that something is about to erupt. See, they thought they could keep playing you, that they could wear the mask a little longer and keep the illusion alive. But what they didn't know is, the chosen feel the shift before it ever reaches the surface. We don't wait for proof. We feel the pressure building in the atmosphere before the storm ever hits. And that uneasiness you've been carrying, that wasn't anxiety. That was prophetic awareness. That was your spirit sensing the collapse before the first brick fell. They tried to convince you it was all in your head, didn't they? Tried to laugh it off, gaslight you, throw distractions in your path, get loud with their stories and vague with their actions. But deep down, you already knew. You just didn't have the receipts? Not yet. Let's make something clear. They weren't scared of losing you. They were scared of you waking up. Because once you stop doubting your intuition, their lies lose their power. And that's what they feared most. You were never confused. You were being spiritually alerted. And let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about why the chosen ones always feel the shift before the rest of the world catches up. It's because you were never meant to play a supporting role in their little show. You were never designed to blend in, go along and smile politely while your soul screamed for answers. No, you were built different. Built like Moses, who felt the pressure before the sea parted. Like Joan of Arc, who felt the fire in her bones before they ever lit the match. Like Malcolm, like Nina, like Jesus at the table, looking at Judas with full knowledge and still choosing silence, because some truths don't need to be spoken. They just need to be revealed. So when you felt the energy shift last week, when you felt that emotional pressure rising like a wave, that wasn't weakness. That was alignment. That was your soul screaming, "Brace yourself. The truth is about to surface." And the enemy knew it too. That's why they started acting strange. That's why they tried to distract you, draw you back in, play nice again. They could feel the energy around you tightening. The universe was pulling you out of the fog. You were no longer vibrating at their level, and that terrified them. Because your clarity, it's fatal to their illusion. They thrive in confusion. They depend on it. They twist half-truths into full stories and dangle guilt over your head like a leash. But clarity, real clarity, that breaks every chain. And you were starting to see too much. You were starting to ask the right questions. You were starting to notice how often they avoided the truth, changed the subject, got defensive when there was nothing to defend. That's not paranoia, that's discernment. You don't owe anyone an apology for waking up. Chosen one, I know you've questioned yourself. I know you've replayed conversations in your head, wondering if you were being too sensitive, too suspicious, too emotional. But let me set you free. You weren't overthinking. You were underestimating how well they lie. They don't feel guilt the way you do. They feel fear of being exposed. That's why the vibe shifted before the facts did, because your energy caught the lie before your mind had the proof. That's the gift of being chosen. It's not comfort, it's not convenience, it's a radar, a divine download. And they hated that about you. They hated that you could feel things they were trying so hard to hide, that you were built to see through the fog they spent years constructing. And just like any manipulator, they did what all cowards do when truth gets too close. They tried to twist it back on you. Why are you acting different? You're just being dramatic. Don't you trust me? Translation: you're too close to the truth, and I need to scramble your clarity before you see too much. But guess what? You saw it anyway. You saw it in their energy before they even opened their mouth. You felt it in the sudden silence, in the way conversations started feeling tight, in the way they'd talk too much but say nothing real. You caught the pause before the lie, the over-explaining, the defensiveness, the way their spirit tensed up when you got too close to the part they wanted to hide. That's the difference between you and them. You don't need the mask to fall, you already see the cracks. So if you've been walking around this week feeling like you're losing your grip, like something is coming but you can't name it, you're not crazy. You're tuned in, and what's coming isn't your breakdown, it's their exposure. This is why the universe chooses people like you, not because you're perfect, not because you're always right, but because you're willing to listen to what others ignore. You feel what they pretend doesn't exist. You carry the burden of knowing something is off long before anyone else does. And yes, it's exhausting, but it's also your armor, because now that truth is surfacing, you're not caught off guard. You're not scrambling for answers. You're sitting in clarity, watching the story collapse, just like you knew it would. So remember this, the shift wasn't just in your life, it was in your soul. You didn't change because of what they did. You changed because you finally stopped pretending you didn't feel what you felt. And now, that feeling has a name, that energy has a face, that lie has a timestamp. They thought your silence meant confusion. It didn't. It meant the storm was gathering. And now, the winds are here. The truth is rising. And you, chosen one, are standing exactly where you're meant to be, centered, awakened, and ready. Because when the illusion shatters, only the real ones remain. Number 2. The silent bond was a lie. They didn't bond with you. They studied you, mirrored you, fed off your warmth like thieves smiling in your reflection. But now, the mirror is cracking, and what's underneath is ugly. They called it connection. But deep down, something never sat right. You told yourself it was just your trust issues talking. You tried to believe in the comfort, the chemistry, the synchronicities, the silent understanding. But the silence was never peace. It was performance. It was strategy. And that unspoken bond, that wasn't mutual energy. That was you projecting realness onto a role they were playing. They didn't love your soul. They mimicked your glow. And now the mask is slipping. Chosen one, it's time to stop romanticizing what was always a setup. They didn't connect with your spirit because they felt safe. They connected with your light because it gave them cover. You were the safe space. You were the grounding wire. You were the stable frequency they clung to, because they knew that left on their own, their true self couldn't survive under direct truth. They didn't love the real you. They loved the version of you that gave them access without exposure. Didn't you ever notice how they were always just in tune enough to keep you close, but never deep enough to let you all the way in? How they matched your energy, but never initiated it? How they echoed your vulnerability, but never shared any of their own without force? That's not intimacy. That's imitation. And that's the twisted part. They didn't want your connection. They wanted your power source. and they disguise dependency as emotional alignment. It's the oldest trick in the book. Mimic the chosen to gain their trust, then slowly siphon their essence until they forget their own reflection. You were the mirror, and they stood in front of you pretending to shine. You shared your soul. They copied your rhythm. You opened your spirit. They rehearsed their reactions. And the sickest part? They did it while convincing you that you were the one who needed them. But here's what they didn't calculate. Mirrors eventually reflect more than light. They reveal shadows. And now that the energy is shifting, they can't keep up. You've outgrown their mask. You've evolved past the version of you they were able to manipulate. Because let's be honest, back then, you wanted to believe it was real. You held on to the little signs, the chemistry, the deep convos, the weird synchronicities that felt like fate. But now you see it for what it was. Spiritual camouflage. They matched your frequency just enough to blend in, until you started to awaken. And the moment you stopped dimming yourself to protect their fragility, that's when the tension began. They started pulling back, acting confused, making you feel crazy, gaslighting your instincts like they weren't the ones who triggered them. Because real connection doesn't shrink when you grow. It expands. But they weren't growing with you. They were hiding inside you. And let's call it what it was. They used your love to avoid their own healing. You became their emotional crutch, their identity coat. They wore you like armor in public, just to survive the parts of themselves they refused to face in private. And what about you? You started asking, did I do something wrong? Did I change? Did I imagine all of it? No. You didn't imagine the bond. You just mistook mimicry for meaning. You didn't change. You remembered. And once a chosen one remembers their power, they can't unsee the frauds around them. This is why the mask is falling. Because you stopped giving them the script. You stopped feeding them the lines. You stopped leading them with your light. And now their movements feel robotic. Their words feel empty. Their presence feels hollow, because without your essence, they have no identity left to fake. You were the heartbeat of the connection, and they were just echoing your rhythm. And now the universe is exposing the lie. You might be feeling guilt right now. Confusion, that lingering ache in your chest that says, but what if some of it was real? Let me give you the hard answer. The only real thing in that connection was you. The energy was real because you made it real. The depth was real because you dug it. They just swam in the pool you built and called it destiny. That's why they stayed just close enough to feed, but never close enough to be revealed. That's why they loved to be seen with you, but always changed when you needed to be seen yourself. That's why they said, I got you, and never did. That's why they called you too intense the moment your intuition came too close to their hidden truth. Because they never wanted connection, they wanted cover. And what happens when a chosen one removes their energy from a counterfeit bond? The illusion falls flat, the sparkle fades, the temperature drops, and suddenly the whole world sees them for what they are, an actor with no lines left. Don't let the nostalgia confuse you. Don't let the silence trick you into thinking they miss you. They don't miss you. They miss who they got to be when you were around. You made them feel powerful, relevant, aligned. But now that you're gone, all that's left is their reflection, and they can't stand what they see. Let this sink deep. It wasn't a bond. It was a disguise. And now the mask is slipping. And you're rising, unbothered, because when you stop giving people mirrors to fake themselves in, they have no choice but to meet their own shadows. And most of them aren't ready. They'll say you switched up, that you got cold, that you ghosted. But what really happened was spiritual detox. the divine pulled you away to preserve your purpose, and now they're choking on the quiet that used to keep them safe. Don't chase closure. Don't reach back for validation. You were never the fake one. You were the reason the connection even felt real in the first place. They borrowed your depth, paraded around in your energy, and hoped you'd never notice they had none of their own. But you did notice, and that noticing, that was your rebirth. You saw through the costume. You walked out of the performance, you left the stage, and now they're standing there, lines forgotten, script gone, spotlight fading. Because you were never part of their illusion. You were the truth they couldn't keep pretending against. Number 3, they tried to erase you, now their truth is leaking. They didn't just lie behind your back, they danced on your silence like it was a stage, built a parade out of your pain, hoping no one would ever ask why the music sounded off. Chosen one, they didn't just try to forget you, they tried to delete you from conversations, from circles, from your own story. They rewrote the narrative with themselves as the victim and you as the villain. Didn't they? They didn't stop at betrayal. They got creative with it, made sure your name tasted bitter on other people's tongues before you even got a chance to speak. But here's the truth. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was the universe pulling receipts. While they were building social circles on your name, burning sage to clear guilt they refused to own, the truth was boiling underground. And now, the pressure's too much. It's leaking, slipping through their forced smiles and half-hearted healing quotes. Every fake story they told is starting to crack. Every version of the events they twisted is unraveling, and they can feel it. They're watching your name come up again, this time without shame. They're hearing people say, "Wait, that doesn't add up." The same people who once believed the lie are now noticing the gaps, the pauses, the over-explaining. Because that's the thing about the truth. You can't bury it when the one you buried was planted. Chosen one, the universe saw everything, and it didn't forget. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't have to defend yourself to the crowd. You didn't need revenge. All you needed was time. And time has a way of making masks fall. And now the gossipers, the manipulators, the ones who couldn't keep your name out their mouth, they're panicking because every time your name is mentioned now, the energy shifts. People are starting to feel that they were fed a lie. The very foundation they built their fake peace on. It's trembling, and it's only a matter of time before it crumbles. Look at history. Look at Malcolm X. They called him too angry, too loud, too much. But the truth he carried outlived every bullet they tried to silence him with. Look at Frida Kahlo, discarded, misunderstood, painted as unstable. But her pain became a movement, and her truth, immortal. The chosen never stay erased. They become the echo that breaks through centuries. So stop wondering if it was you. Stop asking if you were too intense, too sensitive, too reactive. You weren't too anything. You were too real for people who depended on illusion to survive. And now the truth is returning like fire. It's not here to ask permission. It's here to burn away every lie they built on your back. So stand tall. Watch them squirm. You don't need to say a word. The truth is already speaking for you. Number 4. The revelation that shattered the spell. They didn't hide the truth from the world. They hid it from you, because once you connected the dots, you'd realize the entire spell was built on your silence and their lies. Chosen one, do you remember that moment? That one piece of information that landed like a punch to the soul, that flash of truth that didn't just sting, it ripped the blindfold off, Maybe it came in a dream, a slip of the tongue, a strange coincidence that connected dots you didn't even know were related. But when it hit, everything changed. You weren't crazy, you were early. That gut feeling you kept silencing, that wasn't paranoia. That was prophetic timing. They didn't expect you to put it all together. That's why they worked so hard to keep you distracted. They over-explained, over-apologized, played the victim, shifted blame. But deep down, they knew. If you ever caught one thread and pulled, the whole thing would unravel. And now it has. That one truth. That was your divine download. And you didn't just receive it. You recognized it. Because deep in your spirit, you already knew. That's why you always felt uneasy. That's why the smiles never matched the energy. That's why you kept waking up with that weight on your chest, wondering why you couldn't breathe around certain people. Because they were casting spells with their lies and hoping you'd never break the trance. But the illusion's dead now. That single revelation shattered everything. The fake friendships, the pretend peace, the I love yous that came with daggers hidden underneath. You saw their true face, not the mask they wore for the world, but the one they hid from themselves. And you didn't just see it. You felt it in your chest, in your bones, in the silence that followed. That's what the enemy never understood, that the chosen don't need receipts. We feel what's real. And once we know, we can't unknow. Once we see, we can't unsee. And once the spell breaks, so does their control. Remember when Harriet Tubman said, "I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves." That's you, chosen one. You broke out of a spell they told you was love, loyalty, family, soulmate. But it was control. And now you see it clearly. Let it hurt. Let it sting. Let the illusion collapse. Because every piece that breaks sets you free from the version of yourself that was built to tolerate the lie. The truth didn't destroy you. It delivered you. This was the moment they feared the most. You, awake. You, unapologetic. You, clear. And now, the spell is broken, and you're never going back. Number 5. This was spiritual warfare in disguise. You weren't unstable. You were exhausted from carrying people who mistook your strength for softness and your silence for surrender. You weren't broken. You were parenting the ones who wounded you, while they pointed at your healing and called it drama. Chosen one, this wasn't just betrayal. It wasn't just a toxic relationship. This was spiritual warfare disguised as love, loyalty, and blood. The battlefield wasn't a physical one. It was psychological, emotional, ancestral. They weren't just messing with your head. They were messing with your soul. They came wrapped in titles: mother, brother, partner, best friend. They wore the mask of closeness, said things like, "I'm just trying to help," while subtly shattering your self-worth, said, "I love you," while weaponizing your empathy. And you kept showing up. You kept forgiving. You kept thinking if you just loved harder, explained deeper, stayed longer, they'd finally understand you, appreciate you, protect you. But they weren't confused. They were strategic. Because the real ones don't drain you. They don't leave you second-guessing your worth. They don't twist your kindness into leverage. And what you were dealing with wasn't confusion. It was spiritual sabotage. You were parenting people who should have protected you, coaching people who had no intention of growing, holding emotional space for people who only stepped into your light to cast a longer shadow. They called you unstable, but let's tell the truth, they were projecting. You were the emotional adult in a house full of wounded children in grown bodies. You were the one they leaned on, unloaded on, blamed, and still expected you to smile through the bleeding. They didn't love you. They leaned on you, used your healing as their hiding place. And when you started setting boundaries, when your energy shifted, suddenly you were the problem. No, chosen one, you weren't the problem. You were the threat to their spiritual stagnation. You were evolving, and that's why they lashed out. Look at people like Maya Angelou, who stood in the fire of trauma and betrayal, and still spoke with clarity and grace. She was called too deep, too intense, too much. But that's what the world calls those who rise above the system that tried to cage them. And now, look at you, still standing, still glowing, still carrying grace in the same hands that were once shaking from betrayal. That wasn't love, that wasn't family, that wasn't loyalty, that was spiritual warfare. And you didn't just survive it, you won. Number 6. They only told half the story because the whole one would expose them. They told their story like a highlight reel, but left out the part where they dropped the camera, faked the scenes, and edited you out like the pain they caused was just a glitch in the timeline. They gave the world the trailer, while you lived through the deleted scenes. Chosen one, they only told their half, the polished half. The curated version designed for pity and applause, the kind that sounds just tragic enough to make them the victim, but never real enough to reveal the truth. And you? You weren't just left out. You were erased. They didn't lie. No, they're more cunning than that. They told partial truths, weaponized context, said things like, "We just grew apart," while leaving out how they gutted your trust and smiled doing it. Said, "They're just too emotional," while skipping the part where they triggered every wound, then denied it happened. They're the type to throw the rock, hide their hand, then say, "I was just defending myself." But here's the part that nearly broke you. People believed them. Because half a story, when told with confidence, sounds like gospel to the unhealed. And the world, it loves a clean narrative. It's easier to digest the version where you're the drama, the difficult one, the too much. Because to believe your side, they'd have to admit they missed something, that they supported someone who was wearing a mask. And you felt that, didn't you? That invisible hand over your mouth, that pressure to stay quiet, to be the bigger person. But while you were bleeding in silence, they were building sympathy campaigns with your blood. That's what gaslighting does. It doesn't just confuse you, it dismantles your grip on reality. You start to wonder if you really did overreact. If maybe you were the toxic one. You replay conversations, dissect your own emotions, apologize for things you never did, just to keep the peace. But that peace, that was just their comfort zone, built on your compliance. They weren't confused, they were protecting the illusion. Because if people ever heard the whole story, if the full truth came out, the manipulation, the lies, the subtle jabs, the hidden agenda, they wouldn't look like survivors. They'd look like architects of destruction. This is what cowards do. They turn down your volume so their version is the only one heard. But not anymore. The universe is tired of their highlight reel. It's flipping the script. And when the truth speaks, it doesn't whisper, it roars. You don't need to defend yourself. The truth will. And when it does, they'll finally be seen. Not as victims, but as the villains they hoped no one would notice. Number 7. You chose peace. And that's what made you powerful. They kept throwing fire, hoping you'd burn with them, but instead you walked through the flames like it was just weather, and that's when they realized silence isn't surrender, it's strength with teeth. Chosen one, they were testing you the whole time, poking, prodding, pushing buttons like it was a game, waiting for you to snap, to swing, to collapse under the weight of your own restraint. They wanted you to scream so they could say, "See? That's the real you." They were baiting the beast, praying for a breakdown. But you didn't give them one. You gave them peace. Not the soft kind, the divine kind, the kind forged in isolation, anchored in spirit, and sharpened through betrayal. That's what they couldn't predict, that while they were out there playing chess with your name, you were in here building an empire out of silence. They weren't ready for you to stay calm. They weren't ready for you to not react. They weren't ready for you to choose evolution over ego. You didn't choose peace because you were weak. You chose it because you were done bleeding for people who wouldn't even hand you a band-aid. And now they're angry, confused, frustrated. Why? Because they expected a war, and you gave them a funeral for the version of you they used to manipulate. That's the thing about real growth. It's quiet. It doesn't post a warning. It doesn't shout in the street. It just moves different. And when you stopped explaining yourself, when you stopped replying, defending, proving, that's when your energy shifted and their mask started to melt. They weren't expecting you to heal. They were counting on your pain to keep you attached. They needed you angry, reactive, chasing closure. But you gave them detachment. You gave them distance. You gave them nothing. And that nothing, that silence, that calm, it shook their soul. Because people expect the chosen ones to fight back. What they don't expect is for us to ascend. They forget that peace isn't the absence of conflict. It's the refusal to dance with chaos. And that's what you did. You stopped attending the circus. You stepped off the battlefield they built and walked straight into divine alignment. You passed the test not by clapping back, but by not lowering your frequency to answer a question you've already outgrown. Look at Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high. Not because she couldn't drag them, but because royalty doesn't roll in the dirt. You, chosen one, are built the same. You didn't win by fighting, you won by not needing to. And that's what makes you untouchable. Number 8. You've outgrown what was sent to break you. They stayed petty, you became power, and now they're choking on the silence where your pain used to live. Chosen one, they didn't just underestimate you, they bet everything on your downfall. They thought the betrayal would break you, that the lies, the silence, the twisted narrative would leave you clinging for validation. But instead of collapsing, you leveled up, quietly, relentlessly. While they stayed stuck in petty cycles and recycled drama, you stepped out of the storm and into your strength. What they sent to destroy you became the very thing that revealed who you truly are. You see, they counted on your reaction. They needed it. They needed the chaos, the confrontation, the spectacle, but you gave them stillness. You gave them distance. You gave them exactly what they never expected. Growth. You didn't just walk away, you walked up, and that terrified them more than any response ever could. You weren't created to shrink, you were made to evolve, and now you've outgrown their games, their manipulation, their performative loyalty, the love that came with strings, the support that disappeared the moment you needed it, the friendship that only worked when you stayed small enough to make them feel big. They weren't losing you, they were losing access to the version of you that tolerated nonsense. They were losing their seat in a story that no longer revolves around their chaos. because every time they tried to pull you back into the cycle, you were already 3 steps ahead, growing, healing, transforming in silence. You matured past their reach, and now they're stuck with the version of themselves that only ever knew how to control, not connect, to compete, not care. And let's not pretend it didn't hurt. You grieved people who were still alive. You cried over rooms you were pushed out of, even though you never belonged there. But in that grief, something clicked. You weren't meant to fit into spaces built on dysfunction. You weren't the broken one. You were the one outgrowing the mess. Look at people like Taraji P. Henson. She walked away from relationships, roles, even environments that didn't value her, and came back stronger, clearer, unshakable. That's you now. You're not bitter. You're better. You're not colder. You're clearer. You're not heartless. You're healed. They stayed petty, repeating the same behaviors, the same excuses, the same games. But you became a version of yourself they can't fake, can't reach, and can't replace. You've outgrown what was sent to break you, and now you're finally free. Number 9, they couldn't handle your light, so they tried to dim it. You found your voice, and they called it attitude, found your truth, and they called it ego. But the truth is, they weren't offended by your tone. They were terrified that you no longer needed their permission to exist. Chosen one, they couldn't handle your light, so they did what insecure people always do when real energy enters the room. They tried to shrink it, mask it, twist it. They called you too much, too intense, too sensitive. But the real issue wasn't that you were too much. The real issue was they couldn't manipulate you anymore once you saw yourself clearly. You didn't suddenly change. You didn't become difficult. You simply stopped shrinking to make them comfortable. And that's when their smiles started slipping. That's when the subtle jabs started coming. That's when the conversation shifted from "I'm proud of you" to "You've changed." Because you did change. You grew. You healed. You set boundaries. And in their world, boundaries are betrayal. You found your voice, and they mistook it for rebellion. You stopped asking for validation, and they called it arrogance. You stopped over-explaining your worth, and they called it attitude. But the truth? Your soul woke up. And when a soul finally wakes up, it stops begging to be understood by people who only ever loved your silence. They couldn't handle your light because it forced them to confront their own darkness. Your clarity made their confusion uncomfortable. Your confidence made their control crumble. They didn't want you confident. They wanted you compliant. The version of you that said yes to everything, that over-apologized, that overextended, that over-explained. The version that made their mediocrity feel like mastery. But now, that version is gone. Now you say no and mean it. Now you ask questions that shake their lies. Now you stand in rooms and don't flinch. And they hate that, because once your light is turned all the way on, the people who only ever thrived in your shadow can't survive in your presence. Look at someone like Serena Williams, dominant, powerful, clear, and every time she set boundaries, they called her angry, aggressive, difficult, but what she really was, free. And the world has always had a problem with free women who know their power. Same with you. You didn't dim your light. They just never expected you to stop handing them the switch. So let them talk. Let them call it what they want. Their labels are not your truth. Their discomfort is not your burden. You weren't made to be manageable. You were made to be authentic. And now that you've stopped dimming yourself to be digestible, they're choking on the brightness. And that's not your problem. It's their karma. Number 10. Love is entering because you finally chose you. You gave up on love, not because you stopped believing in it, but because you got tired of watering deserts and calling it a garden. And the moment you walked away from everything false, real love started looking for you. Chosen one, you weren't closed off, you were exhausted. Tired of explaining your heart to people who only wanted to borrow it. Tired of confusing emotional chaos with passion. Tired of being loyal to souls who were only loyal to their convenience. You weren't bitter. You were just done. Done with the pretending. Done with the potential. Done with performing for people who couldn't meet you at your level. And when you finally let it all go, not with rage, but with clarity, the energy shifted. Because that's how the universe works. Love doesn't enter when we're chasing it. Love shows up when we choose ourselves, fully, unapologetically, finally. And now that you've cleared the room of everything fake, everything manipulative, everything rooted in ego, something real is coming in. Something grounded, something stable, something that doesn't shake when you speak your truth. Because the truth is, you were never too much. They just didn't have the depth to meet you. Now that you've stopped settling for crumbs, the feast is being prepared. This new energy, it's not chaotic, it's not confusing, it doesn't make you question your worth or your place in someone's life. It arrives with intention. It's not here to fix you, it's here to match you. And yes, it'll surprise you. It'll feel unfamiliar at first because you're used to struggling for affection. But this won't be a test. It'll be a confirmation, a reflection of all the work you've done, all the tears, all the boundaries, all the healing in silence while others laughed and doubted. Because now that you've chosen peace, peace is choosing you back. Now that you've become the safe space for yourself, someone is being drawn into your life who's built the same way. And it won't be about saving each other. It'll be about building together. No manipulation, no confusion, just alignment. Look at someone like Viola Davis. She stopped chasing validation, owned her journey, stood in her truth. And what did she attract? A love that sees her and celebrates her. That's not fantasy. That's what happens when you finally choose you. And you're there now. The universe watched you walk away from what was hurting you. It saw you cry, stand, and rebuild in silence. And now it's rewarding your courage with what you stopped waiting for, but never stopped deserving. So don't second-guess it. Don't push it away when it shows up. You're not dreaming this time. Love is entering. Abundance is arriving, not because you begged for it, but because you became it. And now the energy you thought didn't exist is finally here. And now, chosen one, the message is clear. Everything they tried to bury is blooming. The truth is out. The spell is broken. And what once felt like punishment was really preparation. You didn't just survive. You transformed. You reclaimed your voice, your power, your peace. And now, love and abundance are answering back. So if this message hit your soul like truth, drop the number 77 in the comments to confirm it. Like this video to fuel the algorithm, subscribe to join the chosen ones rising worldwide, and share this with someone who needs to remember who they are. We're not done, we're just beginning. They laughed because they thought you were lying. Now they're crying because it turns out you were just early. That's the kind of truth that burns them from the inside out. See, they never hated you because you were wrong. They hated you because you were right too soon. They mocked your vision, tried to silence your voice, twisted your name, and now they're choking on their own words. The people who swore you'd never be anything are now forced to sit front row and watch you become everything. This is no coincidence. This is justice. Poetic, surgical, and humiliating. Chosen one, someone just realized you were exactly who you said you were. And let me tell you, the humiliation they're feeling right now, it's not soft, it's not silent, it's loud, and it's eating them alive from the inside out. Their ego is having a funeral. Their pride is bleeding out. They finally see it. They misjudged the realest one they'll never get close to again. Before we go further, don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe. Help spread this message to more souls, because this ain't just entertainment, it's truth, and it's our responsibility to spread the light, even when the light hurts. Let's talk about this moment. This moment where the ones who tried to break you are secretly the ones being broken by your glow. They thought they were watching your downfall, but they were watching the prologue of your rise. You didn't fall off. You fell back so you could launch. You were never behind. You were just being hidden by the universe until your stage was ready. And now they can't unsee it. Your name? It's echoing in rooms you've never stepped in. Your image? It's haunting their thoughts when no one's around. Your truth? It's ripping through the lies they built like paper walls. The same people who tried to make you feel invisible are now afraid of how seen you are. They used to roll their eyes when you spoke. Now they hang on every word, hoping for crumbs. Because deep down, they know they missed something great, and they will never get another chance to hold it. This is the moment they realize your silence wasn't weakness. It was strategy. You let them talk. You let them laugh. You let them bet against you. And you still won. That kind of win, it's spiritual. It doesn't scream. It whispers. And it hits harder than any comeback ever could. That's the kind of victory that doesn't need noise, because it haunts. You see, what's happening right now is deeper than regret. This is psychological torment, because you didn't just prove them wrong. You proved yourself right. You told them who you were, and now, without you lifting a single finger, life itself is proving you were never lying. They see it in your presence, they feel it in your absence, and they hate that they can't ignore it anymore. Somewhere right now, 3 different people are up at 2 a.m., scrolling through your old pictures, rewatching old conversations, replaying moments they thought they had control over. They don't even know each other, but they're all suffering from the same truth. You are who you said you were, and they're the fools who thought they were better than you. They compared your seed to someone else's harvest. And now that your tree has finally bloomed, all they can do is sit in the shade, choking on their own doubt. That's the thing about real ones. We don't argue, we don't chase, we don't beg to be understood. We become the evidence, and once the evidence shows up, the courtroom of public opinion shuts down. They're humiliated, not just because you're winning, but because they're losing to someone they tried to erase. You're the ghost in their guilt, the one they can't outrun, the face they see when they question their worth. That's not your ego talking, that's the truth walking in with heavy boots. And here's the kicker, the universe wanted them to doubt you. It was part of the test, because if they had seen your worth too early, they would have tried to cage it. So you had to walk through that fire alone. You had to be overlooked, underestimated, doubted, so your glow would blind them at full power. And that's what's happening now. You were the storm warning they ignored. Now the flood has arrived, and they're drowning in the very judgment they used against you. So let them talk behind closed doors. Let them pretend they're not watching. Let them act like your success doesn't sting. You don't need to prove anything. The proof is already moving through their nervous system. The proof is keeping them up at night. The proof is that deep, pit of regret they're too ashamed to speak out loud. Let them sit in it, because you don't have time to babysit the emotions of people who tried to sabotage your soul. You've got a life to build, a legacy to protect, a future to walk into, and they're not invited. The truth always shows up, chosen one, and when it does, it doesn't ask for permission. It walks in like thunder, and you are the thunder, the one they heard in the distance and ignored, until the lightning struck right through the pride they used to laugh at you. Now they're not laughing, they're haunted, and you're finally free. So if this message has hit something deep in you, don't scroll just yet. Drop a 777 in the comments if you know you were doubted, disrespected, and dismissed. And now the truth is starting to hit them like a truck. And if you feel called to, bless the creators behind this message with a super thanks. Because pulling these truths from the shadows takes time, energy, and spiritual fire. Whether it's $1 or a kind word, your support fuels this mission to awaken every soul that's been silenced. And now, let's break it down step by step, because if you really are who you say you are, and they're finally feeling the weight of their mistake, then trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Let's get into it. Number 1. They went digging for dirt and dug their own grave instead. They didn't search for the truth. They searched for your failure, and when they couldn't find it, they panicked. That's the part they'll never say out loud. They set out on a mission to destroy you, not because you wronged them, not because you were dangerous, but because your existence threatened the little empire they built on lies, gossip, and fragile self-worth. They thought if they could just expose one weakness, one moment of inconsistency, one flaw, they could feel superior again. So they launched their little secret investigation behind your back. A full-blown obsession, dressed up as curiosity. They didn't want the truth. They wanted ammo. But the universe, it had other plans. Chosen one, someone has been watching you in silence, obsessively, hoping they'd catch you slipping. They've been asking around, creating fake scenarios, pulling strings behind the curtain, testing your boundaries. They thought they were the puppet master. What they didn't realize is, the more they watched you, the more they saw themselves unravel. Because no matter how many layers they peeled back, they kept running into the same cold, terrifying fact. You are exactly who you said you were. That realization, it didn't humble them, it humiliated them. Understand this, people don't investigate what they believe is beneath them. They investigate what they fear is above them. They feared your integrity, your consistency, your growth, because deep down, they knew they couldn't fake what you naturally are. So they ran background checks on your energy. They put your name in the mouths of snakes, hoping someone, anyone, would co-sign their delusions. And all they found, silence, respect, or worse, admiration. Now they're sick with confusion, because the trap they set for you ended up exposing them. Every attempt to discredit you became a spotlight on their own insecurity. Every test they created only highlighted how real you were under pressure. You passed every scenario they designed for your downfall without even knowing you were being tested. And that's what stings. You didn't just survive the investigation, you shined through it, without reacting, without proving anything, without playing their game, and now they have to live with the fact that even in your most unaware moments, you were still authentic, still aligned, still untouchable. That's not just hard for them to accept. It's breaking them down psychologically, because they've dedicated weeks, even months, trying to invalidate something that's simply unshakable. And here's what they don't realize yet. It wasn't just about you. This whole secret mission, it was a projection of their own internal war. They were hoping you'd fail so they could avoid facing the fact that they did. They wanted to prove that you were pretending, because they are. You mirror what they'll never admit. They're lost, performative, and desperate to be seen as real without doing the real work. And you are the work. You did the healing. You walk it, breathe it, are it. So now they're left in this quiet, crushing place where they know too much. They know they can't accuse you. They know they can't compete. They know they can't even copy you, because what you carry can't be imitated. And they've already wasted so much energy trying to disprove what the universe itself has already confirmed. The worst part, they can't tell anyone how obsessed they were with trying to expose you, because even admitting how much they investigated you would expose them. They look crazy now. They look desperate. They look jealous. And that's a humiliation that doesn't go away easily. Let me tell you something real. They tried to reduce you to a rumor. They tried to shrink your legacy down to whispers in rooms you'll never enter. And what happened instead? Your presence grew. Your respect tripled. The very people they used to spy on you, secretly admire you, the ones they tried to turn against you, silently support you now. That's what happens when you walk in your truth. The universe starts speaking for you. So let them squirm in silence. Let them sit with the receipts they collected, the questions they asked, the games they played, because they didn't uncover your flaws. They uncovered their own limits. And now they're choking on the proof they never wanted to find. Their investigation wasn't just a waste of time, it was a full-blown ego death, because nothing terrifies a fraud more than the unshakable existence of someone real. That's you, chosen one. You're the standard they can't meet, the evidence they can't erase, the mirror they can't face. And now that they know, they can't unknow it. They can't unsee how poised you were under pressure, how real your energy stayed, how quiet your power felt, even when you didn't say a word. You weren't exposed, they were. You didn't fall, they did. You didn't lose control. They lost the illusion that they ever had any. And that's the ultimate humiliation. So remember this the next time you feel the eyes on you, the whispers, the setups, the shade. Don't flinch, don't fold. Because when people launch secret investigations into your character, it's not because you're hiding something, it's because they are. And now they're haunted by your truth. Every test you passed, every lie that failed, every moment you stayed solid when they hoped you'd crack. That's their legacy now, not yours. You've moved on. They're stuck in the ruins of their own obsession, and they'll never admit it out loud. But they know you are who you said you were, and now they wish they had believed you. Number 2, they needed you to be fake, because the truth about you destroys the lies they live in. When someone's entire identity is built on illusion, the worst thing they can encounter is someone real. This was never about you, chosen one. Not really. You just became the mirror too sharp for them to look into without bleeding. This person wasn't simply watching you, they were clinging to the hope that you were faking it. Because if you turned out to be real, their entire performance crumbled. Their whole self-image, crafted through filters, false confidence, shallow validation, would burn to ash. And you weren't playing a role. You were the role, authentically, effortlessly, without needing an audience. That's what terrified them. They weren't curious, they were threatened. Your existence poked a hole in their entire philosophy of life. They convinced themselves that everyone was wearing a mask, everyone was performing, everyone had a hidden agenda. But then you walked in, calm, clear, whole, and suddenly they weren't comfortable anymore. Because if you're not faking it, then what does that make them? Every trap they set was not a challenge. It was a cry for confirmation. Please slip, please fall, please reveal that you're just like me. But you didn't. You walked through the fire without even noticing it was meant to burn you. You handled moral dilemmas with grace. You spoke the truth without ego. You offered kindness where they would have chosen revenge, and you didn't even know they were testing you. That's the part that shattered them the most. You didn't pass their tests because you were trying to impress them. You passed because it's just who you are. You're not acting righteous. You are righteous. You're not pretending to be grounded. You've done the work. That's why their entire emotional structure is collapsing right now. Because you didn't dismantle their worldview. Your truth did. Imagine being so committed to a fake image of yourself that someone else's natural light feels like a personal attack. That's what's happening to them. Every step you take in alignment exposes the steps they've taken out of fear. Every honest word you speak cuts through the lies they told to survive. You are not just a person to them anymore. You are proof. Proof that it's possible to live with integrity. Proof that masks aren't necessary. Proof that what they told themselves to sleep at night was a lie. And now they can't unsee it. They can't go back to the delusion. They can't pretend they didn't feel the difference when you entered the room. They can't ignore the fact that while they were performing for the crowd, you were performing for no one, and still got more respect. Let that sink in. You weren't even trying to prove anything, and they still lost. Because this was never about exposing you. It was about avoiding themselves, and they failed. Miserably. Number 3. They tried to expose you, but ended up exposing their own empty soul. The most violent breakdown doesn't happen in public. It happens in silence, when the lies you told yourself start screaming louder than you can hide. Chosen one, this is where it starts to get ugly for them, because this isn't just embarrassment anymore. It's identity collapse. What started as a quiet little investigation, a behind-the-scenes fact check of your character, has now spiraled into something they can't control. Obsession, mental exhaustion, emotional breakdown. You didn't just pass their tests, you shattered the illusion they were depending on. And now their entire mental house of cards is crumbling with no one left to blame but themselves. You have to understand what's happening here. They're not losing their cool because you lied. They're breaking down because you told the truth, over and over again. And now they can't unknow what they know about you. They've realized you weren't pretending. You weren't performing. You meant every word, every move, every boundary. And that truth is violently incompatible with the persona they've been hiding behind. The mask is cracking, and beneath it, there's nothing. They wanted to believe no one could really be that honest, that disciplined, that grounded, that whole. And when you walked in and embodied all of it without flinching, they didn't just feel threatened. They felt exposed. Because your light didn't just shine, it revealed how fake their own confidence was. It showed how much of their life has been stitched together by fear, manipulation, and control. Your presence pulled the curtain back on their performance. And now they're spiraling because there's no script left to read from. Let me say it plain. They thought they were the main character in your story, the clever one, the righteous one, the one who saw through you. They told themselves they were protecting others from your act. But deep down, they were just trying to protect themselves from their own inadequacy. And now, they can't even recognize themselves in the mirror. The hero mask has slipped, and what's left is someone broken, bitter, and drowning in their own judgment. Every time they hear your name, something inside them twitches. Every time you level up, it feels like a personal attack on their ego. You didn't do anything to them, you just refused to shrink for them, and that simple act of self-respect, it shattered their whole damn fantasy. So now the collapse begins. Quietly, psychologically, they're pulling away from others, avoiding conversations, acting off. Because how do you admit to anyone that you've spent months trying to destroy someone, only to realize they were everything you're not? They can't. So instead, they collapse, alone, in the silence they once used against you, haunted by the proof that you were never the problem. Their reflection was. Number 4. They fell in love with your light, then cursed themselves for not owning their own. Some people don't hate you, they just hate how much they feel beneath you. They can't speak around you, not because you intimidate them with cruelty, but because you disarm them with presence. Chosen one, this second person isn't trying to ruin you like the first. They're not digging for dirt. They're staring at you like you're sunlight they can't touch without burning. But don't be fooled. This isn't admiration in its purest form. It's paralysis. They've placed you on a pedestal so high, they've convinced themselves they could never reach your level. And now they're drowning in their own inferiority complex. You didn't ask to be worshipped. You didn't even ask to be noticed, but the way you walk in truth, the way you carry yourself with grace, even when no one's watching, it triggers something deep in them. They see what you are and immediately feel the weight of what they are not. Every kind word from you sounds like poetry dipped in shame to them, because it reminds them of the goodness they abandoned in themselves a long time ago. This isn't a one-off situation. This is a psychological phenomenon that repeats across time. History has always had its chosen ones, and it has always had its silent admirers, frozen in awe, quietly imploding. Think of Maya Angelou's calm fire. Think of Malcolm X, who moved crowds with stillness and clarity. Think of Frida Kahlo, who turned pain into art while others hid their wounds. These people weren't just admired, they were put on altars, often by people who didn't believe they could ever reach the same level of spiritual and emotional honesty. That's what's happening here. You became a mirror, not of their potential, but of how far they've strayed from it. They've built a fantasy around you, not based on who you really are, but on the impossible ideal they've projected onto you. To them, you're the one who never breaks, the one who always knows what to say, the one who walks into a room and makes everything feel aligned. And because they can't see your scars, they assume you don't have any. They worship the surface and curse their own reflection. But here's the brutal truth. It's easier for them to believe you're untouchable than to believe they're capable of rising. Because if they admit that you're just human, just like them, then what's their excuse for still crawling? So instead of leveling up, they shrink. They stay quiet, they keep watching from the shadows, and they punish themselves for every word they never said, every moment they could have met you eye to eye, but didn't. They admire you, yes, but admiration without self-worth becomes self-inflicted torture, and they're drowning in it. Number 5. You were their safe place, but they still chose to sit in the fire. You didn't make them feel small, their own mind did. You just stood tall, and they weren't ready to rise with you. Chosen one, this part hurts the most, because this one wasn't your enemy. You never shamed them. You never outshined them to make them feel dim. You didn't use your strength as a sword. You used it as shelter. You spoke life into them when others ignored them. You made space for their presence, honored their story, even when they doubted their own worth. And yet, they still shrunk. The twisted irony. You were the only one who never made them feel beneath you, but their own story made them believe they were. You didn't talk down to them. You looked them in the eye. You encouraged their voice. You saw past the insecurity, past the awkwardness, past the comparison. But deep inside, they'd already written the narrative. I'm not enough. That belief didn't begin with you. It began in childhood, in past betrayals, in years of being overlooked, misunderstood, rejected. You just triggered the wound they never treated. And your kindness. It didn't heal them, it confused them, because how could someone as powerful as you see them, respect them, believe in them when they've never believed in themselves? So they retreated, not because you were cruel, but because you were too real. You became a contradiction to everything they were taught. You made them question the story they've clung to for survival, that love has to be earned, that worth has to be proven, that people only value what they can control. You broke that just by being. And now they're watching you handle chaos, betrayal, and lies from the investigator. They're seeing how you stand tall while being torn down, how you never bend your integrity, how you face darkness with poise. And something inside them is shifting. They're realizing maybe the problem wasn't them. Maybe the problem was me. It's subtle, but it's powerful. For the first time, they're starting to understand that your light wasn't a threat. It was a chance to rise, to heal, to believe in their own possibility. And maybe, just maybe, they missed it, because they were too busy trying not to be exposed when all you ever offered was to see them. You never made them feel small, but they chose to stay small. And now, the only thing haunting them is the truth that you never held them down. They held themselves back. Number 6. They were never afraid of you. They were afraid you'd see who they really are. Sometimes courage doesn't roar. Sometimes it whispers, show up anyway, even if your hands are shaking. This is where the silence breaks. Chosen one, the same person who once froze in your presence, who watched from the sidelines while battling the weight of their own unworthiness, is about to do something they never thought they could. They're going to speak. Maybe not perfectly, maybe not with eloquence, but with truth. And that changes everything. Because their fear was never really about you. You weren't the threat. You were the mirror. Every time they looked at you, they didn't see arrogance. They saw clarity. They saw someone who had wrestled with the darkness and won. Someone who stood in their own light and didn't apologize for it. And for someone who's been hiding from themselves for years, that kind of authenticity feels like a spotlight. Blinding, exposing, intense. But now, something inside them is shifting. They're starting to understand that your presence didn't shrink them. It invited them. Your power didn't belittle them. It challenged them to remember their own. And that realization is louder than their fear now. It's louder than the voices in their head that told them to stay quiet, to stay small, to stay hidden. So they're going to step forward. Maybe it'll be a text, maybe a quiet word, maybe just a look that says, I see you and I'm done hiding from myself. But it's coming, and when it does, it won't be about winning your approval. It won't be about impressing you. It will be about reclaiming a piece of themselves that they abandoned a long time ago. Because here's what they've finally understood. They weren't paralyzed by your greatness. They were imprisoned by their own disbelief in their worth. And the only way to break free was to stop running from the reflection and face it. You won't need to applaud. You won't need to fix them. All you'll need to do is recognize the moment for what it is. Not a confession, not a request, but a resurrection. A personal rebellion against every lie that told them they weren't enough. And in that moment, for the first time in their life, they won't be afraid of being seen. They'll be afraid of missing the chance to be real. Number 7, they built walls so high, then you walked through them like air. Some people don't believe in anything, not because nothing is real, but because something real once broke them. And then there's the third one, the cynic, the one who never clapped, never congratulated, never said your name, but always knew it. This person doesn't wear hate on their sleeve. They wear doubt in their eyes. They've built their identity on mistrust, on a cold, calculated view of the world where everyone's playing a part and nothing is sacred. Love is manipulation. Kindness is strategy. And anyone who appears too genuine must be running some kind of game. That's how they survived. That's how they stayed safe. Until they saw you, and you didn't fit the mold. You weren't selling a story, you weren't asking for credit, you didn't need attention, you just were calm, consistent, real, unshakable. And that's when the glitch happened. The formula that kept them safe broke. They started watching, silently, sharply. At first, it was skepticism, waiting for you to slip, waiting for the mask to fall. But it didn't. Days passed, weeks passed. They saw people lie on your name, and you stayed solid. They saw you get tested, and you didn't fold. They saw others fake it for clout, while you moved in silence with results. And now, they don't know what to believe. Because for someone who built a fortress around their heart, you are the earthquake. You didn't climb over their walls, you walked through them, not with force, but with something they never accounted for. Integrity that didn't need an audience, grace that didn't ask for credit, power that didn't scream. And for someone who's seen everything done with an angle, your angle-less energy is driving them mad. They're asking questions they've buried for years. Could someone actually be like this? Are they pretending? What if I've been wrong this whole time? They won't tell you. They won't show it. But behind that blank stare, they're unraveling. Because if you're real, then maybe other things they've thrown away were real too. Maybe they've burned bridges that weren't traps. Maybe they've laughed at light just to feel strong in the dark. And now they're not sure who the fool is anymore. They won't confess, not yet, but every time they see you, something cracks. Another brick falls, and deep down, where the truth has no disguise, they're scared. Not of you, but of the fact that they might have missed the only real one that ever walked by. Number 8. You shattered their survival story, and now the whole room feels it. The truth doesn't just challenge a lie, it humiliates the liar who built their life on it. You weren't supposed to exist, not in their world, not in the cynical little ecosystem they built to survive disappointment. In their reality, people always want something. Everyone's playing an angle. Trust is weakness. Vulnerability is bait. That's how they kept themselves safe, expecting betrayal, staying guarded, assuming the worst in everyone so nothing could ever truly hurt them. But then you came in, quiet, composed, whole, not pretending, not performing, just being. You didn't make a scene, you didn't beg for attention, and somehow that made you louder than everyone else in the room. You weren't supposed to exist in their mental model. You broke the rules they lived by. You were the contradiction they couldn't control. And that shook them. They've spent years building emotional walls to keep people out, years collecting evidence that the world is full of liars, users, and cowards. But your life, your choices, your consistency under pressure, it doesn't fit the pattern. You are the glitch, the exception, the one that defies gravity while everyone else is sinking. And now, they can't look away. The investigator is losing control. The admirer is waking up. The cynic is quietly unraveling. And they don't even realize yet. They're not the only ones feeling it. Because your presence, your energy, your integrity is pulling the whole ecosystem into alignment. Mutual friends have started talking. Observers who once ignored you are paying closer attention. Even strangers sense something different. You're not forcing anything, but something about how you handled betrayal, admiration, and cold silence is creating ripple effects. You are gravity now. You didn't expose anyone directly, but the way you kept your hands clean while they played dirty, that exposed everyone. Without even trying, you've become the evidence people didn't know they were waiting for. You didn't need to shout. You didn't need to point fingers. You let life do the talking. And life, oh, it's loud now. Because while they were watching you, the whole world started watching them. Their obsession with you has become obvious. Their inconsistencies are being seen. The masks are cracking. And you're just standing there, still, steady, unbothered. That's what breaks them the most. You were never supposed to survive their tests. You were never supposed to be real. And now, because you are, everything around them has changed. Number 9, they tried to tear you down, but built you a throne instead. The same spotlight they aimed to expose you ended up revealing your power. This was never supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to rise. You weren't supposed to be remembered. You weren't even supposed to be noticed. But now, all the scrutiny, all the whispers, all the attempts to test, question, and unravel you. They've done the exact opposite. They've turned you into a symbol, not because you fought for a stage, but because you embodied one. You didn't shout your truth. You lived it. And now people are paying attention, not out of curiosity, but out of recognition. What's happening now is deeper than gossip. It's a recognition revolution. The investigator tried to destroy you. The admirer put you on a pedestal. The cynic doubted you from day one. And all three, in their own obsessive, misunderstood ways, have created a ripple effect around you that cannot be reversed. People are watching, not the version of you they distorted, but the real you. The calm in the chaos, the truth that never folded, the soul that didn't beg to be seen, but ended up being undeniable. And here's the part that will blow your mind. None of their behavior was really about you. Their projections were never personal. They were historical. The investigator, raised in a world where authenticity got punished, surrounded by lies, they learned early that anyone who seemed too honest must be hiding something. So when they saw your integrity, it wasn't inspiring, it was threatening. You became the trigger for a lifetime of betrayal. They weren't testing you, they were trying to protect themselves from their past. The admirer taught that love had to be earned, that perfection was the only key to worthiness. So when they saw you walking freely in your flaws, in your power, in your self-worth, they collapsed inside. You didn't make them feel unworthy, their upbringing did. You just reminded them what unchained confidence looks like. And the cynic, the one who sat silent in the corner, they were once deeply hopeful, and just as deeply betrayed. They weren't born jaded, they were trained into it. They built a worldview on the assumption that nothing pure could survive. And then you showed up, untouched, unapologetic, real, and their entire survival logic started glitching. So yes, your presence triggered them all, but now it's doing something else. It's awakening people around them, because the story of how you were tested, watched, misjudged, and still stood is spreading, not by your hands, but by theirs. Their obsession with you created a signal they couldn't contain. And now, the very proof they tried to collect to discredit you has become your testimony. The same mouths that doubted you are now silent. The same eyes that watched you with suspicion now watch with curiosity. And the same people who tried to shrink you are witnessing your unshrinkable nature echo through every room you enter. Congratulations, chosen one. You didn't just survive their judgment. You converted it into recognition, and the whole world is watching now. Number 10. They set the final trap, and you walked through it without even looking down. When authenticity is your nature, not your tactic, you don't pass tests, you expose the tester. Chosen one, you've been holding up a mirror this entire time and didn't even know it. While they were scheming, doubting, analyzing your every move, you were just being. No performance, no playbook, no hidden agenda. You weren't trying to teach anyone anything. You were simply living in alignment. And somehow that, just that, has become the most dangerous force they've ever encountered. You've triggered change in ways lectures never could. You didn't argue, correct, or chase. You reflected. You became the quiet earthquake that shakes the soul awake. Because nothing hits harder than the realization that someone else is walking in the truth you keep telling yourself doesn't exist. That someone else is free while you're still pretending not to be in chains. You were never trying to expose anyone, but that's exactly what you did. Not through confrontation, but through contrast. While they were drowning in overthinking, you were flowing in alignment. While they were designing the next test, you were already living in the answers. And now comes the final one. The investigator is back, one last time, armed with a setup they believe no one could resist. A subtle manipulation, a high-stakes moment, a tempting offer that would make anyone bend just a little, for the sake of recognition, power, or gain. They're not doing it out of curiosity anymore. They're doing it out of desperation. They need you to fail, because your consistency has left them no cracks to crawl through. So they craft this moment like a movie scene, certain this will be the one. They're watching, they're waiting, holding their breath, hoping this is finally the day you trade truth for attention, purpose for performance, integrity for influence. But then you don't. You don't even flinch. You don't blink. You pass the test, not dramatically, not defiantly, but naturally, like it wasn't even a decision. And that's what guts them the most. You didn't resist temptation. You weren't tempted in the first place. Because your values, they're not part of a strategy. They're the core of your being. You don't perform principles. You are the principle. And in that moment, the entire narrative collapses. Because when you pass a test you never knew existed, the only one exposed is the one who set it. Number 11. They wanted to unmask you, but ended up stripped naked by the truth. It's not your success that destroys them. It's the quiet realization that you had the courage to live free while they chose fear. And now it breaks. Right there, in the silence they tried to weaponize, in the shadows they used to hide behind, it all crashes down. The investigator, the one who spent months trying to dismantle you, reaches their breaking point. Not because you fought back, not because you embarrassed them, but because you never needed to. The collapse isn't external, it's internal. Their ego folds in on itself like a dying star. They realized that all their efforts, all their tests, all their whispered suspicions didn't reveal anything about you, but revealed everything about them. They were never hunting for truth. They were trying to project their fears onto someone who didn't carry them. They were never trying to uncover a lie. They were trying to justify the one they live in. And now, there's no one left to fool, not even themselves. The shame they feel isn't just that they were wrong. It's deeper than that. It's the haunting gut-punch realization that while you lived in truth, they clung to performance. You moved with clarity while they hid behind confusion. You stood alone while they sought approval. You lived free while they chose the cage. And everyone sees it now. The collapse isn't quiet anymore. It echoes, it ripples, it shifts the air around you. People are talking, but this time, not in doubt. In reverence, the story's changing, the energy's turning. That once silent admirer. She's finding her voice now, watching the strongest man in the room crumble after trying to test someone he couldn't understand. That hardened cynic. He's blinking for the first time in years, wondering if maybe hope isn't foolish after all. Because when the one who doubted you the most breaks first, everyone listens, and they're watching you, not because you asked for it, but because you've become undeniable. Your vindication isn't a headline, it's a movement. Your name is now being spoken with a different tone. Not skepticism, not curiosity, respect. This isn't a victory lap. This is a repositioning. You didn't just survive the attacks. You didn't just outlast the doubt. You became the quiet revolution in the room. And now even the air around you feels different. People stand straighter, speak softer, watch closer. Because you're not just being noticed anymore. You're being followed. Number 12. They tried to rewrite your story. Now they're asking you to help rewrite theirs. First, they watched you. Then they tested you. Now they're coming to you for direction. It always comes full circle. The same voices that once doubted you are trembling now, not with power, but with humility. The investigator who set traps, spread doubt, and wove lies into conversations like spiderwebs is standing before you with lowered eyes and a shaky voice. They confess it all, not to shame themselves, but because something in them knows if they're ever going to rebuild what they've destroyed inside, it starts with truth. And you are the most undeniable embodiment of it they've ever seen. They tell you everything, the reasons, the trauma, the fear. They admit that it was never about you. It was about their fight with reality. And now, after watching you pass every trial with poise and stillness, they're not here to challenge you, they're here to learn. The admirer follows behind, finally cracking open that aching heart they kept wrapped in shame. They speak slowly, unsure if you'll laugh or walk away. But you don't. Because you see it now, their silence wasn't rejection. It was reverence soaked in insecurity. And now that the floodgates are open, they tell you how much you taught them just by being yourself. No speeches, no performance, just presence. You were the first example of self-worth they didn't have to chase, and they're ready to stop running from themselves. And then the cynic, the one who stood in the back, arms crossed, eyes cold, the one who said nothing but saw everything. They come forward too, not with flattery, but with respect. They don't want your approval, they want your guidance. They've realized that all their suspicion never protected them, it only starved them. And now they're asking, quietly, humbly, if you'd show them how to live without the armor, without the mask, without the fear. And here you are, the chosen one, not the outsider, not the target, but the example. How you respond now matters, not just for you, but for them. You don't owe them anything. You could walk away, you could set boundaries, you could offer grace. But whatever you do, one thing is clear. The way you carry this moment will ripple out into how others define authenticity. Because now you're not just someone they tested, you're someone they trust. Not because you demanded it, but because you earned it. Number 13, they tried to break you, but you were being built the whole time. You weren't just tested, you were tempered, and now everything that was against you is moving in your favor. It all flips. The investigator, the one who spent months trying to discredit you, is now your loudest voice in rooms you've never entered. They speak your name with conviction, not guilt. They tell the story of your strength, your composure, your truth, not because they were told to, but because they watched it happen. What started as a mission to expose you has turned into a purpose to protect you, because once someone sees the truth up close, they can never go back to pretending. The admirer, no longer frozen, no longer silent, they walk taller now, something in them unlocked. What you showed them, without trying, was that real self-worth doesn't come from being perfect. It comes from being honest. And now they radiate the very thing they once thought only you could carry. They're no longer watching from the sidelines. They're walking beside you, not as a shadow, but as their own light. And the cynic? They've started the long, quiet journey toward connection. The one path they swore they'd never take. They speak softer now. They ask better questions. They admit they were wrong, not just about you, but about everything. The ice around their spirit is melting, and they're learning how to trust, not because the world changed, but because you changed something inside them. And the world is watching all of it, not as drama, but as proof. Proof that integrity still exists, that consistency still matters, that you don't have to sell your soul to be seen. You just have to stand in it. Doors swing open now. Opportunities you didn't even know existed start appearing like they were waiting for you to arrive. Not because you forced your way in, but because you aligned, because you stayed centered while everything around you spun in chaos, because you chose patience over performance, depth over noise, truth over tactics. And here's the wild part. You thought the pain was punishment. You thought the isolation was rejection. But all along, it was preparation. You weren't being tested to break. You were being forged into something unshakable. Now you see it clearly. The betrayals built your discernment. The silence sharpened your voice. The pressure revealed your name. You weren't just surviving your story. You were becoming the reason others rewrite theirs. Number 14. You didn't just survive the fire. You became the flame. Everyone follows. Some rise to fame, others rise to truth. You did both, without chasing either. Chosen one, it was never just about you. What you endured, what you walked through, what tried to break you, was never just your burden. It was your becoming. You were never meant to just be seen. You were meant to be understood. You are not just a person who survived false judgment, betrayal, silence, and obsession. You are the living proof that staying true to who you are is still the most powerful force on this planet. You didn't just win a battle, you shifted the energy in the room. You reset the frequency of what leadership looks like, what strength looks like, what real looks like. They tried to humiliate you. They tried to reduce you to whispers and rumors. But all they did was burn away everything around you that wasn't real. And now, the ashes are still falling, but you're rising, taller, sharper, clearer, and the recognition you're receiving, It's not about applause or titles or clout. It's about clarity. People finally see what they were blind to before. That goodness isn't weakness, and loyalty isn't foolish. That integrity isn't some outdated fairy tale. It wins, even when it bleeds. The humiliation they hoped would humble you, it purified you. It carved away the fake friends, the masked supporters, the opportunists who smiled but never truly saw you. It forced everyone, including you, to see who was who. And now that the fog has lifted, no one can pretend anymore. You're not just admired now, you're studied. Your calm is analyzed. Your moves are watched. Not because you chased status, but because you embodied substance. You didn't get here by pushing, you got here by aligning. And alignment creates momentum that no enemy can sabotage. That's why doors are opening. That's why energy is shifting, because you became the proof that we all needed to see. And the best part, you didn't do any of this to be special. You didn't chase the light. You simply refused to dim yours. And that is what makes you special. You can't go back now, neither can they. The old games won't work. The masks won't fit. The silence won't protect them anymore. The universe has already decided who you are. And now the world is catching up. You are not a story. You are not a headline. You are a living confirmation that authenticity is a weapon. And baby, you wore it well. And now the revolution begins, not of noise, but of truth. You didn't chase a throne, but you became one. In a world starving for realness, your life is the blueprint. Your rise is the signal. Everything false is fading in your presence because authenticity has returned. And you, chosen one, are leading the charge. If this message spoke to your soul, don't just watch, respond. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and drop the number 77 in the comments to declare, I choose truth over performance. And don't forget to share this with someone still hiding their light. The revolution is already in motion.